With a furious roar, Long Chen shattered the heavens. Yi Ming, the nine-headed lion, and the all-devil heaven-walker felt like a star had smashed into them. With a muffled grunt, the three of them were smashed into the ground, and they hacked up blood. That was god blood that was instantly incinerated by the laws of the world. Ah! Long Chen suddenly roared. This roar contained endless grief, endless anger, and blood-chilling killing intent. Right now, Long Chen's 6 stars appeared behind him. The Feng Fu star illuminated the Life Fate star, and the Life Fate star illuminated the Divine Gate star. They formed a triangle. The Alyath star, Enlightenment Palace star, and Nethergate star also linked up, forming their own triangle. They superimposed on each other. When the two triangles overlapped, they formed a 6-sided star, and an unprecedented apocalyptic power burst out of Long Chen. A ripple then spread on the battlefield, devouring the invaders before they even understood what was happening and blasting them into pieces. Hence, the entire battlefield turned red. Millions and millions were instantly blasted into blood mist. The complete 6-star battle armor had finally manifested after Long Chen became a sovereign at the 13th heaven stage. He finally stood at the peak of the martial path. Endless power surged within him, but so what? The 5 sovereigns were dead. Yun Tian was dead. Hu Feng was dead. Ling Yunzi was dead. Even the old man had died. All that power within him was useless. Die. With scarlet eyes, Long Chen unleashed a claw that raked through the ground, and a figure was pulled out of it. It was Yi Ming. Yi Ming was horrified. He was caught by a giant astral hand, and no matter how he struggled, he was unable to shake this astral power. You damnable invaders! Long Chen looked at Yi Ming with utmost hatred and pain. His face was twisted, making him seem like a crazed devil. Divine flame ignition. Yi Ming was so terrified that he ignited his own core. There was danger of his realm falling, but he could no longer bother with that. You want to ignite? Long Chen suddenly squeezed. Yi Ming, who was now enveloped in a burning divine flame, was still unable to escape his fate. He was squeezed until he exploded. Those flames were instantly extinguished. At this moment, a god from a higher plane was killed. Suddenly, the all-devil heaven-walker and the 9-headed lion charged out of the ground. However, they weren't going for Long Chen but for the distant spatial gates. Unfortunately, a saber image swept through the air, destroying all 4 spatial gates. Seeing this, the all-devil heaven-walker and the 9-headed lion were instantly dumbfounded. The legends were true. 9-star heirs were all heaven defiers, existences that fought across realms without effort. This was why when they learned that he was a 9-star heir, they did everything they could to kill him before he became a sovereign. Now that he was a sovereign with his 6-star battle armor, Long Chen wiped out all his enemies on the battlefield. With just one attack, all of them were killed except for the 3 of them. Moreover, with Yi Ming crushed, that just left the 2 of them. Yi Ming had even ignited his own divine flame to temporarily multiply his power, but he still couldn't escape his fate. As for the 2 of them, there was nowhere for them to go. Fight. They couldn't win. Flee. They couldn't get away. The 2 of them felt like they had been tossed into hell. Long Chen held Evil Moon. Black chi swirled around it. At this moment, Long Chen's killing intent merged with Evil Moon's sinister aura. Black chi swirled around Long Chen's body as well when he stepped toward the all-devil heaven-walker and the 9-headed lion. He was like a devil king from hell. Don't kill us. We had to follow orders. I can tell you secrets regarding the 9-star heir, cried out the all-devil heaven-walker. In his fear, he actually knelt on the ground. Seeing that, the 9-headed lion also didn't hesitate, kneeling and crying out. That's right. The 9-star heirs are hunted throughout the 9 heavens and 10 lands, especially by the 9 underworld hunters. They are specialized in finding you. We know many secrets that can help you. Don't kill us. Seeing these gods that looked down on all of them now begging for their lives, the martial heaven continent's experts were filled with scorn. These were gods. Such cowardly existences were gods. Suddenly in the distance the ground erupted. The divine family's immortal sealing palace slowly rose into the air. After the battle, the terrain had changed, and it had been buried beneath the ground. People had almost forgotten it until now. At this moment, its gates slowly opened. Long Yashan, Yi Lianchen, Zhang Wuchen, and Feng Fei all appeared. Feng Fei looked at Long Chen with a complicated expression, seemingly with some kind of pity, but the other 3 were filled with delight. All 4 of them had sovereign crowns on their heads now. Long Yashan sneered, Long Chen, so you are one of the 9-star demons. You hid yourself quite well, but you are fated to be killed by my hands. Last time the immortal ceiling palace's item spirit recognized your identity, so I've prepared quite a gift for you. Just so you know, I sacrificed all the immortal corpses and gave up their chances to become demigod bodies for this gift. It definitely won't disappoint you, ha ha ha. Over 30 figures walked out from the depths of the immortal ceiling palace. These people were wearing black robes and had black chains around their waists. Every single one of them wore a blank face. On their foreheads was an immortal character, underworld, and it emitted strange fluctuations. Assassins. Dong Minju's expression changed. She instantly recognized their profession. They were assassins amongst gods. The 9 underworld hunters. The 9-headed lion and the all-devil heaven walker cried out in shock and joy. Without hesitation, they fled toward them. Without even glancing at these two, Long Chen swung his saber, blasting them apart. But all of a sudden, clapping sounds rang out from within the palace. A middle-aged man walked out, looking at Long Chen. Not bad, truly not bad. You're quite an interesting 9-star heir. You seem a bit different from the others, but hopefully you can give me a pleasant surprise. Otherwise, killing you just like this would be quite regretful. Chapter 2791, Nether Corpse Insect Poison. This middle-aged man looked normal, but gave off an extremely sinister feeling. His gaze in particular seemed to be searching for people's weaknesses at all times. It seemed that he didn't even care about Long Chen killing the all-devil heaven walker and the 9-headed lion. He simply walked out of the palace. I've been with the 9 underworld hunters for 3,000 years, and you are the 4th 9-star heir I've encountered. It seems that I'm about to profit again. The middle-aged man laughed, looking at Long Chen like he was his prey. As for Long Yashan, Zhang Wuchen, and Yi Lianchen, they were just as happy. In their eyes, Long Chen was definitely dead today. Long Chen, although I'm not personally killing you, it's fine. I'll take care of those brothers and lovers of yours, ha ha ha. Long Yashan finally felt the pleasure of revenge for Long Chen killing his mother. I also won't kill you personally. I'll make sure you stay alive in this world. Long Chen snorted and suddenly appeared right in front of Long Yashan. Long Yashan was startled, not expecting Long Chen to directly come toward him with the 9 underworld hunters present. Long Chen was incredibly fast and instantly froze the space around Long Yashan. The latter couldn't even move. However, just at that moment, a chain flew out at Long Chen. The head of the chain looked to be a viper's head. Bang! Long Chen raised his arm, knocking aside the chain. Its path deviated toward Yi Lianchen and Zhang Wuchen. No, the two of them cried out in horror, but they had no time to flee. The chain struck them, instantly blasting them into blood mist. Beside Zhang Wuchen, Feng Fei was splattered with blood, and she was pale with horror. The chain contained the power of a divine Tao, and a terrifying kind at that. A mortal would be instantly killed on contact, and the chain only barely flew by her face. It all happened so fast that it ended before it even began. The previously mighty Long Yashan had his throat in Long Chen's hand. He was like a chicken. The 9 underworld hunter who had attacked was surprised. He had been careless, not expecting Long Chen to be so powerful. His chain trembled as he prepared to attack again, but the middle-aged man waved his hand, stopping his movements. The middle-aged man looked at Long Chen indifferently. It seemed that he didn't care about Long Yashan's life or death. Please save me. Long Yashan squeezed out some words. Even all these experts couldn't protect him. What no one had expected was that Long Yashan's pants became wet. He was so scared that he had pissed himself. Coward! The countless experts of the martial heaven continent looked at him scornfully. This was a sovereign, a peerless heavenly genius. He broke down as soon as he faced death. Long Chen had faced death countless times without bending or lowering his head. In comparison, Long Yashan was an embarrassment. The middle-aged man shook his head. You were the one who interjected while I was speaking. Do you think this is your place to talk? It can only be said that you were courting your own death. Although you sent the information of the 9-star heir to me, and I did promise the Long family to give you some benefits, you've irritated me. I don't really care about you. If you like interjecting yourself, you can continue begging. This middle-aged man's status was clearly extremely high. Just interrupting him was a grave sin for Long Yashan. That was why he didn't stop Long Chen. No, Long Yashan cried out in despair. Was there any chance he could survive when he was caught in Long Chen's hands? I beg you, the Long family will repay you, begged Long Yashan. Just based on you, the Long family has disciples through various worlds and countless heavenly geniuses. As for your branch with your talent, you wouldn't even reach the middle tier. Perhaps if I saved a dog of the Long family, they might feel some gratitude. But do you think the Long family will repay me for saving an ant? Are you joking with me? The middle-aged man shook his head. I cough. Long Yashin tried to speak once more, only for Long Chen to crush his throat. Rainbow blood spurted out. You don't need to beg him because I won't kill you. You took my spirit root, spirit blood, and spirit bone. You've caused me endless pain. Do you think that I'll just kill you like this? No, I'll let you live. I'll make you live a life worse than death. A coward like you definitely doesn't have the courage to kill yourself. Long Chen took out a black pill. He then stuffed it into Long Yashin's mouth. I prepared this pill for you a long time ago. Now I can finally use it. Long Yashin stubbornly clenched his teeth, only for Long Chen to break his teeth with a finger and stuff the pill through. Long Chen tossed Long Yashin aside after feeding him the pill. He really did just let him off. Feeling delighted, Long Yashin fled into the immortal palace. However, he had barely reached the gates when he suddenly screamed. Sharp points began to sprout out of his body like bamboo. They wriggled like maggots coming out of a rotting corpse. Underworld corpse insect poison. The middle-aged man was finally a bit astonished. He recognized this poison. However, he was actually wrong. This was a special existence that Long Chen had refined through his own essence blood and the black soil. The death chi of the black soil had been mistaken by the middle-aged man to be the netherworld's chi. However, he was right about it being insect poison. When the pill entered the stomach, it transformed into millions of maggots that devoured Long Yashin's blood and soul. Most terrifying of all, they could not be killed. If they were, Long Yashin would also die. These maggots were connected to his Yuan spirit, so Long Yashin was already clear that these maggots were materialized from his own blood and soul. Long Yashin screamed in terror. Maggots continued to wriggle out of his body, every single one causing him incomparable pain. This was a torture that could not be described with words. At this moment, one of the 9 underworld hunters slammed a palm on Long Yashin's forehead, causing him to collapse. His screams were cut off, but he continued to twitch. Some of the divine family's experts then hastily brought him away. After that, a chair appeared in the air. The middle-aged man sat down on it. Someone go test his power. Don't kill him too fast or it would be wasteful. Yes. The previous 9 underworld hunter who had attacked Long Chen stepped forward. His chain pierced toward Long Chen like a viper. Chapter 2792, the ultimate form of the 6-star battle armor. The chain's power had shot up. It was unknown just how many times stronger this attack's power was compared to Yi Ming and the others. This overwhelming power shook the martial heaven continent's experts. The battle against gods had just ended. How had an even more terrifying group suddenly appeared? It seemed that they had come specifically for Long Chen. Long Chen's hand caught the chain, but just at that moment, countless barbs burst out of the chain. His hand was pierced through. Furthermore, his 108,000 stars shuddered, seemingly suppressed by some mysterious energy. Long Chen's aura instantly dropped a level. The 9-star soul-chasing chains are specifically made to be used against 9-star heirs. How does it feel to have your power disappear? The 9 underworld hunters sneered, seemingly already having expected this result. A dagger appeared in his other hand, and he stabbed it towards Long Chen's chest. Just as he approached Long Chen and thought that he was powerless, Long Chen's palm slammed into his head, blasting it apart. His headless corpse fell from the sky. A 9 underworld hunter was killed by a slap. Even right before his death, he didn't understand. Long Chen's body was clearly affected by his move. How did he still have the power to retaliate? Clapping rang out. The middle-aged man said, "Not bad, not bad. You were able to resist the power of the 9-star soul-chasing chain. That means that you're a big fish. Good, perhaps you can give me some more surprises." The stronger Long Chen was, the happier the middle-aged man became. That was because the mission of the 9 underworld hunters was to hunt down 9-star heirs, and the stronger the prey that they hunted, the greater their rewards. Amongst the 9 underworld hunters, this middle-aged man's status was already quite high. He had already killed 3 9-star heirs before, and had a certain understanding of them. Another 4 people stepped forward, their chains whistling towards Long Chen. However, this time, Long Chen didn't wait for them to attack. Instead, he charged towards the middle-aged man. "Youngsters are too impatient. First, let me see if you're qualified to even fight me." The middle-aged man shook his head, completely looking down on Long Chen. It seemed that he had no intention of fighting. However, it was simply unknown if he was intentionally antagonizing Long Chen, or if he really disdained fighting him. Qualified, I'll show you my qualifications. Long Chen slashed his blade. The 4-9 underworld hunters attacking him were killed instantly. The power of his attack continued towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man simply extended a hand, and a barrier appeared. Long Chen's attack was easily blocked. Good, very good. You're definitely a big fish, the biggest fish in history. The middle-aged man's smile widened. Suddenly, more and more 9 underworld hunters came out of the palace. There were hundreds of them. They immediately surrounded Long Chen. Every single one of them had a chain like vipers preparing to strike. All right, the probing can end here. With your power, it's worth it paying a huge price to bring you to the higher plane. The 3 9-star heirs that I killed before were all too weak. The price for them was fixed. Today, my luck is truly good. I encountered someone with a variant of the 9 stars. Even your 6-star battle armor is different. I wonder if you're the destined one from the legends. Haha, if that's the case, I really struck gold. I can directly trade you for a world bead. But even if you aren't, I'll still be able to get a plentiful reward from Lord Brahma, said the middle-aged man. He waved his hand, and scenes appeared in the air. Those were scenes of experts being slain. They were all 9-star heirs. 2 had reached the 5-star battle armor, while 1 had reached the 6-star battle armor. His 6-star battle armor was the original 6-sided star. The 3 of them all died to this middle-aged man's hands. They all let out unwilling roars just before their deaths. Long Chen's fury soared. This was an absolute insult to Long Chen. Why is it that this world always has so many people who like courting death? Long Chen's voice was low. His body was quivering from rage. Black strands of aura began to float out of his body. Long Chen had never been so angry. His killing intent was exploding. He felt like he was flailing into an abyss. He tried to control his anger, but people kept provoking him, wanting to kill him. He couldn't understand why this world was like that. The hundreds of hunters joined their chains, forming a giant net around him. The power of this formation instantly fractured the martial heaven continent. The continent was unable to endure this power. At the center, Long Chen was the target of all their power. The space around him twisted and turned. It felt as if he was being crushed by millions of stars. Most terrifying of all, the 6-point star behind him was quivering as if it might shatter as well. Long Chen's bones creaked. That immense pressure contained a special power that seemed to be specialized at countering the 9-star Hegemon body art. Submit. This star extermination formation is specialized for 9-star heirs. Even if you had awakened your Hegemon chi with your current realm, you wouldn't be able to endure the power from this many people, said the middle-aged man. There are so many people in this world who don't know what respect is. If I can free this world from its pain, I am willing to become a devil and raise my butcher's blade. I will kill all you inferior life forms. Long Chen's voice came through the cracks of his teeth. It was like a god's vow, a devil's curse. His 6-point star began to move. The layered triangles began to revolve, one going clockwise and one going counterclockwise. His divine ring also began to revolve in different directions, with 3 colors going clockwise and 3 going counterclockwise. In that instant, the stars within Long Chen's body quivered. All their power ignited and gushed forth. The formation around Long Chen began to creak. The middle-aged man's expression finally changed. He was filled with disbelief. Boom! The giant formation exploded, killing all the 9 underworld hunters linked to it. At the same time, Long Chen's power soared like a dam had been broken. His power caused the world to shake. Chapter 27, 93 Unparalleled Power. Energy burst out of Long Chen's body. A pillar of light soared into the cosmos, shaking the stars. This was the ultimate form of his 6-star battle armor. When his 2 triangles revolved against each other, his stars ignited, unleashing all their power. This was Long Chen's new technique. Before, his battle armor was like a dam that only had a small opening for his power to pass through. Although that allowed him to fight longer, its instantaneous burst potential was limited. His new 6-star battle armor was capable of opening the floodgates in an instant to unleash all his power. The power of all his stars shattered the formation, and the resulting backlash killed the 9 underworld hunters. In front of this power, they appeared incredibly weak. The middle-aged man could no longer remain indifferent. Long Chen's saber was slashing towards him already. A chain appeared in his hand just like the others, but his chain was silver while the others had been bronze. Boom! The entire continent sank. At the edges of the continent, the land began to collapse. This world was unable to endure a clash on this level. The middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood and flew back. His eyes gleamed with excitement. Ha ha ha, excellent. I've actually found the destined 9-star heir. The middle-aged man laughed as if he had found a priceless treasure. Long Chen ignored him, continuing after him. He put away Evil Moon and slammed a palm at him. Long Chen gave up Evil Moon because in that previous clash, Evil Moon became covered in cracks. Even with the protection of his astral power, Evil Moon could not bear the power of that silver chain. If he continued with Evil Moon would be destroyed. This explosive state of his could not be maintained for long. He had to kill his opponent before his power ran out. Boom! Long Chen's palm landed on the chain. It once more sprouted countless barbs, but this time, his power was so overwhelming that the barbs were bent back, unable to pierce his body. With one palm knocking aside the chain, a lotus image appeared on his other palm. He unleashed it right on the middle-aged man's body. A lotus flew out, piercing through his body. The middle-aged man was greatly shocked. He had never seen this kind of terrifying magical art. Wasn't it said that the 9-star heirs only fought with brute power and didn't use magical arts? Flames burned his chest, making him unable to heal the wound. Just as he was handling the flames, lightning exploded. A lightning spear appeared in Long Chen's hand. Another world appeared behind him. It was a world filled with lightning dragons. All the lightning domain's power was now condensed into Long Chen's hand. After the world extermination flame lotus, he unleashed the wild lightning soul battle spear. This attack contained all of Lei Linger's power and all the power of the lightning domain. The middle-aged man was appalled. All the 9 underworld hunters' techniques were based on countering the 9-star heirs' astral power. That was because they didn't use other techniques. However, Long Chen first injured him with flame energy and was now unleashing a lightning attack. He was filled with horror. This spear's power made him feel fear. At this critical moment, he took out a tortoise shell armor. It was white as jade and had ancient immortal characters on top of it. This was his protective immortal item. Boom! The lightning spear landed squarely on the tortoise shell, instantly blasting it apart. But the middle-aged man also escaped with his life, even though the explosion badly wounded him. His own physical body was almost broken. He had never dreamed that a 9-star heir in a lower plane that hadn't even grown up would possess such terrifying power. He was even capable of threatening his life. Seeing Long Chen charging back towards him, he hastily formed hand seals. Flames appeared around him. He was igniting his divine energy. Long Chen's power had already terrified him. He had no choice but to unleash even self-damaging techniques to increase his power. Boom! They once more clashed. The dome of the heavens vanished. Under the pull of their power, the cosmos was fully exposed to everyone. This was a heaven-shaking battle. The people in the barrier could only watch in horror. They all knew that in this battle of the Dark Era, if Long Chen won, they lived. If he lost, everything would end. The Dragon Blood warriors clenched their fists, but they were too weak to participate in such a battle. The experts of the Spirit World, Star Field Divine World, and the Immemorial Path also watched Long Chen. Xiao Fei clenched his teeth. Big brother Long Chen, you'll definitely win. High Priest and Ma Ryan exchanged a glance. They sighed inside. Their admiration towards the 5 sovereigns had reached a peak. This had clearly all been within the sovereigns' calculations. This was why the sovereigns, Yun Tian, Ling Yunzi, and the others had all been fighting for time for Long Chen. Only once he became a sovereign could he save the continent. Looking back, it seemed that everything was going according to the sovereign's plan. With every exchange, the continent shuddered intensely. The edges of the world were crumbling. The eastern wasteland, the western desert, the southern sea, the northern source vanished. All that remained was the central plains. Suddenly, the middle-aged man took out another silver chain. He bound Long Chen with it, only for Long Chen to roar and shatter the chain. When the chain shattered, the middle-aged man coughed up a mouthful of blood. His aura plummeted. That second chain was clearly his trump card. It was connected to his soul. He was already at a disadvantage. He wasn't even able to temporarily bind Long Chen. Die! The middle-aged man suddenly ferociously turned and unleashed a ray of divine light towards the core of the martial heaven continent. Despicable! The Dragon Blood warriors roared furiously. Unable to beat Long Chen, this man was actually attacking the weak members of the continent. If this attack landed, these people would be instantly wiped out. Boom! Long Chen's figure vanished, reappearing in front of that attack before it landed. He knocked it aside, but his expression grew ugly. "Ha ha ha, you can all die now," the middle-aged man laughed. He had found Long Chen's weakness. Multiple attacks rained down the martial heaven continent's experts and commoners. Chapter 2794, Dragonbone Evil Moon's Pride. The middle-aged man, unable to defeat Long Chen, had actually come up with such a contemptuous play to force Long Chen to defend passively. Suddenly, the land shuddered. Long Chen's barrier of astral energy quivered. Everyone inside of his barrier was sent to the core. The martial heaven continent was protecting everyone so that Long Chen didn't need to split his attention. "Long Chen, go kill him quickly. I will use my final power to protect everyone else." The martial heaven continent's voice rang out in his mind. "But then Long Chen's heart turned cold. "There are no buts. If you don't kill him, we will all be killed." The martial heaven continent shuddered. A translucent bead appeared. This bead was filled with life energy. It was the core of the star field, the heart of this world. The core rapidly expanded until it covered everyone. This was the final energy of the martial heaven continent. The middle-aged man's attacks were repelled by it. It was sacrificing its own life to give Long Chen time to kill him. Long Chen no longer hesitated. He charged towards the middle-aged man. He was about to unleash a punch when Evil Moon suddenly appeared in his hand. "Evil Moon, you! Long Chen, if you have any respect for me, you will continue to treat me as your companion. Let us fight alongside each other again," said Evil Moon. "Your power has already started to fall. You can't last much longer. You will enter a weak state soon, and then you could be slaughtered by anyone. Long Chen, to have met you is my life's greatest blessing. You showed me how important comrades are. You taught me that there are things in this world that are more important than your own life. You showed me what true happiness is, what it means to protect something. I can no longer hate Yun Shang. My life of devouring and killing was like going through the motions of life as a walking corpse. After meeting you, my view of the world has changed. I saw beautiful things from within endless shadows. Long Chen, I am a warrior of the dark evil dragon race. I have my own pride. I hope you can allow me to fight alongside you again." Evil Moon's 2 dragon marks lit up. A 2-headed black dragon appeared within Long Chen's divine ring. His acupuncture points shuddered as Evil Moon's power passed through his body. "Evil Moon," Long Chen tightly clenched his blade. "Long Chen, dying in battle is my glory. Waiting on death is a humiliation." Long Chen clenched his teeth. He raised Evil Moon. His eyes were scarlet. A giant saber image tore into the cosmos. This was a blade that would sever the 9 heavens, break the 9 underworlds. It was a blade that made gods and devils quiver. The middle-aged man froze, unable to move. All the divine energy in his body became stagnant. "Split the heavens 9. Long Chen howled and slashed his saber down. At the same time, 2 hot streams of tears flowed down as well. Boom! The middle-aged man took out multiple immortal items, unleashing all his power, but was wiped out of existence along with his immortal items. This was a saber that left a giant tear in space that didn't heal. Cracking sounds rang out as the original cracks on Evil Moon grew. "Long Chen, thank you. That attack really was marvelous. It's definitely the proudest attack of my lifetime. Goodbye. If there is another life, I'd like to keep fighting alongside you." Evil Moon's voice rang out one final time before it dissipated. Long Chen slowly opened his hand. Even the saber hilt transformed to dust and blew away. Long Chen could only watch as it blew away. It was said that the dragon race has spirits. When they died, they would reincarnate into dragons once more, but which race of dragon would be undetermined. Within the primal chaos space, Linger and the heaven-flipping seal wept. Evil Moon was gone. The martial heaven continent's people let out a burst of cheers, but then the barrier around them faded. Their joy faded along with it. Instead, they were filled with grief. Once the barrier was gone, they sensed that the vitality of the entire world was gone as well. Even the commoners could sense it. This world had died. The martial heaven continent had sacrificed all its power to protect them. It was like a mother protecting her children with her own life. Countless people began weeping. The martial heaven continent had sacrificed itself for them. They thought back to what they had done to the continent. Their limitless greed had constantly damaged the continent, causing it to weaken. They had dug their own graves, but the martial heaven continent never blamed them. It continued to protect them even as they destroyed its body. People sank into grief and sorrow. Although they were alive, they had lost their home. Far too many heroes had died in this battle. Even the Dragonblood Legion had lost over 9,000 people. Although they had won, the Dragonblood warriors didn't feel any joy. Every single warrior of the Dragonblood Legion was as close as a brother. They would rather die to protect the ones beside them than have others die. The ones who had died were dead, but the ones who were alive had to endure more pain. They wished that this was a nightmare that someone would wake them up from. They wished they could wake up and see their fallen brothers laughing once more. Mengqi, Chu Yao, Yizhikyu, and the others silently sobbed. The price of this battle was too great. It was unimaginable. They looked at Long Chen. Long Chen was looking at his hand. That sinister blade of his had forever vanished. The martial heaven continent was broken. They couldn't see the slightest greenery, the slightest life. The sound of the wind carried their sobs. It was as if even heaven and earth were crying. Since it hurts so much, there's no need to live. You can all just die. I'm a nice person, so I'll send you all away together. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Everyone raised their hands in shock. That middle-aged man had reappeared. Chapter 2795, 1,000 Reincarnations. The middle-aged man that had clearly been killed by Long Chen had reappeared. Furthermore, he seemed to be in his peak state. Everyone's hearts dropped. It's not a fake death technique. Their auras aren't the same. They aren't the same person, said the high priest. There was actually another member of the 9 underworld hunters remaining. At this moment, Long Chen's divine ring had vanished and his astral power had dimmed. He was in a weakened state. This person looked almost identical to the one he had just killed, but their divine energy fluctuations were different. He walked out of the palace, not going directly toward Long Chen, but simply standing at the entrance. It seemed that he was afraid of Long Chen. The one you killed was my big brother. This big brother of mine spent a lifetime scheming against me. He always wanted to be first, but nobody is infallible. My luck really was good. I managed to tail him and disguise myself as his subordinate, but I didn't expect to gain such a benefit. Now he's dead, and you're crippled. Those idiots of the divine families have long since fled to a higher world as well. By capturing you, I won't even need the Long family's favor. Haha, this world really is marvelous. This middle-aged man laughed, feeling very pleased. Long Chen sighed inside. How was he so unlucky? There was actually another one hiding here. If he had been with his big brother, Long Chen could have killed them together. However, now he had used up all his power, only for another powerful enemy to appear. The middle-aged man seemed very cautious. He didn't immediately attack. Do you know just how valuable your life is? The destined one amongst the 9-star heirs is a legendary existence. Whoever captures you will instantly become the master of a world. This lure is truly great. Long Chen suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, and the stars around him faded. The side effect of his 6-star battle armor appeared. Long Chen's body was still unable to endure the power of all his stars igniting. Ha ha ha, now I can finally attack. The middle-aged man seemed to have been waiting for this moment. His spear pierced toward Long Chen. Even now, he was still cautious and didn't use his full power, probing Long Chen's condition first. Unfortunately, Long Chen was already powerless to resist. He felt like his bones had collapsed, and just standing there was already difficult. After that, a howl suddenly rang out and little snow appeared in front of Long Chen. A sphere of wind blades shot out of its mouth, knocking aside the spear. Oh, the middle-aged man stared at little Snow in disbelief. The moon-howling heavenly wolf race. After recognizing little Snow's origin, his shock was replaced with a snicker. The moon-howling heavenly wolf race isn't an existence that the 9 underworld side can provoke. However, the middle-aged man's chain twisted, shooting toward little Snow. Seeing this scene, little Snow howled furiously and slammed its claw down. Suddenly, the chain curled around little Snow's claw, binding it. It then wrapped around little Snow's body like a python. Little Snow, Long Chen shouted, but just stepping forward almost caused him to collapse. However, it's not as if we can't just hide from the moon-howling heavenly wolf race. The middle-aged man laughed and pulled on his chain, flinging the bound little Snow into the immortal palace. At this moment, everyone saw that a channel had appeared at the gates of the immortal sealing palace. The experts of the divine families had long since vanished within it. As for little Snow, it was wrapped by spatial energy, and despite its struggles, it also faded. The middle-aged man's spear then whipped back toward Long Chen. Countless sharp barbs appeared on its head. Long Chen clenched his teeth, but he couldn't even raise his arms. His body wasn't listening to him. As a result, a certain someone's blood splashed, dyeing a white dress red. Mengqi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan'er, and the others cried out in shock, unable to believe their eyes. The pill fairy had appeared, using her body to block this attack. Her white dress instantly turned red, and time seemed to stand still. No, Long Chen let out a beast-like roar. He already knew what the Pill Fairy had done for him in this battle. Hence, he no longer had any hatred toward the Pill Fairy and even felt guilt for misunderstanding her. She had never wanted to harm him. That was the attack from a god. As a result, the Pill Fairy's divine manifestation slowly faded, and the fire of her soul slowly extinguished. The Pill Fairy rubbed Long Chen's face with a bitter smile. Long Chen, the reason I became a divine daughter was to protect you. The goal of Pill Valley was to keep an eye on this world and see if there are any 9-star heirs. The only way I could protect your secret was to become a divine daughter, but I didn't expect your status to still be exposed. King Xuan, I'm sorry I misunderstood you. Long Chen wept, feeling a mix of remorse and hatred. Long Chen, I understand, I understand. The Pill Fairy suddenly began to pant, and her entire air changed. A new light flashed within her beautiful eyes. It was as if she was lost in endless memories. So that's what it was, that's what it was. Pill Fairy suddenly wept. No wonder I had a strange feeling when I first saw you. I've already fallen in love with you for 1,000 reincarnations. Every time I will die like this in front of you. These 1,000 reincarnations are all to wake you up from the red dust. But this time, I know that I won't have to reincarnate again. I can feel that you've already awakened. With every reincarnation, I am unable to awaken my memories while alive. It is only before my death that I can remember. Long Chen, I've loved you for 1,000 lifetimes. You must find me. In life and death, you must find me. The Pill Fairy slowly faded, and a blooming flower appeared suddenly. That was the jewel-blood jade orchid that Long Chen had once given her. It possessed its own sad and beautiful story. The Pill Fairy had always carried it with her. The jewel-blood jade orchid then absorbed the Pill Fairy's remaining blood chi in the air, giving off a faint burst of light before it vanished along with its owner. In Long Chen suddenly roared. Black lines rapidly spread through his eyes until they were pitch black, and his aura instantly transformed, becoming dark, bloodthirsty, and wild. It was as if a devil had awakened inside of him. Chapter 27, 96 Hidden Power. Within a mix of regret and hatred, dark energy exploded from deep within Long Chen's soul, completely out of his control. Long Chen's eyes instantly became two black holes, which looked as if they could devour all things between heaven and earth. With a single roar, the void exploded and stars fell. A sinister aura enveloped the entire world. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man was alarmed. Was this really a 9-star heir? How did Long Chen suddenly become such a terrifying monster? Hence, he immediately fled back into the immortal palace. However, just as he was about to enter the spatial gate, Long Chen's hand reached out. With a startled cry, his body was pulled back out by Long Chen. The middle-aged man attacked in horror, but when his chain struck Long Chen, black light burst out of Long Chen's body, instantly blasting the chain apart. Long Chen then grabbed his throat with one hand and held his arm with the other hand. Just why? The middle-aged man screamed as his arm was forcibly torn off by Long Chen. His divine blood sprayed through the air. Why must you force me? Long Chen howled, seemingly insane. He tore off the middle-aged man's other arm and then his legs. All of his struggles were meaningless. Any immortal items he took out shattered on contact with Long Chen. The current Long Chen was an unmatched devil god, and this middle-aged man was unable to pose any threat to him at all. With his limbs gone, Long Chen struck his body, blowing it to pieces. All that remained was his head. After that, Long Chen stabbed a finger through his head. Black chi then swirled out of Long Chen's forehead. He seemed to have already lost his mind. Reverse to the origin, Heaven Defiance Immortal Slayer. This was a technique that Long Chen had never used before, but in this state, he used it naturally. The middle-aged man's head then exploded, and his blood transformed into a chain that shot into the immortal ceiling palace. After that, Long Chen looked at the channel and saw countless figures at the end. He saw Feng Fei, as well as the half-dead Long Yashan being carried away. However, Long Chen ignored them. His spiritual strength burst forth, making the immortal ceiling palace creak and crack, and fragments of spacetime flew past him. He saw countless 9 underworld hunters and also countless 9-star heirs being killed. Within those scenes, he also saw a certain figure. Brahma. Long Chen let out a heaven-shaking roar when he saw that figure. When he looked at Lord Brahma, he saw the person he wanted to kill the most in his life. His image was not quite the same as Pill Valley's divine statue, but his aura was the same. He was definitely Lord Brahma. After that, the figure moved and his gaze fell on Long Chen. In that instant, the palace exploded and divine energy unfurled. No! The martial heaven continent's experts despaired as this sudden attack was too much. The entire world was just one blow away from breaking. It now collapsed, disintegrating, turning into nothing along with all of them. Long Chen, Meng Qi and the others cried out. When that wave of divine light spread, Long Chen used his own body to receive it for everyone. However, that divine light possessed an unimaginable destructive power. When it fell, Long Chen vanished along with the martial heaven continent. Darkness, endless darkness. Long Chen felt like he was sinking and was filled with resentment. With a single attack, Lord Brahma had destroyed him along with the martial heaven continent. I'm sorry, sovereigns. I'm sorry, martial heaven continent. I'm sorry, everyone, I've disappointed you. Long Chen suddenly let out a scream. Dead. Everyone was dead. He was a failure who had let down everyone's trust. What the hell is wrong with you? You scared me. Long Chen's shout drew countless looks of scorn and angry chiding. Hearing this, Long Chen realized that he was at the bottom of a mountain, sitting on the side of a road. There was a long line of people stretching far into the distance. Why are you arguing with someone who failed? Don't you see how pitiable he is? Said one person. That person helped Long Chen up and comforted. Little brother, a failure is a failure. It's not the end of the world. You can try again 30 years later. Just look at me. I've taken the trial 4 times. I'm already 150 years old, but I haven't given up. Just take some tips from me and get over this failure. Go home and properly cultivate some more and you'll have another chance. At this moment, Long Chen looked around and saw that everyone around him was wearing extravagant clothes. Those materials did not exist on the martial heaven continent. These people's auras were extremely powerful. They had all reached the level of the 13th heaven stage of heaven merging, but they all looked very young. Furthermore, their auras contained immortal qi. Brother, where is this place? Asked Long Chen. That person stared at him in confusion. Oh, you've been beaten stupid. Brother, you should go back to wherever you came from. That person patted Long Chen's shoulder and left to his own place in line, seemingly not knowing how to comfort Long Chen. The surrounding people then looked at Long Chen, some with sympathy and some with scorn. Also, some were pointing and laughing at him. Long Chen's head was dizzy, so he walked in the opposite direction of the line. He walked over to an empty mountain to calm himself down. 9-star heirs truly are admirable. Suddenly, a voice rang out in his mind and made him jump. You're back. Long Chen was happily surprised. This voice was one that he would remember forever. It was that expert from the dragon race that had helped him out once before. This dragon expert had even passed the dragon blood body tempering art to him. How could I not return? If you died, how would I collect on your debt? Are all the 9-star heirs stupid? You don't think about the consequences of your actions. For a little mortal like you to dare to peer at Lord Brahma, you'd have been blown to smithereens if it wasn't for me, said that dragon expert. Senior, are you saying that they're also not dead? Long Chen's voice shuddered. Of course they're not dead. The instant Lord Brahma's attack fell, I sent you all away. Those who reached the 10th heaven stage and were qualified to ascend were sent to the immortal world, while those below that level were sent to an isolated star. The conditions there are far better than on the martial heaven continent. Then what about my brothers and sisters in the Dragon Blood Legion? Asked Long Chen. If everyone was still alive, he wanted to see them. It will probably be a long time before you ever see them again. Chapter 27, 97 Mo Nian formally accepts a master. Alive, everyone is still alive. Mo Nian wept. When the immortal ceiling palace exploded, he held onto Liu Zongying tightly, thinking that they would both die. Unexpectedly, they were saved, and he had even ascended to the immortal world. It was his first time feeling how great it was to be alive. After being saved by a mysterious expert of the dragon race, he learned that the others were also alive. At that moment, he was so overwhelmed that he wept. However, just as he was crying, he heard some strange sounds ring out beside him. Only then did he notice that he was in a cemetery. Not far from him was an extremely ancient gravestone, and there was a dust-covered elder getting to work on it with a chisel and hammer in hand. The sky was dark. Realizing that he was in a cemetery, Mo Nian suddenly wondered if he really hadn't been saved. Was he actually dead? Old man, it's dark out here. You should go home and sleep. What are you doing here? Mo Nian summoned his courage and spoke. The elder didn't even raise his head. He continued striking the gravestone. Child, you should sleep first. Some people wrote my name wrong here, so I'm fixing it. Mo Nian's head buzzed, and his feelings of gratitude vanished. Now he really was unsure if he was dead or alive. Hee, little fellow, you have the air of tombstones on you. You wouldn't be so cowardly, right? The elder put down his tools and looked back at Mo Nian. After that, Mo Nian was startled. The elder's back had looked so sloppy, but from the front he was actually quite handsome. He looked graceful and noble. Junior was unable to see Senior clearly. Please forgive this Junior. Mo Nian was quite smart. Despite not knowing who this elder was, his years of experience and intuition were telling him that this person was definitely not ordinary. The elder waved his hand. Don't talk such nonsense. I was messing around, cough. I was wandering the land when I suddenly felt moved into stopping here for a moment. I'm quite busy, you know, so I'll only give you an incense stick's worth of time. Show me your worth. If you satisfy me, I can accept you under my wing. Mo Nian was startled and didn't quite understand. Hence, the elder impatiently said, let us get right to the point. What do you think about this cemetery? Thinking of what the elder had been doing, Mo Nian suddenly realized something. He then examined his surroundings and cautiously said, this cemetery faces the northeast, with its back pointing toward the southwest. Moreover, both sides are narrow with a wide center. This is typical of a northeast-southwest cemetery. The wind blows from the northeast, while water flows from the southwest. The large tomb at the center must be the node of this feng shui. As a result, this cemetery is most likely fooling people's eyes and ears. It is most likely hiding some hidden mechanisms. The main tomb is likely 900 meters to the north. Mo Nian immediately began to talk nonstop. Perhaps Mo Nian might not be skilled in other things, but when it came to grav-rubbing, he was truly the #1 person in the martial heaven continent. He had even gone to the corrupt god's cemetery multiple times and was skilled in all matters of tombs, including the important feng shui matters. Seeing Mo Nian's eyes shining, the elder gradually smiled. Having started, Mo Nian couldn't stop. The northeast and southwest are covered in soil. The descendants of this tomb's master did not burn enough incense and wanted to use this method to change it. Furthermore, the majority of the gravestone is facing the southwest. This indicates that the master of this tomb did not have enough women in their family. Oh, they didn't want men, but more women. Mo Nian found himself bewildered, feeling like he had made some misjudgment somewhere. Ha, little fellow, you have some skill. This is a branch of a clan whose leaders are women. You were mostly correct in everything that you said, but there are some things very different in the immortal world compared to the mortal world. Since you are able to remember this much, it proves that your talent isn't ordinary. For you to have this great profession in your heart is excellent. The elder laughed, very satisfied with Mo Nian's display. In fact, it seemed to have far exceeded his expectations. He stood up. Little fellow, you're excellent. Your luck is also good to meet me. It can be said that our line of work is known to all within heaven and earth. Since we don't have much time, you can just accept me as master. Starting today, you are my apprentice. I will pass down all my life's learning to you. Disciple Mo Nian greets master. Mo Nian was delighted and hastily went through a formal 9 kowtows. He hadn't expected his luck to be so good. As soon as he entered the immortal world, such a master already accepted him as an apprentice. He would definitely soar. Ha, good. Little apprentice, remember your master's mighty name, Queda. What? Mo Nian couldn't believe his ears. Would someone really give themselves the name of Queda 1? It's Que as in the Que in palace, but they all call me Taoist immoral when it's actually Taoist Queda. Sometimes, I'm influenced by them so the accent sounds a bit off, said the elder. He laughed, and the air of a graceful immortal completely vanished, replaced with certain wickedness that made Mo Nian feel like he had fallen for a con. Good apprentice, come. This is your master's first gift for you. The elder handed a black hat to Mo Nian. Mo Nian was dumbfounded. This black hat didn't have a single divine rune on it, and it didn't look like anything special. Master, Mo Nian wanted to gracefully decline. Taoist Queda seemed to read Mo Nian's thoughts and took out another gift. It was a pair of worn-down leather boots. Seeing this, Mo Nian almost fainted. This master of his was too stingy, wasn't he? Mo Nian truly felt like he had been tricked. He cautiously probed, Master, apprentice's weapons were destroyed in the mortal world. Do you think? Child, do you think that I'm stingy? You think that I can't even provide you with a good weapon? Taoist Queda smiled. After saying that, he took out a shovel. Now, Mo Nian really felt like he would faint. Senior, I'm a bow user, said Mo Nian angrily. He no longer even called him master. He truly felt conned. I know you'll definitely work hard too. Don't worry, with your talent and dedication, plus my guidance, you will definitely become a figure that shakes the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It was unknown if Taoist Queda didn't hear him properly or simply acted like he didn't. Child, do you know the true meaning in me giving you this shovel? Asked Taoist Queda solemnly. What? Mo Nian was startled. It's the start of work. The treasures won't dig themselves out, said Taoist Queda. Damn, you really are immoral. You give me these broken things, and you want me to follow you. Mo Nian finally erupted in fury. Why else would others call me Taoist immoral? Laughed Taoist Queda, seemingly quite pleased with himself. Furthermore, you are about to understand why I gave you those things and how to use them. Just at that moment, the void shuddered and countless terrifying auras erupted. Immortal light blazed, forming a giant formation that trapped everything here. A furious voice rang out. Grave-digging rat, come out and face your death. One Chinese letter, Queda means lacking morals. It sounds the same as his real name, Chinese letter. The Que in his real name means palace when written as Chinese letter. 2. This is a pun on bow user. It sounds the same as a hard worker. So Mo Nian says that he's a bow user hard worker, and Taoist Immoral says that he knows that he's a hard worker. Chapter 27, 98 Strange Master, Odd Disciple. This cemetery was instantly surrounded by countless experts, and Mo Nian's expression changed. These people's auras were many times stronger than the 9 underworld hunters he had encountered. After that, rays of divine light shot toward the 2 of them. Mo Nian cried out in terror. This was too fast for him to even react. However, light suddenly shone from the hat on his head, blocking those attacks. What are you standing there like an idiot for? Run! Taoist Queda pushed Mo Nian. When Mo Nian took a step, his new worn-down leather boots lit up. After that, his body actually floated and he shot away. In just a few steps, he arrived in front of the barrier. It had to be known that upon entering the immortal world, the spiritual yuan in his body was severely suppressed. He was unable to fly like on the martial heaven continent, let alone tear through space with a wave of his hand. In order to fly here, Mo Nian would need to refine some immortal spiritual chi. However, having just ascended, he had no such thing in his body and couldn't even use his magical arts. He was just like a non-cultivator. However, his boots and hat were miraculous, and he was able to activate them with just a thought. Without needing another reminder, he smashed his shovel at the barrier. Boom! A giant hole appeared in the barrier, and the 2 of them fled out of it. The others chased them while cursing. In general, their cursing was about how immoral they were and to stop and fight. Fortunately, Mo Nian's boots brought him flying away. His legs moved so fast they were like wheels. After an hour of running, Mo Nian had long since lost sight of those people. He finally stopped, panting like a dog. The only difference was that he didn't stick his tongue out. Furthermore, after running for so long, he felt his soul ache. He was also dizzy and nauseated. This is the higher plane. The immortal spiritual chi here has been absorbed into your body due to your efforts. You'll get used to it. Once you have become accustomed to the immortal world, your master will pass some secret arts to you. Our line will grow to new heights. Taoist Queda stopped as well. He had been right behind Mo Nian the entire time. I was actually worried for you, but your fleeing skills are amazingly refined. I can tell that you've been chased by countless people in the lower plane. Master, I was foolish before, said Mo Nian, a bit uneasy. He hadn't expected that what he had thought to be trash would actually be treasures. He had gone a bit too far just now. I'm your master. A master is like a father. Why would I quibble with you over these things? Taoist Queda smiled. Master, you're so powerful, so why did we run? Why not beat them? Asked Mo Nian. Although Taoist Queda had yet to show his true power, considering that he was like a phantom following Mo Nian, leaving those other experts in the dust, it was clear he was stronger than them. Does it have anything to do with being stronger? I dug out their tombs. It's rude, so I will kindly make up for it by not returning punches or curses. Remember, little one, this is the rule of our line. Don't break it, said Taoist Queda solemnly. Master, what kind of line are we in? Is it some sect? Asked Mo Nian. Listen well. We are the line of the immeasurable palace. I am the 97th generation palace master, and you are my only disciple. In the future, you will be the 98th generation palace master, said Taoist Queda. Mo Nian was delighted. He hadn't expected to muddle his way into such a grand power as soon as he entered the immortal world. His future prospects were truly immeasurable. Haha, excellent. I'll make that little fellow Long Chen die of envy the next time we meet. Mo Nian laughed delightedly. It seemed that he could already see the day of millions of immortals worshipping him. Who is Long Chen? Asked Taoist Queda randomly. He's the only one to put me at a disadvantage when it comes to showing off. But that fellow's luck is terrible. He definitely won't have this kind of good luck like me, said Mo Nian, very pleased. Master, where is our immeasurable palace located? Can you bring your disciple to see it? There's no need for such a thing. Why not? It was torn down. Taoist Queda shrugged helplessly. What? Mo Nian was dumbfounded. Then can't you build a new one? Where are the immeasurable palace's disciples? Aren't they right here? Taoist Queda stared at him. Are you kidding? Don't tell me that in the entire immeasurable palace, I'm the only disciple. Taoist Queda nodded. That's correct. Starting at the 37th generation, we started to pass down our inheritance from one master to one apprentice all the way to now. Mo Nian almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. It was completely different from his imagination. Why does it feel like your immeasurable palace has already declined? Are you conning me? Hee, that's the wrong way to put it. Child, 8,000 years ago, I swept through the 100 domains and 1,000 prefectures in search of an outstanding successor, but I didn't find a single person I could pass my inheritance down to. If I didn't have a bit of power, do you think I'd be so picky? Let me put it to you this way. If you can learn everything I have to teach, there will be no one in this world who dares to offend you. Of course, if you are skilled enough, you can revitalize our immeasurable palace. Then you would be the most amazing figure other than our immeasurable immortal venerate, said Taoist Queda. Mo Nian felt stunned, not knowing how much of what this old fellow was saying was true. Furthermore, the latter's wretched smile did not feel reliable. As the two of them spoke, an immortal sword slashed through the void, making Mo Nian feel like his soul would explode. He didn't know what kind of existence had just appeared. Suddenly, Taoist Queda's wretched smile vanished. He then unleashed a palm, and a rainbow bridge appeared in the air. The rainbow bridge was destroyed but blocked the attack. Meanwhile, Taoist Queda grabbed Mo Nian and fled. Who is that? How are they so terrifying? Asked Mo Nian. It's an immortal king. In terms of power, he's sloppy, but he's completely unreasonable and immoral. For this kind of person, I decided to clean out his ancestral tomb, and he's been chasing me for 3 days. According to the rules, I can't fight back, so I can only flee. Don't worry, you'll get used to it in a few years. Your master will lead you through various ancient tombs to excavate the remnants of history and find the mystery of the immeasurable palace's fall, said Taoist Queda. Who would have thought that just a few years from now, this immoral Taoist would raise a figure who would shake the entire immortal world? Chapter 27, 99 Destitute Xuanhuan. This was a tranquil forest of towering trees. Every tree here was huge, even bigger than the star-field divine world's mother tree. Such giant trees had actually formed a forest stretching far beyond the horizon. A blood-colored moon hung in the sky. This blood moon was very large. Furthermore, it was a constant in the sky. It didn't move. Its light nourished this forest. Deep within the forest was a long-haired elder. He sat on top of a mountain, basking in the light of the blood moon. He seemed to be breathing in its radiance. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. A middle-aged man appeared before him. The elder asked, "You still haven't found the Wolf Emperor's sprout?" The man shook his head, causing the elder to sigh. That one slip caused us to lose the Wolf Emperor's egg. There are too many powers that worship us. It's impossible to tell where it went. It's been 1,000,000 years with still no news. Ancestor, Lord Brahma's side has sent word. Tell him to scram as far as he can and stop disturbing our moon-howling heavenly wolf race. We will not be threatened. If he doesn't like it, we can fight to the death. There are no cowards here, snorted the elder. This elder was the ancestral patriarch of the moon-howling heavenly wolf race. This was their ancestral land, the blood moon divine domain. Another person came over, respectfully reporting, "Someone from the 9 underworld line came, asking to see you." The man frowned. "The 9 underworld line has nothing to do with us. Those despicable assassins can scram." Wait, the elder suddenly asked, "Why did they come?" They said that they noticed a member of our race in a lower plane. It had the mark of a blood moon on its forehead. What? Both the middle-aged man and the elder shook, filled with disbelief. Let go of me, I have to find my brother Long. Wilder roared angrily, transforming into a giant form, but he was still pushed down by another giant hand. His struggling tore a massive hole in the ground, but he was unable to escape that hand. He was surrounded by a group of giants who were even bigger than him. All of them possessed powerful physical bodies, to the point that their blood chi looked like it was about to explode. "Your brother Long isn't in the same domain. You won't be able to find him," said the giant, pressing him down with a smile. The surrounding people seemed to be watching happily. They were smiling, and yet when one of them spoke, his voice was like thunder booming in the air. "I still have to find him. He treats me well. You don't treat me well," roared Welda. However, he was like a baby fighting adults. The power that he was so proud of was useless. After 2 hours, he was finally out of energy and stopped struggling. His stomach grumbled thunderously. A giant dish thumped onto the ground in front of him. There was a giant earthen dragon on the dish. Without a word, Wilda grabbed it and stuffed his face. As soon as he recovered, he tried running away, only to be grabbed by someone. The same scene repeated itself. The surrounding people seemed to have already gotten used to this. They continued watching. They were like giant mountains soaring into the grounds, but it wasn't mountains, it was giants. Their shoulders were amongst the clouds. These giants smiled with gratification as they watched Welda. One of the elders said, "The barbarian king's reincarnation has actually been sent here. It seems that there's hope for our barbarian race." Just as our karmic luck was about to run out, the barbarian king's reincarnation appears. Our line can once more soar. "Little girl, you have Imputa's aura on you. It's a bit dislikable, but your talent, aptitude, and that look in your eyes has moved me. I can see your desire to get stronger. I can break the rules and accept you as a disciple, but you must promise to endure the pain of cleansing your soul in order to remove Imputa's mark on you. Are you willing?" asked a woman in tight clothing and short hair. "As long as I can get stronger, I am willing to do anything." The speaker was Dong Minju. Before her was an existence who struck terror in the hearts of countless people. "Good. Starting today, you as my Yi Washeng's disciple. But remember, you are only a disciple. If you want to become my personal apprentice, you can deliver Imputa's head to me first. That can be considered a formal gift between master and apprentice," said the short-haired woman. "That's just what I wanted." Dong Minju nodded. She hated this despicable killing god. The woman smiled slightly. Dong Minju seemed to please her. Holding her hand, she vanished into the void with her. Yue Zifeng stared at the lofty mountain in front of him. An overwhelming sword will fill this entire world. At the peak of the mountain was a sword. The sword was stabbed not only through the mountain but through the sky as well. The stars revolved around it, giving off endless majesty. "Boss, take care of yourself. When we meet again, I'll protect you." Yue Zifeng took a deep breath and began climbing the mountain. From the sky, he was like an ant climbing a giant mountain. However, his footsteps persevered staunchly. "Big brother, I've admired the Heavenly Dragon Divine Armor College for a long time. I've come a long way to study here. I beg of you to let me join in the trial. Once I pass, we will be apprentice brothers. With my talent, I will definitely soar and repay you when the time comes." Xuanhuan had spent 7 days here to learn how people spoke here. This was the Divine Armor College's registration stand. There would only be one chance to enroll every 3 years. It was said that it was the strongest college for forging armor within this star field. There was an endless stream of people applying. However, just applying cost 300 immortal crystals. To Xuanhuan, who had only just ascended, that was an impossible price. He didn't have any of this world's currency. He had tried to go to a pawnshop and sell what he had, but when he took out the divine materials of the martial heaven continent, he was directly kicked out. If it wasn't due to how weak he was, people would probably have beaten him, thinking he was trying to waste their time. The lower planes' divine materials were trash here. People wouldn't take it even if you gave it to them. Helplessly, Xuanhuan could only resort to begging, hoping to muddle his way in. As long as he could take the test, he was confident that he could pass. After all, in terms of battle armors, he had devoted himself for a long time. Joining this college was paramount to his future. "You again? Scram, this isn't a charity. Can someone as poor as you even afford to build a single set of battle armor?" "Don't joke," scoffed a disciple. Chapter 2800 Help. Studying how to build the best battle armor was a money-burning process. Without a profound foundation of wealth, there was no way to carry it out. Xuanhuan's poor appearance didn't appear to be one with money, causing these disciples to look down on him. "Don't look down on others. If you want, we can bet who can create the best armor on paper right now. If I win, you let me attend the trial. If I lose, I'll immediately leave and never bother you again," raged Xuanhuan. It was tough to be poor. On the martial heaven continent, Xuanhuan had as much money as he wanted, and Long Chen was always there to support him. Now he was powerless though, so he had to enter this college. Quite a few people side-eyed Xuanhuan with some surprise. Did he really have some skill to dare to challenge the college's disciples, or was he simply crazy? "Scram, who has time to bet with you? Do you not see how many people are lined up?" barked that disciple. He sent a palm at Xuanhuan. Seeing this, Xuanhuan instinctively raised his arm to block, but he didn't expect that just as that person's palm was about to meet his arm, thin lines would appear over his hand, transforming into a refined glove. Xuanhuan then felt a powerful force send him flying, and he tumbled through the air before smashing into a wall. Blood dripped out of his mouth. "Halasa!" Quite a few disdainful laughs rang out from the crowd. Xuanhuan furiously cursed, "Just wait, I'll remember this. Once I find my boss Long Chen, I'll come back." When Xuanhuan thought about vengeance for these wrongs, the first thing he thought of was Long Chen, and his boss's name randomly popped out of his mouth. "Long Chen, who's that? Is he very famous? Have him come find me," said that disciple disdainfully. "You know Long Chen, the martial heaven continent's Long Chen." Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out. Only now did people notice that a war chariot had appeared in the sky. The war chariot was covered in magical symbols. When those disciples saw it, they hastily bowed. "Greetings, Earthmaster." The symbols on the chariot were a token of the owner's status. In the heavenly, Dragon Divine Armor College, only those who had reached the level of an Earthmaster were qualified to sit in such a chariot. Furthermore, the current speaker was one of the female Earthmasters. "Who are you?" Xuanhuan wiped the blood off of his mouth. He cautiously looked at the war chariot. "Rude brat, properly respond to the Earthmaster's question," barked the disciple. After that, the front doors of the chariot opened to the side, and a woman walked out, looking to be in her 20s. Her legs were longer than a normal person's legs, and her black hair fell to her waist. Her bright eyes stood out on her face. She then smiled at Xuanhuan. "Is Long Chen well? Has he ascended yet?" she asked. "You know my boss?" asked Xuanhuan in disbelief. "First answer me. Did you come from the martial heaven continent?" When Xuanhuan nodded, she asked again, "Does he have a pair of sword-like eyebrows? When he's not smiling, he looks very fierce, but when he does smile, it looks a bit evil. He also has a pitch-black dragon bone saber that looks extremely ferocious." You really do know my boss?" Xuanhuan was startled. How could someone in the higher plane know Long Chen? Most importantly, since Long Chen was a 9-star heir, Xuanhuan didn't dare to recklessly expose Long Chen's identity. However, this woman knew so many details about his appearance and even Evil Moon, so she had definitely met him before. He good, so has he come to the higher plane? Where is he?" she asked. "He should also be in the higher plane, but we were separated. I don't know where he is," said Xuanhuan, feeling aggrieved. Without Long Chen, it felt like he had lost the lantern lighting his way. That was because ever since he had encountered Long Chen, it could be said that Long Chen had been looking after the Dragonblood Legion. Hence, for Xuanhuan to go from a second-rate hoodlum to his current level was all thanks to Long Chen holding his hand. He sighed inside. He was worried for Long Chen, but he also realized that he had been too dependent on Long Chen for too long. In the face of this foreign world, he felt powerless and afraid. He, Xuanhuan, had never been a strong person himself. How regretful. This world is so big. The 9 heavens, 10 lands, 100 domains, 1,000 prefectures. Finding one person within this world is too difficult. The woman was disappointed, but she quickly smiled. "That's all right, such a powerful fellow doesn't need to be worried about. As long as we keep him in our hearts, we'll definitely receive news from him sooner or later. So just now, I heard that they were fighting with you." "Earthmaster, it wasn't like this. He was messing around rudely. He didn't pay the fee for the test, so we were just following the rules," cried out that disciple hastily. "He is right. The main thing is I'm broke," said Xuanhuan, ashamed. "It's not embarrassing to be poor. I was also poor back then. That's the only reason I took the risk of making money in the netherworld, and it was due to this that I met your boss. I could reach this level thanks to your boss's help. All right, I'll pay for your fee. Even if you fail, it's fine. I can arrange other things for you. I'll look after you." "Thank you, big sister." Xuanhuan was ecstatic to the point that he almost wept. In the end, he still was benefiting from his boss. Just like that, Xuanhuan swaggered into the testing region with that woman. She directly sent him through. "Ah, that's right, I still don't know your name, big sister," said Xuanhuan. "I am Zai Kainqian." In a dark world filled with the air of rot, menacing trees gave off a pressuring and frightful feeling. One could see giant vines curling around them like dragons. Big sister, don't worry. This is my race's land. I've awakened my inheritance so no one here will dare to touch you. Just treat it as your own home. Liu Ruyan held Chu Yao's hand as they stood within this terrifying forest. Chu Yao was a bit pale from this place's aura. Suddenly, the giant trees parted, forming a path for them. Just like that, Liu Ruyan walked through with Chu Yao. This place was one of the immortal world's lands of great danger, the Corpse Devil Demon Forest. Chapter 28. Oh, one opportunity lies up ahead. Big sister Meng Qi, where are we? Cloud looked at the mountain gate ahead of her and clenched Meng Qi's hand. Just this gate alone gave off terrifying spiritual fluctuations. It was like a heavenly wall blocking all life outside. Meng Qi nodded. According to that senior, the Soul Dream Immortal venerates inheritances here, and we can get stronger by cultivating here. I no longer want to see Long Chen bleed and cry. Next time, I'll be the one protecting him. After that, Cloud returned to Meng Qi's spiritual space, and Meng Qi staunchly walked toward the mountain gate. Disciple Tang Wan'er greets Master. Tang Wan'er properly kowtowed toward a beautiful woman who looked as if she had walked right out of a painting. She was surrounded by swirling immortal qi. That woman pulled Tang Wan'er up and nodded approvingly. Starting today, you are the final disciple of the one known as Feng Xinyu. Remember, starting today, it is no longer permitted for anyone to bully you, or it would be a loss of your master's face. If you can't beat someone, you can find your senior apprentice brothers and sisters. If they also can't beat them, you can come find me. In a land of white snow and black ice, two women stared at each other. Both of them wore clothes as white as snow, and they were peerlessly beautiful. However, they were both completely expressionless, like two statues of ice goddesses. One of them was Yi Zhikyu. The other was an equally icy woman looking to be in her 30s. The two of them stared at each other within the ice and snow. They were silent for a full 2 hours, neither of them moving. Finally, it was that woman who said, "Are you willing to be my disciple?" Her voice was completely emotionless. Furthermore, it sounded a bit off, as if she hadn't spoken in so long that she had forgotten how to. "I am willing." Yi Zhikyu nodded. "Let's go." The woman turned and walked away. Yi Zhikyu then silently followed behind her, both of them not saying another word. Just like that, they vanished into the world of ice and snow. Xiaoqian, you have strong karma tying you to the 9-star heir. You must work hard if you wish to help him. We have managed to preserve our complete inheritance along with the strongest divine abilities of the original devil race here. This is the best place for you to cultivate. In a divine palace, an old crone holding a cane was speaking to Yue Xiaoqian. In front of her was a mountain-sized pile of bone books, and divine light flowed from them. Countless techniques of the original devil race were recorded within. Yue Xiaoqian ended up in the original devil race's ancestral land upon being sent to the immortal world. After that, she was shocked to find the original devil race's complete inheritance. "Long Chen, I'll go all out cultivating. I won't let you bleed or cry again." Yue Xiaoqian bit her lip and swore inside. Yue Xiaoqian had never expected someone like Long Chen to howl and weep like he had. His shoulders had held up the heavens, but that didn't stop the ones he cared about from dying. Seeing him in that state had cut her heart. Now that she had a chance to get stronger, she didn't waste a single second. She would not permit such a thing to repeat itself. "Xia Chen, bring the line drawing liquid." "Xia Chen, there's not enough magic adherence hides here." "Xia Chen, what are you doing? You're so slow, hurry up." Xia Chen was covered in sweat. He hastily brought over the things that those people were requesting. "Little fellow, let me tell you, I only let you become a worker here because I pity you. I'm taking the risk of being scolded for this. Thus, you have to be clever, treat these people well. These are future respected formation masters. We can't offend them. Although our work is tiring, we still get paid a lot. Cherish this chance," murmured a somewhat fat disciple beside Xia Chen. Yes, I understand. Thank you, big brother. I won't cause you any trouble," said Xia Chen hastily. Future formation masters. Bullshit. He was capable of using his feet to draw better formations than them. If the Spirit Rune Pavilion didn't need a fee to enter, would he need to bend to them? It was said that this Spirit Rune Pavilion was a first-rate college even in the entire immortal world. However, due to some management problems, it had declined. But it still had several supreme treasures, existences that could be considered immortal canons in the formation world. So even if there were problems with management, countless people still came here for those immortal cannons. Chen was working like a dog here as he researched the materials and techniques of this place. After all, this was the immortal world, and their study of the immortal Tao's runes was incredibly profound. The martial heaven continent's formations were like a cup of water compared to a giant sea here. However, Chen was the most outstanding formation master of the martial heaven continent. Compared to these newly entered disciples, his fundamentals were 100 times better. These divine runes were instantly memorized with just one look from Chen, while these disciples could spend half a day to remember part of it, only for a distraction to cause them to completely forget it. In their anger, they would vent at Chen and the other workers. Even these pigs can learn formations. Just wait, you'll only have this one chance to shout at me. Hee, let's switch places. Chen looked at those irritable disciples and a faint smile appeared on his face. Back to the mountain, Long Chen was filled with gratitude to learn that the dragon expert had sent everyone to their own opportunities. This battle of the martial heaven continent had been a huge blow to him. He hadn't managed to protect the continent, and it had been ultimately destroyed. The hopes of the 5 sovereigns were let down. If it weren't for the dragon expert, he would have been destroyed along with the martial heaven continent. In his hands, everything had been smashed apart. Thinking of how he had promised the 5 sovereigns, he was filled with guilt. Long Chen, you have to work hard. Don't think that being a 9-star heir is so great. Those brothers of yours are like seeds who will sprout after this experience. If you don't work hard, it really will fall to them to protect you. In the past, 9-star heirs were all solitary figures without a single friend, but you're different. Perhaps it's because of this that I took the risk of saving you. I want to gamble, and a portion of those chips are placed on you. I hope that you can grow up a bit faster. Perhaps you will be able to help me at that time, but the current you is too weak. Don't be defeated by this failure. Recover and find your confidence again. Return to the fearless you, said the dragon expert. Senior, don't worry. It can be said that I have been reborn today. In the immortal world, I will create my own slice of heaven and earth. I won't allow the disaster of the martial heaven continent to repeat itself. Long Chen clenched his fists. Good, then your chance has come. It's just up to you if you can grasp it, said the dragon expert. Chapter 28, O2 High Firmament Academy. What opportunity? Asked Long Chen. This is the High Firmament Academy. It is the academy with the deepest foundation within the 100 domains and 1,000 prefectures. Although it has declined, it will be of immense help to you. If you want to stand out within the immortal world, this is the best stepping stone. There are also records of 9-star heirs in the academy. If you want to understand yourself, that will be a good start. I sent you here because I feel like the High Firmament Academy is best suited to you. However, no one can change the fate of a 9-star heir. You are the only one who can decide what to do. In the end, you'll have to rely on yourself, said the dragon expert. Since Senior thinks that this is the best place for me, I'll muddle around here for a while. However, Senior, can you help me see where my friends from the martial heaven continent are? Long Chen knew that this expert had saved him and also the others. But he still wasn't completely at ease when it came to his father, his mother, his little sister, and the others that had helped him. No problem, close your eyes. I will share my sight with you. After Long Chen closed his eyes, stars appeared in his vision. They were like grains of sand in his view, startling him. Looking up, he saw larger clusters of stars. There were 9 of them in total, and below each cluster was a giant star. These giant stars were even bigger than the 9 clusters. Long Chen wanted to keep looking when the dragon expert's voice rang out in his mind. Don't look around randomly. Do not invoke karma for nothing. Long Chen's vision then passed through countless stars. It was like he was walking the corridor of spacetime, and he quickly arrived at one particular star. This star was constantly growing. At the same time, he saw broken stars lying all around. They were closer, so he could see the scars of battle. Some were fractured and floating within the starry sky. Everything he saw was ruined, and countless stars were broken. Some battlefields still had blood staining them. He also saw some faint chains at the bottom of these stars. They were translucent, almost like spider webs. He didn't know where they stretched off to. In this tribulation, the martial heaven continent was just one battlefield, so it's a far greater plot. Seeing those broken stars infuriated Long Chen. Just what had caused enough hatred for someone to indiscriminately slaughter innocent lives? Was there such a thing as justice in this world? Don't look back. Long Chen followed those lines. It felt as if those threads led back to right behind him, But when he wanted to turn back, the dragon expert stopped him. "Some things are not for the current you to touch. That will only expose you more quickly," chided the dragon expert sternly. "Junior understands," said Long Chen. "You've already awakened the purgatory eyes. Once they are activated, it will also activate the specific hegemon chi of the 9-star heirs. That is the other entirely different power of the 9-star line other than their astral power. It can be considered a condensation of all negative emotions within this world. This power far surpasses your astral power, but once it is used, you will lose all reasoning and become a berserk devil. That is why you were so crazy when you activated your purgatory eyes that you directly chased the source all the way to Lord Brahma's image. You were a fool who only wanted to kill without thinking about the consequences. There is simply no way to describe the difference between the two of you with words. That purgatory power will ignite the suppressed emotions in your heart, and you will become so crazy that you won't even recognize your friends. You will only kill." The 9 underworld hunters are very sensitive to this aura. They have special tools for tracking this aura down, so I've temporarily sealed your purgatory eyes. They won't activate again for at least a short time. The image of the pill fairy dying in front of him suddenly hit him with full force. His grief and fury had devoured him in an instant. After that, everything went dark. By the time he came back to his senses, he thought that he was already dead. He didn't recall anything about the time the purgatory eyes activated. He didn't even know what kind of power that was. It was like it hadn't happened. There was a time in hell when your life was in danger. Your purgatory eyes might have been activated by how deep within hell you were. It was Evil Moon who knocked you unconscious and stopped the purgatory eyes from consuming you. Evil Moon didn't know what your purgatory eyes were, but as a member of the dark race, it was far more sensitive toward that sinister and domineering power. It did this because it didn't want you to be the same as it, a solitary killer. "It had been changed by you and liked your life, your world," said the dragon expert. Another wave of grief washed over Long Chen. The companion that he had depended on all this time had also left him. The dragon expert continued, "However, the purgatory eyes are actually the dark side of your inner heart. The more you suppress it, the more you feed it. That is also why this seal is simply temporary. This kind of power cannot be stopped for too long. If too long passes, it will be completely uncontrollable. This is why all members of the 9-star line are solitary existences, but you are a strange variant of the 9-star heirs. As for how you overcome the 9-star hegemon body art, it will be up to you." Long Chen nodded inside. No one could help him with such a thing. He could only rely on himself. Suddenly, a certain star appeared within his eyes. This was a star filled with life, and there were no chains connected to this star. "This is a pure land that has escaped the battle. Their lives are all good here." Long Chen saw the martial heaven continent's people in this world. They were exploring the new world. Although there were no indigenous people here, there were many fierce beasts. Hence, they had to gather all their power to fight the fierce beasts. Long Chen, then, saw people begin excavating ores and refining weapons to fight their enemies. After that, he quickly saw his father and mother. He also saw Xiaowu. Upon seeing that they were safe, his heart was finally at ease. As for the center of where they were gathered, they had built a giant plaza. The center of this plaza had a giant statue erected with countless people constantly kowtowing to it. This statue was him. Chapter 28:03 Long Chen's Oath. "If you wish to, you can leave a strand of your divine will on this statue. It will then become a seed to gather faith energy and will definitely help you in the future," said the dragon expert. Long Chen shook his head. "They kowtow to me due to gratitude, but if I were to leave a seed of my divine will, it would become a kind of deceit. I disdain doing such a thing." Upon ascending to the immortal world, Long Chen seemed to understand many things that he hadn't before. He gained a deeper understanding of the god inheritances left in the lower plane. When it came to accepting these people's worship, he didn't feel anything wrong with it. He knew that they weren't just kowtowing to him but also kowtowing to the 5 sovereigns, to Big Brother Yun Tian, to Senior Ling Yunzi, the Old Man, Kajianying, and the other countless heroes who had sacrificed themselves. This statue stood as a testament to their heroism. It was for them to recall just how painful that battle was and to make them cherish their current peace. Perhaps a long time from now, when they had gotten used to peace, they would forget this pain, forget this history. When the memories grew faint, people would question the history and turn it into a story. They would then overthrow this history, just like those people who had questioned the existence of the sovereigns. After the scab fell and the pain was forgotten, people would forget the heroes. But while that scab was still there, Long Chen was sure that they would remember what respect and gratitude were. After such a fierce battle, he was confident that the people of the martial heaven continent wouldn't be fighting amongst themselves, at least for a short time. With those memories and the threat of the fierce beasts outside, they would cherish their current life. Furthermore, he saw that everyone felt great respect for his parents and sister. Their safety was something he didn't need to worry about. Suddenly, the vision faded and Long Chen slowly opened his eyes. His soul returned to home, to reality. For a moment, Long Chen was lost in his emotions. Other than his father and mother, he also saw many familiar faces. There was Xia Yuluo, Xia Yunkang, Ayang Qiuyu, Shui Wuhan. He even saw Xiao Hua from back then amongst the crowd. However, it was just a glance. He didn't even have a chance to get a closer look before his vision ended. "Senior, I really have to thank you. In the future, no matter what you need, I will definitely repay you for this great favor," swore Long Chen. This favor was truly huge. "The current you is still too weak. If you want to repay me, work hard to survive. Stop doing things that will get you killed, then you might have a chance to help me." The dragon expert sighed. All 9-star heirs were like that. "Junior will follow your instructions," said Long Chen. "Speaking of which, Senior, do you know where my biological father and mother are?" Now that Long Chen was in the immortal world, the pressing thing was to find his biological parents' whereabouts. "Your father and mother are still alive, so don't worry about that, but their lives aren't going as they wish. In your current state, knowing where they are is meaningless. You are too weak and you can't help anyone. You should focus on yourself. Other than that, don't try to find that person who keeps sending you messages. His situation is even worse and he can't help you. The owner of that voice wanted you to awaken, but due to multiple reasons, it has always ended in failure. In the end, that girl still used her own life to make you awaken," said the dragon expert. "Senior, you must know about Xuanhuan's reincarnation. Can you tell me where she is?" asked Long Chen. "She went through 1,000 reincarnations to awaken you. Your fates are tightly bound. Even if you don't search for her, she will appear before you. However, after accomplishing the mission behind her reincarnations, the power of that reincarnation will dissipate. She will no longer have those memories. That is why she was very afraid. She was afraid of her next reincarnation marrying someone else. The love of 1,000 reincarnations would vanish just like that." Even the dragon expert sighed here. It was also affected by the pill fairy's deep emotions. Hearing that he would sooner or later run into Yu Qingxuan and that his parents were also still alive, Long Chen felt much steadier. He also grew more confident. "I'll have to make sure to live happily starting today. That's the only way to live up to their sacrifices." Long Chen took a deep breath and clenched his fists. So many people had died in that battle. Their lives, their hopes were now with him, so he couldn't wallow in this failure. He had to live even better and cultivate even harder for them. Long Chen slowly formed hand seals, but he quickly sighed. As expected, in the immortal world, the martial heaven continent's magical arts were useless. The spiritual chi of the martial heaven continent was a completely different concept from the immortal spiritual energy of this place. Here, he was like someone who didn't even know cultivation. Originally, Long Chen had been planning on finding Long Yashin's location after coming to the immortal world. The black soil pill that Long Yashin had swallowed not only caused him immense pain, but it also left a brand of the black soil's aura on him. That was why Long Chen let him off. It was to find where he went afterward and conveniently come clean them up as well, while also getting a step in the direction of finding his parents. The aura of the immortal world was completely different from the martial heaven continent, so Long Chen would have to learn how to control this immortal spiritual chi first. No matter how big the immortal world was, as long as he kept sensing, he would sooner or later find in which direction the brand was. Then he would be able to find Long Yashin. "All right, it seems that you've regained your confidence. Good. I'll leave now. Be careful. Remember, 9-star heirs cannot see the light of day. Once you are exposed, you will find countless people hunting you down. Your purgatory eyes might have been temporarily sealed, and you've also changed your 9 stars so they're no longer completely the same, but it would be best if you didn't expose it much. The High Firmament Academy has countless ancient tomes and immortal arts. It is the oldest academy within the 100 domains and 1,000 prefectures. I don't need to tell you what to do, right?" said the dragon expert. "Yes, it would be best if I can find some cultivation techniques that look similar to the 9-star Hegemon body art to mask it." Long Chen nodded. There was no way he could avoid fighting in the immortal world. If he couldn't use his divine ring or battle armor, he would be killed. Thus, the best method was to find other cultivation techniques and skills that would cover his skills up. making people think that they looked similar but weren't the same. It's good that you understand. The path is beneath your feet, the rest is up to you. After saying that, the dragon expert's aura vanished. Ah, senior, you forgot to tell me where Xuanhuan went, exclaimed Long Chen suddenly. Regretfully, the dragon expert's aura had already vanished. It didn't reply. Fine, if everyone else was set up, I suppose Xuanhuan wouldn't be left behind. Senior must have some reason for not telling me. Brothers, just wait for me. The name of Master Long San will resound through the immortal world. Long Chen looked to the sun and swore his oath. He then turned around and walked back toward the long line. Chapter 28:04 Stripped of Qualifications. Oh, isn't that the fellow who cried when he failed? Why is he back? He's smiling and looks confident. Did he really go crazy? Who knows? There are always a few people like that with every test. I'm used to it, said someone disdainfully. It seemed that this speaker didn't realize that his words were telling everyone that he had failed many times. The line was incredibly long. On the martial heaven continent, he would arrive at the end of the continent with a single step, but here it took him an hour of walking. When his pace was fast, he began to pant slightly. His chest hurt, forcing him to slow down. He had just ascended to the immortal world, so his mortal aura had yet to transform. Absorbing too much immortal spiritual chi at once would hurt. However, he quickly saw a large tablet up ahead. It was a jade tablet around 10 meters tall, and light flowed on top of it. He then pressed his hand against this tablet. This was the Jade tablet for the High Firmament Academy's disciple recruitment. Just by pressing a hand against it, one would obtain all the information needed. When Long Chen had asked someone about how to register, that person had told him of the Jade tablet's existence. When his hand pressed against it, a large amount of information flooded into his head. Countless characters also branded themselves in his mind. They're actually immortal characters, and they're teaching us these for free. Long Chen was startled. On the martial heaven continent, such a spiritual inheritance cost quite a bit of energy to maintain, so only important inheritances were transmitted this way. Such an inheritance cost a fortune for ordinary sects. However, here, it was like it was free. Not only did he get the information he needed, but the basic immortal runes were also part of this inheritance. There was actually quite a large difference between these immortal characters and the immortal characters known on the martial heaven continent. Since every immortal character possessed some of the charms of the immortal Tao, upon knowing such a large number of immortal characters, Long Chen even felt his body get more used to the surrounding immortal spiritual chi. It was magical. However, these immortal characters were all basic, which was why they were free. They only taught a bit about the High Firmament Academy's history, foundation, inheritance, and rules. This general information was very detailed only when it came to the registration process for disciples. This place held trials once every 30 years, and anyone under 300 years and whose cultivation base had reached the peak of mortal transcendence could participate. Long Chen didn't know what this mortal transcendence realm was exactly, but seeing that most of the people in line were at the 13th heaven stage of heaven merging, he supposed that the heaven merging realm of the martial heaven continent was equivalent to the mortal transcendence realm here. Going from mortal to immortal, ascending to a higher plane, that should be the case. The immortal spiritual chi here is probably enough to directly blow apart a nether passage expert, thought Long Chen. Age of 300 years as a cutoff for disciple recruitment was unheard of on the martial heaven continent, but here in the immortal world, it seemed to be normal. Of course, on the martial heaven continent, the heaven merging realm was the absolute apex. Here, it was only the minimum requirement for the trial. That was only natural. The trials of the High Firmament Academy included dozens of examinations, some for certain levels and some more for specific specialties. It was only after going through all these examinations could one qualify to become a disciple of the High Firmament Academy. It could be said that the disciple selection was very strict. Long Chen looked back at the endless line and the slow rate of advancement, and he got nervous inside. It seemed that the waiting would be a bit long. "Excuse me, pretty lady, may I ask how long you've been waiting here?" asked Long Chen to a gentle-looking woman in line. Perhaps it was because his tongue was sweet that she happily replied, "I've been in line for 3 months. I estimate that it'll be my turn around half a month from now. Little brother, you're an ascender from the lower world, right? You probably don't have any immortal crystals. Do you want Big Sister to lend you some? You can register that way." This woman was quite kind. Long Chen's heavy mortal air showed her that he probably wasn't born in the immortal world. Those who ascended from the lower world were particularly poor because the things that they brought with them were all worthless here. Seeing his shabby and broken robes, the woman couldn't help feeling pity for Long Chen. Hearing the woman's words, quite a few people side-eyed Long Chen. It had to be known that the fee for this trial was not cheap. This woman was actually willing to lend him such a large sum. Many thanks, big sister. I'm just curious though. I'm still not sure if I'm going to participate in these trials, said Long Chen gratefully. There's no need for you to participate. It's not like you can pass. Don't waste those immortal crystals, sneered someone. It was unknown if this person was just jealous, or if he fundamentally looked down on ascenders, but he seemed to truly dislike Long Chen. The woman's expression sank slightly. For her to be willing to help Long Chen was a matter between the two of them. Hence, for someone to interject themselves into her matters angered her. Big sister, it's all right. For you to quibble with trash like this is a loss of your status. Long Chen waved it off. He had seen far too many idiots like this to bother with them. The wait time of 3.5 months was too long, and he didn't have that much time to waste. He was thinking of another way to directly enter the academy. Who are you calling trash, you lower world degenerate? Cursed that person angrily. Long Chen instinctively, without any hesitation, slapped that guy in the face. As a result, half of that guy's face exploded and blood splashed. He then tumbled back, half his teeth flying through the air. The surrounding people jumped. Long Chen looked worn down and weak, but he was quite vicious. The immortal world's people really are different. I was actually worried I would kill him. Long Chen himself jumped. This slap was instinctual, so he only reacted enough to pull back half the force. Despite that, its power was astonishing enough to explode half of this guy's face. Fortunately, his skull was intact. This fact showed Long Chen that those of the immortal world truly had tough physical bodies. That person furiously shot up. However, before he could charge at Long Chen, he once more spun and fell, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Long Chen's slap had caused internal injuries to him. As soon as he tried to use his power, a rush of blood came over him, almost knocking him unconscious. Who is making a ruckus here? At this time, 2 disciples of the High Firmament Academy in silver armor walked over. Upon seeing them, Long Chen's heart shook. These 2 possessed powerful auras, not at all inferior to that middle-aged 9 underworld hunter. Just the disciples guarding the gate were already so powerful. The High Firmament Academy was truly strong. I was asking some questions. After that, he cursed me and I slapped him. Long Chen shrugged and reported what had happened. The disciple who had spoken frowned slightly, looking from Long Chen to the other man. After that, he coldly said, "Both of you are stripped of your qualifications to attend the trials." "That's not fair," howled that person furiously. Chapter 28:05 Dirty Tricks. It really is unfair. He was clearly the one picking a fight. This junior brother is innocent. You shouldn't strip him of his right to participate. The woman spoke up for Long Chen's innocence. On the other hand, Long Chen shrugged. "No, I feel like this is correct. Without rules, there is no order. Your way of handling this matter is fair, right, just effective and precise. In any case, I wasn't planning on participating." Long Chen turned and left, leaving the other person dumbfounded. Long Chen might not mind, but this guy had been in line for 3 months. He had passed through many checkpoints to have this chance for a great future, so how could he end up buried here? "Big brother, I am Pan Mingxiang. You don't know me, but you definitely know my big brother. He is Pan Mingjiang, a core disciple," he cried out. The Academy's disciples were also split into different tiers: probationary disciples, outer disciples, inner disciples, and core disciples. These people here were only in line for a chance to be probationary disciples. As for core disciples, they were elites picked out from millions and millions of geniuses. Their position was very high. This Pan Mingxiang only felt superior to the others in line because of the existence of his big brother in the academy. Because of it, he had ended up acting quite disdainful to others in line during this time, causing them to dislike him. However, it was forbidden to make a fuss in line, or, as seen here, they would lose their right to participate. Thus, no one had bothered with him. Unfortunately for him, he had ended up provoking Long Chen. Not only was he slapped in the face, but his qualifications were also stripped away. Hence, he hastily reported the name of his big brother. "Pan Mingjiang, the one ranked 47th on the rankings?" asked the disciple, looking Pan Mingxiang up and down. Yes, that's him," cried out Pan Mingsheng, ecstatic to hear that this disciple really knew of his brother. And asked the disciple. And what? Asked Pan Mingsheng. What does that have to do with you being stripped of your qualifications? Asked the disciple indifferently. You, Pan Mingsheng's dumbfounded expression almost caused people to laugh. Rules are rules. That little one said it well. Without rules, there is no order. He's nothing more than an ascender from a lower world who doesn't even know how great the name of the High Firmament Academy is. Are you telling me that you are inferior to him? Do you think the rules of the High Firmament Academy will be bent for a single disciple on the mortal rankings? You really are naive. I can't be bothered to say anything more to you. Hurry up and scram, sneered the disciple. Fine, Pan Mingsheng clenched his teeth and furiously walked away. However, he seemed rather fearless. It looked as if he was planning on getting revenge. How satisfying. I had to deal with Pan Mingsheng's arrogance in the academy before, and now I finally get to vent, laughed the disciple to his companion. It's too bad that he didn't resist. Otherwise, you would have been in the clear to give him a beating, said his companion. He's probably leaving to use some of his connections, but even if I can't drive him away, I can make him get in line again. How delightful, ha ha ha. Those two disciples left while laughing, leaving the ones in line with strange expressions. Long Chen was unaware of what happened afterward as he had headed to a different line. Other than the giant line, there was another line not far from it, but this line only had a few people. That was the line for the workers. The High Firmament Academy had many disciples, and those disciples needed a large amount of manpower to look after. The lowest level matters required a large number of workers. However, even for the workers, the requirements were quite high. There was a 90% rate of washing out. Long Chen saw many people shaking their heads and leaving this place when he arrived. In front of Long Chen was an interviewer who expressionlessly looked at him. Sensing Long Chen's mortal aura, the interviewer frowned. How old are you? I've forgotten, said Long Chen. Are you dumb? You don't even remember your own age. Whatever, there's a bone age tester right there. Go test yourself, said the interviewer. His initial reaction was anger, but that anger was stifled by a single look from Long Chen. In that instant, he almost jumped out of his skin. He felt like he could see endless corpses and seas of blood within Long Chen's eyes. That terror caused him to change his tone. Many thanks. Long Chen walked over, warning himself not to get angry. Ever since the purgatory eyes awakened, he felt that his control over himself had worsened. He had just slapped Pan Mingsheng, and now being scolded caused his anger to surge. He almost punched the interviewer in the face. Long Chen didn't know if this was due to the purgatory eyes, but he almost had an urge to kill him just like that. Fortunately, this fellow was smart enough not to make things harder on him, or if he lost control, let alone joining the High Firmament Academy, he would probably be hunted down by the Academy and killed. Bone Age 31. Long Chen was startled. It seemed that this Bone Age was a few years younger than on the Martial Heaven continent. Was the time of a year different in the immortal world? Long Chen quickly passed through some more examinations, following the line. However, all of a sudden, his stomach began to rumble. After arriving at the immortal world, his body felt odd. Now his stomach was heaving, so he hastily asked where the toilet was. He rushed over there, barely making it before the floodgates were opened. After that, an overwhelming stench almost made him faint. Why is it so smelly? Long Chen quickly realized that this was the mortal transcendence realm. The goal was to force out the mortal aura within the body. When it had nowhere else to go, this mortal aura was expelled in this fashion. However, ever since he had reached the Xiantian realm, he had never had to go to the toilet. He wasn't used to it. After resolving his predicament, the refreshed Long Chen walked back out. However, just as he was about to turn a corner, he paused. He heard two people talking. There are only 2 more openings for workers. Third brother's son wants 1 spot, so I'm leaving the other one to you. Get as much as you can out of it, whispered one of them. I understand. The other's voice came out raspy, as if his throat was being choked by the other. Long Chen was startled. There were over 80 people going through the examinations right now, but there were only 2 spots left, with 1 being reserved. As for the other, it was given to whoever could bribe them the most. This place was surprisingly corrupt. The 2 of them vanished after talking. However, Long Chen was sure one of them was a core examiner. After that, Long Chen joined the line once more, and it quickly reached his turn. His examiner was a square-faced middle-aged man. Without even looking at Long Chen, he directly asked, "Name." It was the raspy voice man. Hence, Long Chen instantly understood. Just now, the person who had been accepted was the one whose spot was reserved. Now there was only one spot left. Long Chen. Long Chen's eyes roved around, and he spotted a certain thing on the table that made him smile slightly. That person finally looked at Long Chen. Seeing Long Chen's shabby clothes, he didn't bother concealing his disdain and impatience. "I've looked through your qualifications. You're too old." He directly rejected Long Chen. Too old? Was he sure that he wasn't blind? The other person who had just passed was in his 80s. Long Chen almost laughed. "All right." Long Chen nodded and turned to leave. But as he turned, his sleeve accidentally knocked over an elegant teapot on the table. "Careful!" The examiner shouted, but the teapot and a few cups shattered. He furiously shouted, "You're paying for that." "I don't have any money. Could you deduct it from my salary?" asked Long Chen helplessly. Chapter 2806, Heaven-Defyingly Difficult Exam. Just like that, Long Chen became a probationary worker and received his status plate hung on his waist. The new workers had 3 days to learn their duties and rights. With Long Chen's powerful spiritual strength, he memorized everything in just an hour. Normally, every new worker was given 9 immortal crystals as a benefit, and it could be considered a gift to the newcomers. But Long Chen didn't receive them because they were deducted from his salary. Long Chen's vision was quite good to see that the teapot was not bad, resulting in him successfully entering. Workers were only able to do some unskilled labor within the academy. Furthermore, their range was very limited. After understanding the basics, Long Chen quickly found his opportunity. The workers here had a chance to take an exam to advance every 5 years. After passing this exam, they could obtain an even higher worker status and would then be qualified to participate in the disciple trials. If they made any outstanding achievements, they could become official disciples of the academy. The chance has come. Long Chen found where the examination was and walked in. Over 10 people immediately shot up and stared at him nervously. He was confused at first but quickly realized that his robes were different from their worker clothes. Based on their nervous expressions, they probably thought that he was the examiner. Sit, no need to be nervous." Long Chen waved his hand. Those people instantly sat, but their nerves were as tense as ever. Long Chen said, "I'm not the main examiner but the assistant examiner." The main examiner suddenly had something coming up and told me to tell you that today's examination is temporarily cancelled. The exam can be made up next time. We will inform everyone of the details later. Those people instantly relaxed. After that, they bowed to Long Chen and walked out. Once they were gone, Long Chen immediately sat in their place. Less than an incense stick's worth of time later, a slightly chubby middle-aged man walked in. Seeing that there was only one person present, he was confused. "Why is it just you?" "I don't know either." Long Chen shook his head. The examiner looked around and then said, "Since it's just you, let's get right to it. I'm sure you were told the rules in advance." "Yes," Long Chen nodded. Even though he didn't actually know them, it didn't matter. "Good, you're smart, unlike those fools who are short-sighted. Although you lose out on 10 years of salary, you'll get a chance to become a true disciple. This chance can allow you to soar high and far, and this chance is just around the corner for you. Little fellow, I look favorably upon you," praised the examiner. At this moment, Long Chen realized why those people who had left looked as if they were relieved of a heavy burden. It seemed that this entire exam was a con. 10 years of salary. In other words, just for this single chance, they would need to work for free for 10 years. It went without saying that these 10 years of salary would enter this fatty's pocket. These workers were already old and their talent was only average. What kind of joke was that? If their talent really was good, who would be a worker? Without any talent, how could they pass the trials and become a disciple? It was a giant joke. The guilt he had felt due to tricking those people vanished. Now it seemed that he had saved them. Presumably, those people were forced to take this exam whether they wanted to or not. Those that this fatty set his gaze on were all unlucky. Once they became the higher-level workers, 10 years of their salary would enter his pocket. It was no wonder he was so fat. He was a master of eating other people's profit. Long Chen didn't know how many years it had been since he had encountered this kind of dark battle at the bottom class. Upon looking at this, it seemed that these battles were even more sinister and shameless than the battles of the cultivation world. Exactly. Their vision is short, and they don't understand the importance of opportunities. Those are things that money can't buy, chortled Long Chen. That's right, they are fools. Little brother, you're the smartest, let's go. I'll handle the procedure for you. Although the next 10 years of your salary will be mine, don't worry, I won't mistreat you. If your pockets are tight, just tell me. I'll offer you the cheapest interest, promised the fatty. Inside, Long Chen paid his respects to every woman in this fatty's family. Not only did he con others, but he was even a loan shark. Once you borrowed money from him, would you ever be able to pay it within your lifetime? This fatty's guts were quite big. As soon as Long Chen asked, he directly lent Long Chen 2,000 immortal crystals. High-level workers could obtain 100 immortal crystals a month, but this fatty directly lent him 2,000. As for the so-called interest, Long Chen directly said that he trusted the fatty, delighting him. What he didn't know was that the money that Master Long San borrowed was never repaid. The fatty even enthusiastically treated Long Chen, letting him quickly receive the jade plate for the trial. The rest of the time was just waiting for the trial. 3 days later, Long Chen finally entered the place where the trial was being taken. When he arrived, he was completely dumbfounded. Each person had a small table with a scroll on it, and there were various questions on the crystal wall. Upon seeing those questions, Long Chen's head buzzed. All his previous confidence evaporated. These questions were about the times of ancient battles, the locations of wars between gods and devils, and amazing figures that had changed the battlefield. Long Chen didn't know the answer to even one of them. These were all things that had happened in the immortal world, so how could he possibly know? Cheating, you use spiritual strength to peep at others, you're disqualified. A bark rang out, and an examiner picked up a participant like a chicken and tossed him out. Long Chen began to sweat. He had just been planning on using his spiritual strength to stealthily check other people's answers, but someone was caught before him. There were all kinds of exam questions: history, geography, music, forging, formations, cultivation, alchemy, soul arts, healing, and dozens of other studies. The ones that made Long Chen feel the most speechless were the ones like divination, carving, and feng shui. He felt like he was going to go crazy. Long Chen ended up handing over blank responses for most of the questions. He was only able to write a bit for cultivation, forging, and formations. But fortunately, he was confident in getting full marks on the alchemy section. Once the examination was over, Long Chen returned to await news. Even as a high-level worker, his range of movement was limited, so he still couldn't enter the true academy. However, Long Chen was already quite satisfied. This path of his was already much faster than others. Those people were still in line while he had finished the examination. He also had 2,000 immortal crystals. Even high-level workers couldn't enter the academy to buy and sell things, so they could only buy things from the fatty. It went without saying that the fatty would increase the price. However, that was fine. Long Chen directly bought 3 mortal ascension pills from him to force out his mortal aura. Only once his mortal aura was forced out would the immortal spiritual chi be able to enter his body without impediment. 3 mortal ascension pills cost Long Chen all his immortal crystals, so Long Chen borrowed some more from the fatty. In the end, he borrowed from him 5 times to buy 13 mortal ascension pills. That forced out less than half of his mortal aura. After that, the fatty refused to lend him any further money. Perhaps he thought that the money that Long Chen owed him would already take 300 years of work to repay, so any further lending would be too dangerous. On this day, the results of the examination were posted, so Long Chen hastily rushed to check the results. Chapter 2807 Pill Institute. I failed. Long Chen couldn't find his name on the public announcement, so his heart fell. But after that, his anger rose. Everything else might have been a failure, but the alchemy section had to have been flawless. He then checked and rechecked the list of those who passed, but still didn't see his name. Those whose names weren't on the list had failed. He couldn't accept this. The fatty seemed to have long since known this result and laughed. That's enough. A failure is a failure. Go back and get to work. Remember to work hard on repaying your debt, haha. Hearing this, Long Chen grabbed his throat, his eyes scarlet. Shut the hell up. Another word and I'll strip your life away. This damn fatty actually laughed at his misfortune. Long Chen truly had an urge to kill him. His actions drew countless gazes. It had to be known that when the results were announced, a sea of people would gather. Hence, he naturally drew a great deal of attention. Who is Long Chen? Suddenly, a group of people came over from a distance, wearing the robes of the people in charge of the examinations. The crowd immediately parted to create a path for them. I'm Long Chen. Long Chen tossed the fatty aside and looked at those examiners. You only got 17 points in total. Of 75 sections, you left 71 blank. said the examiner. The crowd stared in shock at Long Chen. Had this fellow only come to cause trouble? The 75 sections were all worth 10 points in total, for a total of 750 points. 300 points was a passing grade, 500 was outstanding, and 600 was particularly distinguished. There were plenty of outstanding candidates throughout history, but it seemed that there had never been someone to only score 17 points. Had this fellow only come to insult the High Firmament Academy? However, you scored full marks in the alchemy section. According to the Academy's rules, you can undergo a second examination in the Pill Institute. Are you prepared? Asked the examiner. An uproar erupted when he said this. Full marks in alchemy. That was the most difficult exam in the High Firmament Academy. Full marks in this section was unprecedented in the Academy's history. Even distinguished disciples from alchemy families mostly failed this section. For most people, their score in the alchemy section was 0. Since that was the case, this fellow seemed to excel in breaking historical precedents. There's nothing to prepare, we can go now. Long Chen kicked the fatty beside him. Damn fatty, just wait. Once I have time, I'll make you pay for your corruption, hiding from the top and cheating the bottom of their salaries. The examiner coldly said, no need to wait. Someone come and arrest him. It's not just one person reporting his corruption. We'll do a proper investigation. No, I'm being framed. He owes me money, he's framing me. The fatty was dragged away by 2 disciples, howling like a pig being slaughtered, but no one acknowledged him. After that, one of the disciples impatiently hit the back of his head, knocking him unconscious. He was then dragged away like a dead pig. Under everyone's gazes, Long Chen left with the examiner. Long Chen was surprised to be led to the top of a large mountain where a giant eagle was waiting for them. After that, they stepped onto its back and flew off. Are you curious why we aren't using a transportation formation? Asked the examiner upon seeing Long Chen staring oddly. Long Chen nodded. Considering how big the High Firmament Academy was, transportation formations would be more convenient. Disciples below the Divine Flame Realm are not permitted to use transportation formations because the power of the immortal world will condense when they are activated. Those who haven't ignited their divine flame will be crushed by that power. For an ascender like you, whose mortal chi has yet to regress, a transportation formation will kill you before it's even activated, explained the examiner. Long Chen didn't expect these icy examiners to actually be so kind as to explain these things to him. The Pill Institute is a particularly special place within the High Firmament Academy. Youngsters, I hope you'll cherish this chance. You should know that countless alchemists want to join us only to be rejected, said the examiner. I understand. Many thanks for the reminder, said Long Chen. Now he understood that the reason why the examiner was so kind was related to the Pill Institute. It seemed that even in the immortal world, alchemists still possessed a high status. No one was willing to offend an alchemist. By treating Long Chen a bit better now, on the off chance that he could really join the Pill Institute, it would be easier for him to ask Long Chen for a favor in the future. They flew on the back of the giant eagle for a full 6 hours. Long Chen estimated that this academy was probably even bigger than the entire Martial Heaven continent. It was truly exaggerated. At this moment, they finally began to descend to a courtyard. However, while other places were filled with people, this place was empty of a single soul. We've arrived. You can enter yourself. Good luck, said the examiner. The eagle then flew away on its own while the examiner went into a nearby transportation formation. Pill Institute. 2 large characters were carved into the signboard of this building. The lines were strong and bold, rigid, and yet they also possessed a certain grace. Every stroke contained the charm of the Tao. It was as if this simple carving contained the essence of heaven and earth. Without being aware of it, Long Chen became enthralled. He was drawn deep into those 2 characters. However, the sound of a broom sweeping the ground drew Long Chen out of those 2 characters. At some point, a skinny old man had appeared up ahead. He was sweeping the path. Only then did Long Chen become aware that he had to report his arrival. He hastily rushed over, only to find that this place was too big. The examiner also hadn't told him where to go. Hence, he asked the sweeper, Senior, sorry to bother you, but do you know where to register for the Pill Institute's examination? The elder was completely focused on his sweeping. It seemed that he didn't even notice Long Chen's existence until Long Chen spoke to him. After that, he slowly raised his head and looked at him. When Long Chen saw his face, or more accurately, his eyes, he jumped. Those eyes were filled with lines, like countless runes revolving. It was only once his eyes focused that his pupils appeared. That was a bizarre scene. Fortunately, this elder looked kind, so it didn't feel so bad. Senior, I'm not fit for such an address from this young friend. You are all the future pillars of the Pill Institute, while I am just a worker sweeping the floor. You can just call me an old fellow, said the elder. Senior is too humble. May I ask where the exam venue is? I came to report in and I don't want to hold them up, said Long Chen. Go straight and turn right at the second intersection. Ah, child, is your temper good? Asked the elder suddenly. This sudden question caught him off guard. He said, It's all right. The elder nodded and didn't say anything else. He continued sweeping. Long Chen was befuddled by the question, but after saying thanks, he walked into the institute. Chapter 28, 08 Unable to endure any longer. Long Chen followed the path, and it took a long time of walking before he finally reached the registration area. However, when he arrived, two disciples in white robes with a pill furnace's mark on their sleeves were impatiently glaring at him. Why are you so slow? Do you realize that you're over 2 hours late? Do you not know how to follow any rules? A wave of obscure anger instantly rose within Long Chen. He coldly said, No one told me the time, so how can I be late? You dare to argue? The disciple was infuriated. Try to pressure me any further and I won't just argue. I'll slap that mouth off. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Long Chen's expression sank. What damn academy was this? Was it an academy for idiots? If this was the martial heaven continent, he'd have long since slapped this person to death. Ever since he entered this academy, he had encountered countless nonsensical blockades. Long Chen didn't feel like he had provoked anyone, yet there were always people throwing themselves at him to get in his way. Could it be that he was doomed to be a magnet for trouble in the immortal world as well? Courting death, the two disciples were immediately infuriated. It had to be known that any newcomers who came here were all proper and respectful. What newcomer dared to speak to them so fearlessly? What is causing so much noise? A stern voice suddenly came from the room behind them. Brat, just wait. I'll put you in your place later. Take this and scram to your class, said that disciple fiercely, tossing Long Chen a tile. Long Chen received the tile and sneered, I'm not a good person. If you're not in a rush to reincarnate, don't provoke me. As Long Chen walked into the classroom, those two disciples were left with dark expressions. They had never encountered such an arrogant newcomer. On the other hand, Long Chen's expression was also not very good. Perhaps he had been too much of a hegemon in the martial heaven continent for too long, and by the end, no one on the continent dared to speak to him like this. Hence, he had a feeling like he had suddenly fallen from a dragon to a dog. There was a stone door covered in runes up ahead. When Long Chen stood in front of it, the tile quivered slightly, and the door slowly opened. He arrived inside a classroom. There were tables with thousands of young disciples sitting at them. When Long Chen arrived, everyone's gazes fell on him. Of course, that included the teacher who was seated on top of a platform. The elder was slim and stiff, with very thin lips that curved upward at the corners of his mouth. The elder was the teacher in charge of the newcomers. Although these newcomers had passed the initial exam, they were still not counted as outer disciples of the Pill Institute. They had to go through some further examinations and observations. If their results were satisfactory, they would become outer disciples. You are Long Chen. The elder looked at Long Chen and took out something. He was looking at Long Chen as if verifying something. I am, Long Chen nodded. Behave yourself. It's a yes or no question, barked the elder. Long Chen almost passed out from anger. Did the immortal world's people have something wrong with their heads? It was just an extra word. Or was this elder intentionally causing trouble for him? The people from the lower world are all unbearably arrogant while being weak. They're the worst to oversee, but since this is the High Firmament Academy, and the Pill Institute is the most special institute within the academy, it would be best if all of you were more clever. I don't care if you're from the immortal world or an ascender. Now that you're here, all the luck of your lifetime has been used up. Behave yourself and don't ruin your future prospects. The elder finally retracted his gaze from Long Chen and swept his gaze over everyone, clearly using Long Chen as a teaching tool, an example of what not to do. Flames of rage burned in Long Chen's heart. Could it be that his bad luck was going to continue to plague him in the immortal world as well? Why was it that he always encountered fools? Was this a case of idiots being able to reproduce limitlessly? This class has been waiting 2 hours for you. Apologize to everyone, demanded the elder. Are you sure your head isn't full of shit? Why is it that the only thing that comes out of your mouth is crap? Long Chen stared at the elder with an inconceivable expression. The other disciples in the room gasped, staring in horror at him. How could he say such a thing? Did he not care about his future? You, the elder furiously leaped up. What you? If you use your finger to point at me, I'll break that dog paw of yours. Did your parents not teach you that it's rude to point at others? When I was sent here, not one person told me there was an arranged time. Since no one told me there was a set time, how can I be late? What does you waiting 2 hours have to do with me? You grew up looking like a dog and now your mouth spouts dog shit, cursed Long Chen. His endurance reached its limit. He would rather not join the High Firmament Academy if he had to suffer this bullshit. If this continued, let alone cultivating, he would probably directly die of rage. You're stripped of your qualifications. Get out of here, shouted the elder. Stripped of my qualifications. You were the ones who called me here. Now you think you can tell me to leave as well. What, do you think I'm a dancing monkey for you? If you want me to leave, then fine. Give me a proper explanation, sneered Long Chen. A reason? You arrived late, disturbed the class, and insulted the teacher. Any of these reasons are enough, shouted the elder. Idiot. No one told me the time, so saying I'm late doesn't hold water, disturbing the class. You are the one shouting and spouting crap. I'm just arguing for what is right. As for insulting the teacher, do I have to accept being insulted by you just because you're the teacher? You were the one who caused the trouble for no reason, blaming me and then telling me to apologize for this. I'm not late, so why should I apologize? You were the one who insulted me first, so why can't I fight back? If that truly is the logic of the High Firmament Academy, then have the higher-ups come out and admit that these are the rules. I'll immediately leave if that's the case. Decision-makers of the High Firmament Academy, come out and let's have a debate. Long Chen's final sentence was a roar containing his fury and terrifying killing intent. It shook people's ears and was transmitted far and wide. Although this place was the immortal world and his voice couldn't go too far, it was still frightening. Those two disciples outside the classroom who were thinking of how to put Long Chen in his place later almost jumped out of their skin. This person was notified a bit late and was not told a time. He cannot be said to be late. Let the class continue. A voice suddenly rang out in everyone's ears. The elder's expression immediately changed. Chapter 28:09 Violently beating a teacher. Long Chen's roar had finally drawn the attention of the higher-ups. However, it seemed that the higher-ups of the Pill Institute didn't wish to reveal themselves. They only sent word. However, their word was like an imperial edict. The teacher's expression grew extremely ugly. Take your seat, said the elder coldly. He could no longer stick to the topic of Long Chen being late to make things hard on him, so the elder could only continue the lesson. As a result, Long Chen walked to his seat in front of everyone's shocked gazes. There was only one seat available, so it was easy to find. Amongst the disciples, there were quite a few who cast admiring gazes at Long Chen. He actually dared to curse a teacher while leaving the teacher helpless to retaliate. That courage wasn't something that everyone had. However, there were also those looking down on him, not having a good opinion of his actions. By offending a teacher, he would sooner or later face his retribution. As for the majority of the disciples, they wisely chose to keep their eyes to the front, as if nothing had happened, afraid that any reaction or gaze on their part could draw the ire of the teacher. We can start the lesson now. Although you've passed the initial exam, it doesn't mean that you're qualified to study the Pill Tao within the Pill Institute. These classes will allow us to observe how well you learn, and if you can pass, you will be considered outer disciples of the Pill Institute. Thus, this period is extremely important to you. I don't care what status or position you have in the outside world. Your fame doesn't matter here. Here, you are just a student. As a student, you should have a humble, learning attitude, said the elder. He clearly looked at Long Chen when he said this. However, Long Chen didn't even look at him. This High Firmament Academy had disappointed him at all turns. Hence, he was currently pondering whether or not he should leave this place and find somewhere to roam. Perhaps he could first find a way to search for his parents. The elder's lesson continued, with him lecturing on what it meant to be a student and the proper attitude. It was only after that long lecture that he began to speak of the basics of alchemy. Long Chen almost laughed when he heard this. These basics really were basics. This elder even piled in a bunch about the composition and nature of pill flames and pill furnaces. Someone who could pass the exam and come here had to already be an alchemist. It was like someone was telling adults that they had to eat with their mouths, breathe with their noses, don't touch hot metal with their hands. Long Chen, what are you smiling about? Shouted the elder. Everyone turned to Long Chen and he was startled. Was his smile really so obvious? "It's nothing. I just suddenly thought of something funny," said Long Chen, not bothering to lie. "Do you think that I'm talking nonsense? Tell me, what does it mean to refine pills?" questioned the elder. Refining pills is a spiritual process of extracting medicinal essence and merging it with the power of the pill flame, spiritual strength, and the heavenly Tao's, answered Long Chen casually. "Ha ha ha, you don't even know the basics. You really are a frog at the bottom of a well. Who can tell him what it means to refine pills?" A student stood and proudly said, "Disciple knows. The Tao of alchemy contains all manifestations. It is recorded that an alchemist merges heaven and earth, the 10,000 Taos and the 10 planar worlds. Precious medicines must be treated in accordance with 5 natures: cold, cool, neutral, warm, and hot. The transformations of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth." That person seemed to be reading from a book and spent almost an hour talking, his spittle flying. It went without saying that his ability to recite things that he had memorized was very good. "Excellent, you can sit." The elder nodded, looking at him favorably. After that, the disciple glanced at Long Chen mockingly. It seemed he had a natural disdain for Long Chen as an ascender. The elder turned to Long Chen and smiled coldly. "I didn't see your exam paper, so I don't know how you got full points, but you don't even have the basics memorized. It seems that even the seniors of the Pill Institute can be negligent." The elder was clearly saying that Long Chen had only gotten full marks on his exam due to carelessness on the part of the examiners. That was how he had muddled his way in. "Let me ask you another question. How many techniques are there to change the pill flame?" asked the elder. "There are countless kinds," said Long Chen expressionlessly. He already knew this elder's goal. "HMPH, what a joke. Who can tell him how many kinds there are?" snorted the elder. "There are 3916 kinds. Someone who can control over 100 kinds can become a teacher," answered another disciple. "Did you hear that? You don't know anything, yet you still act so arrogant. Who gave you such courage?" sneered the elder. "I don't know about courage, but it should be my turn to ask you something. How many precious medicines exist in the whole world?" asked Long Chen. 87,634,361, answered the elder without any hesitation. "Using such a childish question against me, I really am worried about your intelligence. Do you think everyone is as ignorant as you?" Quite a few people laughed. It seemed that Long Chen's question truly was ignorant. All of them could easily answer this question. "What is this in my hand?" Long Chen took out a precious medicine and tossed it to the elder. The elder was confused and then sneered. "This is some trash from the lower plane. It cannot enter the records of the immortal world." "If you don't know, then you do know. I said all precious medicines in the whole world, not just the immortal world. You couldn't even understand the question but blurted out some nonsense. Are you sure you even have a brain?" The disciples were caught off guard. That truly was the case. Long Chen had said the whole world. That naturally included the immortal world and the mortal world. "I come from the lower plane. I'm a frog at the bottom of a well. But what about you? How do you know that there aren't greater worlds beyond the immortal world? You mocking me is a pot calling the kettle black. You use your limited learning to judge this limitless world. That is foolish in and of itself. A teacher guides the way into the Tao. How is a narrow-hearted, petty little person like you fit to be a teacher?" Long Chen stood after finishing talking. "What are you doing?" demanded the teacher furiously. "The turbid qi in my body is too strong. My 5 inner organs are circulating, pushing my blood qi down. There is an outer force quickening this circulation. Impurities have gathered and are preparing to break out," said Long Chen, gesturing as he spoke. "What are you trying to say?" shouted the teacher. "I'm trying to say that I'm going to take a crap," Long Chen said. "I was trying to emulate your lofty way of talking forever about something. Maybe I didn't do it very well. Sorry for that. Everyone, goodbye." Long Chen walked out. What kind of garbage place was this? He hadn't learned anything but was almost ready to burst from anger. If this was the case, he would rather find somewhere else to go. The teacher had never seen a student leave of their own accord like this. Hence, his whole body quivered with rage. When Long Chen passed him, he suddenly smashed his palm toward Long Chen. Boom! As a result, the table in front of him appeared in Long Chen's hand and smashed into his head. The immense force caused his head to break out of the 3-inch thick table. Long Chen then kicked him in the abdomen, sending him smashing into the wall. His body was embedded in the wall with the table still hanging from his neck. He fell unconscious. After that, Long Chen patted his hands and walked out under everyone's stunned gazes. Chapter 28:10 7-Star Elder. Quick, save the teacher. Those disciples only reacted now and quickly pulled the teacher out of the wall. Suddenly, in the middle of the confusion, two screams rang out from outside. Seeing two figures shot in like cannonballs, the disciples hastily fled out of the way. Those two figures then smashed into the wall, staying there for a while before slowly sliding down. They curled up and groaned in pain. These two were the disciples standing guard at the entrance. Long Chen had given them each a slap on his way out. Seeing this scene, the disciples simply stared at each other, flabbergasted. They had never seen such a vicious character in their lifetime. The most special institute in the High Firmament Academy, trash. Long Chen's expression was dark with anger. This academy was a complete mess. In the lower world, he had never seen a sect be messed up to this extent. Corruption, rot, bullying the weak, even the teachers looked down their noses at others. Now, Long Chen suspected that the dragon expert was deliberately messing with him to have sent him here. What kind of garbage place was this? He couldn't stay here any longer. While these people were still in chaos, he walked out. However, when he reached the exit, he was dumbfounded. How exactly was he supposed to leave? He had come on a flying mount. The mount had already left and he couldn't use transportation formations. Was he supposed to walk? The High Firmament Academy was enormous. He had seen countless canyons and wild beasts on the flight here. Every step would be filled with danger if he was to walk. The elder at the entrance was still sweeping, so Long Chen went up to him. "Senior, may I ask which way I should go to leave the High Firmament Academy?" The elder didn't look at Long Chen. While still solemnly sweeping, he replied, "Youngster, why do you want to leave? You should know that the High Firmament Academy is a place that countless people dream of coming to. This garbage place isn't somewhere I want to stay another day in. All I encountered were a bunch of dog-like idiots. If I stay any longer, I'll start killing people. If that happens, I won't be able to leave," said Long Chen, shaking his head. "Dog-like, what does that mean?" asked the elder. "Ah, it's nothing. In any case, the High Firmament Academy is truly disappointing. I want to leave. Senior, can you tell me the correct path I should take?" Long Chen cupped his fists. Although this elder was just sweeping, Long Chen felt an indescribable aura from this elder, making him feel that this elder was not as ordinary as he seemed. That feeling stemmed entirely from the senses of the 9-star Hegemon body art. However, this time, even the 9-star Hegemon body art was only able to give Long Chen an extremely vague feeling. He was unable to grasp what it meant. No matter what, even if he had misjudged, this elder definitely knew how to leave after being here for so long. Does a correct path exist in this world? If you can't even properly walk the path in front of you, then any path you take will ultimately end up in a dead end, said the elder. Long Chen was startled. This elder's words possessed multiple meanings. It seemed that he was giving him advice. Just at this moment, over 10 figures appeared in the sky. These people were able to stand in the sky while in the immortal world. Hence, upon seeing them, Long Chen's heart shook. "Brazen brat, you dare to cause chaos in the Pill Institute. Kneel and wait to be executed," shouted one of them. "Kneel to be executed, ha ha ha." Long Chen's fury instantly ignited once more. "If you want to execute me, then come and try it. Let me see just how many of you, high and mighty fellows, can live to see tomorrow's sun." Killing intent erupted within Long Chen's eyes. Ever since coming to the High Firmament Academy, he had only met with difficulties every step of the way. Being surrounded by vile characters was unbearable. If these people really did attack him, although he didn't know these people's realms, he was confident that a few of them would perish if he did go all out. "Courting death," that person roared furiously, but just as he prepared to attack, the sweeping elder spoke. "Youngsters shouldn't have such a fiery temper. To sacrifice one's life for a moment of emotion is completely not worth it." "Old fellow, just focus on your sweeping," shouted that person. If it wasn't for this elder's age, he might have directly attacked him. The elder sighed and didn't say anything. He continued sweeping. As for Long Chen, to avoid implicating him, he intentionally took a few steps away from the elder. He then looked at the disciples that had just come. The current Long Chen was ready to kill. The rage inside of him still burned, but now that he had entered battle state, it was a quiet rage. His astral energy then began to circulate within him. Although his spiritual yuan had completely vanished after entering the immortal world, his astral energy was still present. Once he did attack, he would definitely take their lives. This was simply his will. He wasn't actually so vicious and merciless, but his will did not permit him to be insulted like this. It was his bottom line. You dare to resist, capture him. That disciple curiously dived down from the sky like a falcon, his palm slamming toward Long Chen's chest. His movements were skilled and confident. His immortal chi circulated within him, possessing great power. However, before he could touch Long Chen's chest, Long Chen's hand had struck his face. No one had expected someone whose mortal chi had yet to regress would have the ability to strike back under the pressure of immortal aura. This slap's power directly broke that disciple's neck. He was flung onto the ground, unleashing a wave of dust. His body twitched, but he was unable to move. Everyone who saw this was shocked. Following that shock was anger, and they all charged at Long Chen together. Long Chen's leg swung out, knocking one disciple down. He then grabbed the latter's ankle and used him as a human weapon, swinging him at the others. The others jumped in shock. That person's bones were broken, so he was completely out of it. If they further injured him, it could be fatal. As the law enforcement disciples of the Pill Institute, they were alchemists who weren't skilled in combat. But due to their status, no one dared to resist when they attacked. Of course, today the one that they were attacking was Long Chen. Release him. Those disciples retreated and shouted at Long Chen. A bunch of idiots who have never seen blood before also dares to be so arrogant. You've led far too peaceful lives. Your heads have rotted. Long Chen looked at those disciples disdainfully. As soon as the fighting started, he recognized that these disciples might have a high cultivation base, but their actual fighting capabilities were terrible. This current scene made Long Chen think of how he had first joined the Xuanhuan monastery back then. The immortal world. It was even worse than the mortal world. There were even more idiots here. Brat, you dare to treat us like this. Just wait. The disciple hanging in Long Chen's grasp was still able to speak. Long Chen then threw him onto the ground, breaking his shoulders and thighs. However, Long Chen also reconnected his neck, instantly allowing that disciple to sense the pain throughout his body. He screamed like a pig being butchered. During this time, more and more people arrived, staring in shock at Long Chen. A newcomer actually dared to torment the law enforcers. Stop! Suddenly, a sharp cry rang out, one filled with majesty, and it shook people's souls. A white-robed middle-aged man with a jade belt around his waist appeared. When that man appeared, everyone hastily bowed. Greetings, 7-star elder. Chapter 28:11. Once more encountering the jewel-blood jade orchid. The man looked to be in his 40s, and his gaze was sharp. The scars of time had left their mark on his face, but only gave him an increased charisma of maturity. In his youth, this middle-aged man was definitely a handsome man. Furthermore, he possessed a noble Tao charm around him. When that man arrived, he saw the disciple under Long Chen's foot and frowned. However, when he looked at Long Chen, he paused for a moment. It seemed that he sensed something about Long Chen. Just as he was about to speak, his gaze swept over the crowd and he spotted the sweeping elder. He instantly vanished from the sky, reappearing in front of the elder and bowing. Disciple He Ziyu greets Senior. I hope I haven't alarmed you. This prestigious 7-star elder was actually bowing to a sweeping elder, stunning everyone. The law enforcement disciples in particular were shaken. They had previously shouted rudely at this elder. Now, their hearts clenched. The elder continued to sweep with his head down. He didn't look at the 7-star elder and lightly said, "This old man is just a sweeper. I don't dare to accept 7-star elder's concern." However, after so many years, someone without a good temper has finally appeared in the Pill Institute. It's interesting. Disciple understands. Disciple will handle this matter properly. The 7-star elder once more bowed and turned to Long Chen as well as the law enforcement disciple. He suddenly waved his hand. After that, Long Chen only felt the space twist, and without any ability to twist, he appeared within a palace. However, the palace was empty of anyone else. It was just him. Long Chen looked around and saw a statue at the front of the palace. The statue was already worn down. Some spots had appeared on it, but when touched, there wasn't even a speck of dust on it. There was an offering table in front of the statue. 2 candles the thickness of arms were lit, emitting a 7-colored flame that cast the palace in a mysterious light. They're just candles, but their power is many times stronger than my pill flame. Long Chen was amazed inside when he sensed the majestic energy of the lit candles. Everything in the immortal world was unknown to him, filled with mystery. It gave him a feeling of powerlessness. Long Chen was originally someone that stood at the peak of the martial heaven continent, but here, he was buried by countless experts. He didn't even have a chance to stand out. He then walked to the front of the statue. Seeing that the table was covered in various fruits, he didn't stand on courtesy. He picked one up and bit into it. Juice immediately burst out of it. It was refreshingly sweet. The juice entered his stomach and transformed into immortal spiritual qi that slowly drove away his mortal energy. It was actually even more effective than the mortal ascension pill. Long Chen tossed the pit into the primal chaos space once he was done with the fruit. It slowly germinated. Nice, the primal chaos space is still effective in the immortal world. Long Chen was originally worried that the primal chaos bead might not be able to allow the immortal world's spiritual plants to grow, so he was happy to see this. The number one requirement for cultivation was neither talent nor aptitude nor effort nor willpower. It was resources. Without any resources, everything else was nonsense. Since the primal chaos bead was still an endless cornucopia for him, his original worries vanished like smoke. With the primal chaos bead, he didn't need to worry about running out of resources. Even if he wasn't in the High Firmament Academy, he had a way to make money. With one bead, the heavens would fall to him. Just as Long Chen was eating the spiritual fruits without the slightest scruple, two pairs of eyes stared at him from another room. One of them was the seven-star elder, Heziu. The other was a white-robed elder with white hair and a rosy face. The elder watched as Long Chen ate the fruits on the offerings table. His expression was odd. He really is unrestrained. His blood qi is mixed with the dragon race's aura. Moreover, his spiritual strength is a clash of two opposing forces that result in unstable fluctuations. I've never seen such a person refine pills before, but I personally checked his exam. All his answers merited full marks. However, with that explosive temper, can he really calm down enough to refine pills? When I first saw him, I saw the pill sovereign's divine radiance appear on him, said the seven-star elder. The pill sovereign's divine radiance, are you sure? Asked the elder shocked. Although it was just a flash, I'm sure. That's why I sent him to the ancestral palace for observation. The seven-star elder nodded. Furthermore, the senior cleaning the institute also mentioned him. The elder gasped. That senior was already here when the dean arrived. His seniority is shocking. However, even after so many years, he's never bothered with matters of the academy. For him to mention this person, it must have some deeper meaning. Institute head, what do you think? How should I arrange things? Probed the seven-star elder. This elder was the one in charge of the Pill Institute. The High Firmament Academy had multiple institutes, and those in charge of them were addressed as institute heads. As for the head of the overall academy, they were called the dean. There's nothing to arrange. Treat him as you would normally. The lower levels of the academy are already filled with rot and decay, almost corrupt to the bone. I've brought this up to the dean multiple times, but he merely brushed me off with a smile. It's incomprehensible. I cannot see through the dean's mind. If this Long Chen has the Pill Sovereign's divine radiance, then he must have used the Pill Dao to corroborate his Dao in the lower plane. Even in the immortal world, his Pill Sovereign's divine radiance is still able to manifest. That means that his Pill Dao can reach limitless heights. Such a genius cannot be pushed out. However, he cannot be indulged or it would break the rules, said the institute head. Understood, the seven-star elder nodded and left. The institute head then stared at Long Chen for a long time alone. He shook his head. Brazen, coarse, explosive. Such a person can really use the Pill Dao to ascend to the immortal world. But Long Chen was still enjoying all the various fruits. As he did, he examined the statue more closely. It looked almost like a melting ice sculpture, and its face was already unclear. Based on the hands and feet, it seemed more like a woman. Suddenly, the fruit in his hand dropped to the ground. He felt like he was struck by lightning. In that statue's hand was a flower. This flower was also part of the carving and not an actual flower, but Long Chen's heart pounded when he saw it. The jewel blood jade orchid. This flower was the jewel blood jade orchid. In his entire life, he had only ever seen one. The instant he saw it, its name and the story related to it automatically appeared in his mind. At that time, he had given it to Yu Qingxuan. When Yu Qingxuan had sacrificed her life for him, it had reappeared. It had then absorbed her blood qi and vanished along with her. Now that he saw it again in the hand of this statue, he instantly thought of her. You recognize this flower? The seven-star elder had appeared within the palace at some point. He couldn't help asking when he saw Long Chen staring in shock at the flower. Chapter 28:12 New Path. Long Chen's body trembled. After he had recovered from his shock, he looked at the seven-star elder and nodded. I think that I've seen it before. This is the ancestral statue of our Pill Institute, but you ate the offerings to the ancestor. The seven-star elder's expression suddenly grew severe. No one told me. You sent me here and I was hungry, so seeing this food, I thought that you prepared it for me. I only noticed the statue once I finished eating, so you can't blame me. Long Chen shrugged. The seven-star elder almost laughed out of anger. Long Chen had clearly seen the statue as soon as he entered and only started eating afterward. He thought that others didn't know. The seven-star elder had seen it all clearly. However, he didn't bother exposing Long Chen. After he took out new fruits and arranged them, he knelt and kowtowed 3 times. After he finished kowtowing, he looked toward Long Chen again. At other sects, your actions would be considered a grave infraction, and you would be immediately executed. However, at the High Firmament Academy, we don't have such requirements. To kowtow to your ancestors is kowtowing to yourself, kowtowing to your own reverent heart. With a heart of gratitude, you control your own behavior. Long Chen raised his thumb, praising, "Senior's words have deeply touched my heart. Those little brutes outside wouldn't make me want to kill them if they were like this." So far, the seven-star elder was the only one who possessed the mannerism of an expert in the immortal world. The rest were trash. The seven-star elder wore a smile that wasn't a smile. Does your heart hold reverence and gratitude? Of course, this life of mine only exists due to countless seniors, brothers, and sisters sacrificing their own lives. I'm very much afraid of dying, so I never go out to provoke others. But if others bully me, that would be trampling my dignity, the dignity those people died for. I want to live and I want to preserve my dignity while doing so. I will not suffer humiliation in silence, living a worthless life of nothingness. I will fight. If I die doing so, so be it, said Long Chen. A useful body doing useless things. The seven-star elder shook his head. I disagree with that view. If you endure this kind of humiliation for a long time, your spine will have long since deformed. How will you stand straight in the future? If you kneel for so long, your knees will become glued to the ground. Will you still be able to stand? Aren't those disciples the best example? After being bullied, they hold in so much anger that they simply wait for new disciples to bully in their turn. Every generation of disciples raised becomes someone who bullies the weak while bending to the strong. What can you hope for from such people? Asked Long Chen. The seven-star elder shook his head. This kind of thinking is due to your vantage point. If you stood at a higher level, perhaps you would understand. Since you ascended, you should understand. You can change yourself. You can change the people around you. But your power is definitely not enough to change the entire world. You can seize a city and collapse the heavens. But no matter how great your power is, you cannot change the fundamental nature of humanity. Well, let's not talk about such things for now. I already know what happened. You weren't in the wrong, but using such extreme methods to counterattack makes you not entirely right. Seeing Long Chen was about to argue, the seven-star elder waved his hand. Arguing is meaningless. I'd rather tell you how this matter will be dealt with. Due to both sides bearing responsibility, the consequences will be split. When passing the exam, a newcomer gets a reward, including a pill furnace, pill flame seed, 5,000 immortal crystals. If they're all being deducted, I'd rather you not tell me all the rewards I'm not getting, interrupted Long Chen. The seven-star elder smiled. In the Pill Institute, even instructors had to treat him respectfully, let alone ordinary disciples. But Long Chen had interrupted him several times, and yet his expression made it so that this elder couldn't get angry with him. It was truly an oddity. These benefits are taken from you due to how you handled things. As for the mortal rank instructor, his self-control is lacking. Since he targeted a disciple in the classroom and attacked first, his position is revoked. He'll only have a chance to prove himself as an instructor after 3 years. The law enforcement disciples did not carry out their duties according to the rules, so they are also wrong. They are to be imprisoned for 15 days and deducted a month's salary. Hearing all this, Long Chen finally felt a bit better. It seemed that the Pill Institute still had some redeeming points. They didn't just target him, and the others also ended up punished. It could be considered fair. However, perhaps it was simply because this matter had blown up too big, forcing the Pill Institute to make such a decision. At this stage, it was impossible to downplay and brush this matter off. What about afterward? Am I expelled from the Pill Institute? Asked Long Chen. He was prepared to leave, which was why he dared to eat the fruits that were laid out. If he was already getting kicked out, it would be best to grab as many benefits as he could on the way out. In the worst case, at least he would have unlimited fruit to fill his stomach. No, although this matter was abhorrent, the investigation revealed that the root cause was not entirely your wrong. Thus, We are not expelling you from the Pill Institute. You will remain a probationary disciple and be allowed to attend class. However, because you have no pill flame or pill furnace, it might be a bit awkward when the time comes," said the seven-star elder. So when he was attending class, the instructor would refine pills while lecturing, and everyone would be imitating while he didn't have anything. He would only be able to watch like a fool. That really was awkward. It might be awkward for you this month, but next month you'll get your monthly resources and be able to buy some refining tools in the Pill Treasure Pavilion, said the seven-star elder. Upon entering the immortal world, the moon and star refining furnace and the demon moon furnace had fallen into slumber. Long Chen didn't dare to use them. After all, they were objects from the mortal world. If used in the immortal world, the impact of the immortal qi might cause them to instantly explode. For now, they couldn't help him, but he wasn't in a rush though. He would need to slowly nourish them somehow so that they could be classified as immortal items. Then they could refine pills for him again. The demon moon furnace, the heaven flipping seal, the moon and star refining furnace, they were all his trustworthy comrades. It was just that his power was too weak right now. He needed to get stronger to awaken them. These are the rules for the Academy's disciples. You should familiarize yourself with them so you don't break them in the future. The seven-star elder handed a bone tile to Long Chen. After that, Long Chen's spiritual strength entered it, and a flood of information entered his mind. This bone tile was given to him for him to slowly peruse afterward. Normally, the amount of information within was something ordinary disciples required several days to digest. However, Long Chen instantly received it without his expression changing. Such a powerful spiritual strength shook the seven-star elder. "Senior, can I ask you to help me with something? I want to borrow some money," said Long Chen suddenly. "Sorry, but if I lent you money, it would be considered secretly supporting you. This discipline would then be meaningless." The seven-star elder shook his head. "No, you misunderstand. I don't want to borrow money to buy a pill furnace or pill flame. I want to take the test to become an instructor," said Long Chen. He saw a new path in front of him, and it was a bright and open path. Who would want to be a crappy disciple? He wanted to be the instructor and not suffer this nonsense. Chapter 28:13 The Teacher Exams. The High Firmament Academy's size was difficult to imagine. It was only after reading through the introduction that Long Chen learned that it was split into different divisions. There was the God Institute, the Immortal Institute, the Pill Institute, the Forging Institute, the Formation Institute, and many others. When he had taken the exam, all those aspects were part of the exam. But the Pill Institute could be considered the most special one because it was practically separate from the rest of the academy. It wasn't bound much by the academy's rules and even had many unique privileges. One of those was that the Pill Institute's disciples had the right to take the exam to become an instructor at any division. It was just that it was not free. Fortunately, the seven-star elder wasn't stingy. Under the condition that it wasn't breaking the rules of the Pill Institute, he lent Long Chen 2,000 immortal crystals, which was the fee for the examination. There were many ranks of instructors within the academy, as well as countless classifications for what they taught. Long Chen chose to register for the exam to become the God Institute's battle instructor. Long Chen felt that other than refining pills, the area he was most skilled in was fighting. He had plenty of experience in this regard. It could be said that from the day he had started cultivating, he had never stopped fighting. If he wasn't in battle, he was on his way to another battle. When Long Chen reported his arrival, the person overseeing the exam was startled. He was about to curse Long Chen because Long Chen's mortal qi was clearly extremely strong. He was still in the mortal ascension realm, so how could he be an instructor? However, when Long Chen revealed his identity plate as a probationary disciple of the Pill Institute, this person forcibly swallowed his curses. A battle instructor has to rely on true skill. It might result in some broken bones, or you might even lose your life. "Don't say that I didn't want you," said that person. "I know, thanks for the warning." If it weren't for that person's scorn, Long Chen would be a bit more polite to him. However, he wasn't warning Long Chen kindly but was just trying to scare him off. Long Chen was well aware that killing people was not permitted in this exam, so the chance of losing his life was nonsense. Long Chen received the status plate for attending the exam and followed the path. He saw quite a few experts, all of them possessing strong divine energy in their bodies. They were clearly at a higher realm than him. Hence, they were all flabbergasted to see Long Chen, before that shock transformed into contempt. However, someone also raised his thumb to Long Chen. Long Chen was about to thank him when that thumb suddenly dipped down and he sneered at him. Long Chen was infuriated. If they were closer, he'd have definitely slapped that guy. How was it that even the examination to become an instructor resulted in Long Chen encountering this many boneheads? The exam was conducted in batches of 36. Once there were enough people, the next batch would go in. Long Chen advanced with his batch and quickly saw the first part of the exam. It was a black spear around the thickness of an arm. He didn't know what material it was made out of, but it gave off an extremely heavy aura. Every person went up to that spear and tried to lift it over their head. It was a very simple exam, almost insultingly so, but these people all had solemn expressions. "Rise," the first person roared and the earth trembled. The spear was lifted, but that person's entire body trembled. Moreover, his bones creaked, his face flushed, and veins popped on his forehead. It was at this moment that Long Chen realized that the black spear's weight might be absolutely astonishing. That person managed to lift it for a breath's time before putting it down. It was considered a pass. However, after he passed, he was covered in sweat. Lifting it had clearly cost him quite a bit of energy. The next person also found it very taxing but passed. The third person was the man who had previously provoked Long Chen with his thumb. His face was a bit long and his chin jutted out. When he arrived in front of the spear, he once more looked back at Long Chen amongst the crowd and sneered. "Little Pill Institute child, your peach fuzz hasn't even come in, but you dare to come to the God Institute to be an instructor. Take care that your heart isn't broken. Shut up. If you don't start the test, you'll be kicked out. This is already your third attempt and you haven't passed yet. This is your final chance, so focus on yourself," barked the examiner. He clearly knew this guy, but seemingly not in a good way. I'll definitely pass this time. Just wait. Remember not to shout at me like your superior in the future." The man sneered, seemingly not even placing the examiner in his eyes. With a huff, he steadily picked up the spear and held it above his head, easily passing. He pointed at Long Chen and sneered, "Brat, I hate the arrogant trash from the Pill Institute. You should hurry up and scram, or in the final clash, I'll beat you until your mommy doesn't even recognize you." Long Chen couldn't endure it any longer. With blazing killing intent, he stepped toward that person. However, a person behind him held him back. "Little brother, don't let your emotions get the best of you. That fellow is someone on the divine rankings. He has a powerful backer behind him. Do you see that he doesn't even care about the examiner? Listen to my advice. The God Institute and the Pill Institute are not friendly, so don't provoke him or you'll suffer." The big-chinned man laughed arrogantly when he heard this advice. He walked off, vanishing at the end of the channel for the next part of the exam. "Many thanks." Long Chen was still full of fury, but he still thanked the person who had held him back since his intentions were kind. However, Long Chen had already noted this big-chinned man in his heart, praying that the so-called final clash he had mentioned would come sooner. At that time, he would show him why flowers were red. Long Chen was near the end of his group, and there were 7 people behind him. The people ahead of him finished their exams one by one. 3 failed, and surprisingly, they failed one after another. It seemed that one failure caused a blow to the confidence of the ones behind them. The one in front of Long Chen was the 4th one. After seeing the 3 people in front of him fail, his face was slightly pale, but he still used all his power to raise the spear. In the end, he managed to lift it, but his power wasn't great enough. His base wasn't steady, and he fell backward, causing the black spear to fall toward Long Chen. "Careful." The examiner jumped in shock, not expecting this person's mental fortitude to be so lacking. He actually lost control of the spear. If it smashed into someone, it would definitely injure if not kill them. Just as everyone was startled, a steady hand caught the spear. Just like that, Long Chen held the spear in the air, leaving everyone speechless. "It's not as heavy as I imagined." Long Chen weighed the spear in his hand. Although it was heavy, he was more than capable of holding it steadily with a single hand. Did the immortal world's experts not have powerful physical bodies? "What astonishing physical strength. You pass." The examiner praised Long Chen and directly led him through. Chapter 28, 14 Dirty Tricks Behind the Exam. Long Chen followed the path and out of nowhere, a strange sound came from the walls. Following that, pellets began to fire. Long Chen agilely dodged, and the pellets landed on the walls, leaving behind white splotches. Long Chen instantly understood that this was a test of reaction speed. The mechanisms didn't contain any killing intent, but they did intentionally cause a noise just as they fired in order to reduce the difficulty. Long Chen shook his head. This kind of test was far too childish for him. Although his spiritual yuan was sealed, even without using spiritual strength, just the change in airflow when these pellets shot out was enough to make him easily dodge them. The further he went, the more concentrated the pellets, but they were completely unable to touch him. He then passed through the pellet channel, appearing in an exam hall. The examiner stared at Long Chen in shock. Looking him up and down, the examiner finally proclaimed, "You pass with full marks." The passing grade for this exam was based on how many pellets you were hit by, but Long Chen passed through without a single spot of white. The reason the examiner was shocked was because, in this exam, a person's spiritual perception was suppressed, so they could only use the sound to react. Getting hit by 8 or fewer pellets was a pass. Hence, the examiner was truly stunned and automatically passed Long Chen with full marks. The next exam was actually a wooden puppet, and Long Chen was given a club. As long as the club struck the wooden puppet, its movements would cease. However, he would be entering an area with hundreds of those wooden puppets attacking at once. It was an overwhelming situation for most people who took the exam. After that, Long Chen's club danced through the air. As the examiner said, once it struck a puppet, the puppet's movements would come to a stop. The only difficulty was how to avoid getting hit by the wooden puppets in turn. It required not only speed but also sharp perception and the ability to make fast judgments. Long Chen laughed inside. It seemed that the immortal world was far too peaceful. This kind of trial wasn't worth anything to an expert like him who had walked out of countless life and death battles. It was unknown just how many big battles he had fought. He had brushed against death countless times, sharpening his instincts. Even with his spiritual yuan and divine sense suppressed, this trial was too easy for him. Those puppets quickly fell one by one. The only thing that surprised Long Chen was that these puppets were very sensitive. Although Long Chen had come into contact with puppets on the Martial Heaven continent, those were existences powered through formations. Their reactions were not as fast as these puppets, which seemed to possess their own minds. Long Chen easily passed through this section. When he arrived at the end, the next examiner's expression was just as amazed as the previous one. Long Chen had once more passed with full marks. After 3 trials, he appeared in a hall. This was where all the people who had passed the trials so far were gathered. The big-chinned man was also here, astonished to see Long Chen arrive here as well. However, he then smiled sinisterly. He lowered his head and whispered to an examiner. Due to the great distance and his suppressed spiritual strength, Long Chen couldn't hear what he said. But Long Chen knew that he was definitely courting death. For him to be speaking to the examiner like this, they were clearly on the same side. The examiner eyed Long Chen and didn't say anything. This exam quickly started. Of the original 36 people, only 8 managed to reach this point. These 8 people were going to face off in 4 pairs. This was going to be a knockout competition. 4 people would be knocked out in the first round, and after 3 rounds, the winner would be decided. The ultimate winner would then be qualified to become the battle instructor. However, the second place in the finals wouldn't necessarily be rejected. They would be viewed as a candidate to become an instructor. If there was a short supply of instructors, they might be promoted. Unfortunately, if there were enough instructors, they would be neglected, and after 3 months, even those qualifications would be stripped away. They would need to take the exam again. Each person was given a wooden sword that was surprisingly heavy, but had special runes on it to soften the blow. They were probably afraid of someone dying. After that, the examiner woodenly read off the rules for the competition. The general meaning was that it was not permitted to take another person's life during the trial. If someone intentionally killed someone, they would be severely punished. He also made clear the difference between first place and second place, encouraging everyone to do their best to win. There were 2 ways to admit defeat during battle. One was to speak and say that they admitted defeat, while another was to raise both hands. Once this method was used, the examiner would announce the end of the battle. If you were to intentionally injure someone after the examiner had announced that the battle was over, that would be an automatic loss. After a mass of rules were read off, they split up. Long Chen was surprised to see that his opponent wasn't the fellow with the big chin. Long Chen was confused, but the man facing the big-chinned fellow furiously cursed. What blatant cheating! According to the sequence, I shouldn't be facing him in the first round. What nonsense are you spouting? These matches were determined by drawing lots. If you don't like it, you can withdraw from this competition and wait for the next exam, said the examiner coldly. Drawing lots? How come none of us knew that? You arranged it yourselves just so that I wouldn't enter the finals. You're absolutely shameless. The competition in the God Institute should be above board, but you're just acting like petty, despicable people abusing your positions. You're disgracing the God Institute with your presence, cursed that person. Long Chen understood now. The two of them must have had previous hostility between them. That meant that this big-chinned fellow didn't just want first place, but he also wanted to knock out this person so that the latter couldn't even get second. He wanted to kick him out in the first round. The Pill Institute is trash, and now the God Institute is also full of corruption. Could it be that I am the only pure one in this world? Long Chen shook his head. This academy was full of chaos. Shut up, you're the one who isn't strong enough. Scram, or in a bit I'll beat you up like a dog, sneered the big-chinned fellow fearlessly. All right, just wait, we'll meet again. The man clenched his teeth and directly gave up. He knew that he wasn't a match for the big-chinned fellow. Only then did the big-chinned fellow turn his attention to Long Chen. Brat, there's still time for you to scram. Long Chen ignored him and looked at his opponent. The opponent in front of him was covered in cold sweat, his face pale. I admit defeat. This result was surprising to everyone. Furthermore, in the second round, Long Chen's opponent also directly admitted defeat, and the same thing happened to the big-chinned fellow. Following this, the only fight left was between Long Chen and the big-chinned fellow. Even the man who had left angrily and the other examiners came to watch. Brat, you used money to buy them, didn't you? Hee, the Pill Institute's disciples really do have money. Too bad that you can't buy me. I'll knock your teeth out. The big-chinned fellow smiled sinisterly. Stamping on the ground, he charged head-on at Long Chen, slashing his sword at Long Chen's head. His divine energy fluctuations surged. Your chin is ugly to me. However, my mood is good, so I'll fix it for you. Long Chen's sword whipped out like a bolt of lightning, knocking his sword aside. It then snaked out, striking his opponent's big chin. After that, the sound of bones breaking raised goosebumps. His chin was smashed apart by Long Chen's sword. Chapter 28:15, Beating an Examiner. It all happened so fast. In just the first clash, the big-chinned fellow's jaw was broken by Long Chen. The sound of bones breaking made people shiver. With a painful grunt, the big-chinned fellow tumbled to the ground. His head was dizzy. He had never imagined that a disciple of the Pill Institute would possess such power. Alchemists were similar to soul cultivators, so their physical bodies were their weakest aspect. Because of this, the big-chinned man had never viewed Long Chen as a real opponent. His view of Long Chen was that he was thin and weak. Hence, he didn't expect to be crushed in the first exchange. Long Chen then walked up to him while he was still befuddled and stamped his foot down twice, breaking that man's hands. His movements were sharp and ruthless. His foot then stamped onto his chest. As a result, the man hacked up blood trying to struggle, but Long Chen's foot was like a mountain pressing down on him, making him unable to use any power. His face then turned purple as he was like a frog being crushed. He looked like he would explode at any moment. You are ill, your head is sick, and your jaw is also problematic. Let me help you fix them. Long Chen slapped the big-chinned man's broken jaw, and a bone flew out of it. Hence the big-chinned man screamed, and blood gushed out from his mouth. All of a sudden, his chest caved in as his sternum was broken. You're breaking the rules, capture him. Only now did the examiner recover from his shock. With a furious roar, 8 teaching assistants attacked Long Chen with rods. After that, those rods whistled toward him. Scram! Long Chen's shout was thunderous. With a slash of his sword, those 8 rods were shattered, but his sword was also broken. The 8 of them were then sent flying, their hands bleeding. They could only stare in shock. Someone who possessed such a dense mortal chi actually possessed such power. It was like a barbarian dragon was hidden within his body. The examiner was also stunned. Long Chen kicked aside his opponent and then walked toward the examiner, causing his expression to change. What are you doing? He wasn't even done speaking before he was sent flying by a slap from Long Chen. He tumbled into the distance and smashed into the wall before he came to a stop. He then struggled to stand, only to cough up a mouthful of blood and faint. Brother, you've beaten an examiner. This is no small matter. Come with me. I'll find senior apprentice sister Qingyun for you. She will help you, said the man who had been driven away by the big-chinned man. Long Chen was about to ask who this senior apprentice sister Qingyun was when a cold snort came from the entrance. Does Mu Qingyun have the guts to do so? A group of people walked in. There were over 10 of them. They wore white robes, their divine energy fluctuations looking like burning flames around them. Their leader was a lean man with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks. His face was gaunt, and his cheekbones were high, making him look like a monkey in clothes. He walked to the front with his chin raised arrogantly. Careful, this person is an expert on the divine rankings. Whatever they say, ignore it. I trust that senior apprentice sister Qingyun will rush over soon as well, whispered that man. That's a bit difficult. Long Chen didn't know why this guy would help him or who this Qingyun was, but when it came to ignoring what these people said, that was probably impossible. However, he was growing more interested. These disciples were actually able to so openly and brazenly interfere with the exams, affecting the fairness of the academy. Did the God Institute really not care? Was it already rotten to the bone? You dare to ruin the exam and beat an examiner. Brat, you have guts, I like it. The lean man examined Long Chen and spoke indifferently. I'd ask you not to discuss me with this act. A human-looking monkey is quite vile to normal humans like me. Long Chen frowned. A snicker rang out from the distance. Long Chen looked over to see another group of white-robed God Institute disciples walking over. Their leader was a woman with a certain charm to her. She was beautiful but also possessed a cold majesty. Just from her looks, she appeared to be a powerful expert. Her expression was a bit off, as if she wanted to laugh but was bitterly enduring it. However, the two women beside her had already lost control. It seemed that they had never heard a similar kind of speaking style as Long Chen. Despite knowing that this wasn't the time to laugh, they couldn't hold back. Meanwhile, the money-like man's eyes blazed with fire. He was actually insulted by a brat who had just joined the academy, and it was in front of so many people. All of a sudden, he extended a hand, his claw reaching for Long Chen's throat. In return, Long Chen's hand slapped across his face, and a palm image struck his chest, sending him flying into the distance. He collapsed. Long Chen and the woman stared at each other in surprise. Long Chen had attacked almost instinctively, striking that man in the face. But the woman's attack had arrived at almost the same time. She had clearly done it to save him. Meanwhile, the woman was shocked due to knowing just how shameless and vicious that skinny monkey man was. He had no qualms about attacking weaker people, so she had been prepared to interfere the instant he struck. However, Long Chen had somehow struck him first despite being attacked first. Furthermore, the power of his palm was so great that even without her attack, that monkey man wouldn't be able to injure him. Also, his attack had come completely naturally, like a flowing stream, amazing her. She walked up to Long Chen. What a beautiful technique. With your mortal aura you must be an ascender. For you to have such a technique, you must have been an overlord in your lower world. I apologize, let me introduce myself. I am Mu Qingyun. I still don't know your name. Long Chen was about to answer when a sneer rang out. The mighty Mu Qingyun is actually lowering herself to a newcomer. Do you not have any confidence in the next competition for the rankings? How vile and laughable. Chapter 28:16 Killing. Another group of people came walking over. The one at the front was a handsome man of a fair complexion. While holding a white paper fan in his hand, he swaggered over like a young lord. Regretfully, any air of nobility was broken by his smile, which looked like he needed a spanking. Long Chen didn't know how many people like this that he had killed. On the martial heaven continent, such people were originally present in plague proportions, but he had slaughtered them until they almost became a protected species. However, this species once more appeared in the High Firmament Academy in epidemic numbers. Would he need to start a new slaughter just like in the martial heaven continent? Mu Qingyun's side glared darkly at this man. One of them shouted, Zhang Changsheng, as the third-ranking expert, you actually randomly say such slanderous words. You don't live up to your reputation as an expert. This Zhang Changsheng's aura was extremely powerful. Based on the divine energy fluctuations he gave off, Long Chen judged that he was around the same level as Mu Qingyun. While Mu Qingyun's people were filled with expressions of righteous indignation, Mu Qingyun herself didn't react much at all. Slander, the rank 2 Mu Qingyun actually lowered herself to run here to pull over a newcomer. Doesn't this prove you're already targeting outside experts? Have you lost confidence in the divine rankings competition? Zhang Changsheng snapped his fan shut and walked over. Someone immediately took out a chair that he then sat on. Long Chen shook his head and sighed. He couldn't help recalling a certain memory from the Xuanhuan monastery. When they had been challenged by another monastery's disciples, Gu Ran had worked with him to set up a similar display. So many years had passed since then in no time at all. He was no longer that tender youth, so this person's actions appeared incredibly childish to him. Just how many years had it been since he had messed around with such a play? You're the one being so despicable that you actually interfered in this exam. He's nothing more than a surprise. If we still didn't hit back after you've repeatedly provoked us, we'd be beaten black and blue by you, wouldn't we? Raged that woman. Her anger showed that the conflict between the two sides was not a matter of just 1 or 2 days. At the same time, Long Chen understood that the big-chinned fellow had been targeting one of Mu Qingyun's people, making him fail so that he couldn't even get second place. This Zhang Changsheng had to be the real instigator behind this matter. It seemed that Mu Qingyun had finally lost patience and was preparing to fight back this time, but then Long Chen appeared. However, what Long Chen didn't know was that amongst the examiners for this exam, while some belonged to Zhang Changsheng's side, some also belonged to Mu Qingyun. Mu Qingyun had received word that not only was the other side cheating to harm her people, but an astonishing figure had appeared, passing through the exams with full marks. Mu Qingyun had then rushed over to help her side and also see whether she could pull Long Chen to her side. However, she had arrived one step too late. Long Chen had already knocked his opponent down, which meant that she had failed to arrive at the critical time to help him, not managing to make him owe her a favor. Despite that, helping Long Chen handle the aftermath could also give him a good impression and pull him to her side. Thus, she and Zhang Chengsheng were fighting. The only thing that Long Chen found curious was that despite this clearly being an official examination, no one from the actual core of the God Institute's management came. How was it that, when two gangs of disciples appeared, no one came to control things? The God Institute's management was even worse than the Pill Institute's. Zhang Changsheng slowly fanned himself as he sat in the chair. Ignoring that woman's words, he looked at Long Chen. "Little fellow, I'll give you two paths. Either kowtow and apologize to our people or join us." Mu Qingyun frowned. The other side had also received information, which was why they had rushed over so quickly. They were also planning on pulling in Long Chen. However, she then sneered, while the woman beside her grew anxious. Half their goal in coming here was Long Chen. If he was pulled away by Zhang Chengsheng, that would be a giant humiliation for them. Before she could speak, Mu Qingyun raised her hand, telling her to be quiet. She was ranked 2 on the divine rankings. She had seen and experienced countless people. Hence, she instantly saw through Long Chen's character and knew what his reply would be. As she expected, Long Chen said, "Thank you for giving me 2 options." Zhang Changsheng smiled, thinking that Long Chen was submitting since he thanked him. He was about to praise his intelligence when Long Chen continued. "However, I can only give you one suggestion. You should change your name. From the mortal world to the immortal world, I've encountered quite a few people called Changsheng. However, they never lived long lives. Instead, they died after messing around. Your name isn't auspicious." "You?" Zhang Chengsheng's face turned dark. This sudden turn knocked his pleased smile off of his face. The woman beside Mu Qingyun could barely contain her mirth at this response. She covered her mouth with both hands, but her shoulders quivered. Mu Qingyun and the others also found it funny. Long Chen looked completely serious when he said this. As a result, Zhang Chengsheng's fury soared even more at this silent laughter. "Kill him." As soon as he spoke, a dark-faced fellow behind him immediately charged out, his hand reaching toward Long Chen's head. His fingers were like iron claws, and he was as quick as lightning vicious. This person was a true expert. At this moment, a sharp light flickered over his fingernails. If a head was grasped by this hand, it would surely be crushed by this killing move. Upon seeing this, Mu Qingyun's expression completely changed. She hadn't expected this person to dare to launch a killing move. If he did kill Long Chen, she would also be slightly implicated. By the time she reacted, she was too late. Even as she moved, that person already arrived in front of Long Chen. Hence, she prayed that Long Chen could block this attack. If he was only injured, she could save him. However, just as she moved, before her palm touched that person, his body suddenly turned stiff. A sword had stabbed through his left eye and out the back of his head. He was already dead. As for the sword, it was in Long Chen's hand. For a moment, everyone was deathly silent. Chapter 28:17 Public Courtroom. Long Chen's movements were too quick for them to even track with their eyes. They only saw a sword pierce that person's head and kill him. Mu Qingyun's attempt to rush over ended up meaningless. The battle had ended before it even started. Blood slowly dripped down that sword. Just as it was about to touch Long Chen's hand, he let go of the sword. Without anything holding it up, the corpse fell to the ground with a plonk. The sound wasn't loud, but it shook people's hearts like a hammer. That was an expert ranked 97th on the divine rankings. He was called the Iron Claw Soul Snatcher, a former rogue cultivator who had built up quite a reputation for himself before joining the High Firmament Academy. This person was a vicious, ruthless killer. When he attacked, his opponents were always killed or crippled. Due to his viciousness, he was highly viewed by Zhang Changsheng. He was someone who only took orders from Zhang Changsheng. When Zhang Changsheng had told someone to kill Long Chen, he had attacked without hesitation. Regretfully, when it came to killing people, Long Chen was the true master. If they were competing in martial arts, perhaps Long Chen would require some effort to knock him down. But if Long Chen wanted to kill him, it was as easy as raising his hand. Everyone was dumbfounded, especially those two women beside Mu Qingyun. Their smiles were completely frozen. Long Chen had given them a sunshiny, unbending kind of impression. He was like a proud man who would rather break than bend. But with his seemingly weak appearance, they also formed an urge to protect him. However, no one had expected him to kill his opponent in a single move. Most stunning of all was his expression after killing. Although the two women were also cultivators, they had not experienced much killing. They had seen others kill, but those people always sneered or acted arrogant after killing their opponents. That arrogance was to cover up their nervousness inside. However, Long Chen's expression was flat, without the slightest fluctuation. It was as if he had just done something completely insignificant. That coldness made them shiver. At this moment, another sword appeared in Long Chen's hand, and he walked toward Zhang Changsheng, his face still icy. Upon seeing this, Zhang Changsheng's heart thumped, and his hair stood on end. He felt like a monster had just set its sights on him. A feeling of mortal danger welled up within him, causing him to jump out of his chair and retreat a few steps. However, after a few steps, his expression became ugly. He was an expert in the divine flame realm. Was he actually afraid of a rookie in the mortal transcendence realm? In front of everyone, he had been scared away by Long Chen. As all his face was lost, his embarrassment transformed into anger. Courting death. Zhang Changsheng howled and his divine energy erupted. With him as the core, the disciples around him were blasted away. This chi wave blew back Long Chen's hair, flapping his robes. All of a sudden, Long Chen frowned and looked at his robes. He paused. Seeing him stop, Zhang Changsheng thought that Long Chen was scared by his power, and he stepped forward, smashing a fist at him. Boom! Just at that moment, a palm image blocked his fist, unleashing a shockwave that made the entire palace shake. Mu Qingyun had taken action. She forced back Zhang Changsheng and then appeared in front of Long Chen. Although her aura seemed to be on the same level as her opponents when they fought, the difference was instantly made obvious. Zhang Changsheng, you are too shameless. You are bullying someone with such dense mortal chi. To be on the same ranking as you is an insult to me, said Mu Qingyun coldly. At the same time, Mu Qingyun sighed with relief. She had finally managed to help Long Chen. Although she didn't know why Long Chen would suddenly pause like that, it just so happened that this was the best time for her to take action. Zhang Changsheng was forced back several steps, feeling shocked and enraged. He had previously fought against Mu Qingyun a few months ago, but now he found that her divine flame had been purified even more, reaching an almost essence-like level. Although he always lost against her, he always managed to fight 20 or 30 exchanges before being defeated. However, today, he found that the difference between them had widened. His blood was flipping inside of him, and he didn't dare to open his mouth at the moment, for fear of coughing up blood. Why aren't you speaking? Have you realized that you were in the wrong now? You can't even find a way to retort, isn't that right? Shouted one of the women beside Mu Qingyun. Zhang Changsheng was infuriated, but that one word caused his blood to surge up. He hastily clamped his mouth shut. What your Prime Glory Alliance suppressed all newcomers and other competition when you were dominating. What? Are others not allowed to mention all the terrible things you've done? Sneered the woman. Her mouth was quite sharp. Zhang Changsheng clenched his teeth and had to wait until his blood stabilized before speaking. Hence, his face was ashen, almost frighteningly so. As for the people beside him, they didn't know what was going on with him, but they didn't dare to interject themselves into this matter. Zhang Changsheng was a very domineering person. If someone interrupted him, it was considered a sin, so none of his people spoke up. Suddenly, footsteps rang out and countless disciples in blue robes came rushing in. They had wooden rods in their hands. In just a moment, Hundreds of them had surrounded this place. "No need to worry. These are law enforcement disciples. We just have to follow the process," explained Mu Qingyun quietly to the surprised Long Chen. Mu Qingyun was very familiar with the God Institute's rules. These disciples had gotten used to their fighting, so they almost seemed bored with what they were doing. "Everyone come along." The head disciple didn't make things hard on them. He spoke woodenly. These disciples were clearly afraid of Zhang Changsheng and Mu Qingyun's status, so they didn't dare to be rude. In this aspect, they were far better than the Pill Institute's law enforcement disciples. Everyone was brought along, and Long Chen was surprised to be brought into a courtroom. However, Mu Qingyun and the others seemed relaxed, as if this was routine for them. They were completely indifferent as they followed the process. The sharp-tongued woman even said a few comforting words to Long Chen, telling him not to be afraid. This matter was provoked by the other side, so the majority of the blame would fall on them. However, just as she was comforting him, everyone fell silent. An ancient and skinny elder had walked in. Upon seeing that elder, Mu Qingyun and the others, who were originally filled with confidence, became dumbfounded. "How can it be him? Now it's troublesome." Mu Qingyun's expression twitched. "What, is this old fellow your enemy?" asked Long Chen. "Who is Long Chen? Stand up." Just at this moment, the ancient elder slammed his gavel and shouted, "Who are you? Is the name Long Chen something that you can shout?" Long Chen's lazy voice echoed through the courtroom, dumbfounding everyone. Even Mu Qingyun and the others stared at him in shock as though he was a madman. Chapter 28:18 Long Chen's Confidence. This response from Long Chen stunned everyone. However, Zhang Changsheng and the others were delighted to hear such a thing. In their eyes, Long Chen was definitely dead now, and there was no need for them to even add anything. "Long Chen," Mu Qingyun hastily pulled on Long Chen. This elder before them was fond of physical discipline. He was a stubborn old man who could not be offended. That was even more the case today. For him to appear today was thought-provoking. It was very likely that he had come to nitpick, and Long Chen had thrown himself at him. "Ignorant junior, you are looking down on the court. Someone bring him away." The elder waved his hand. Some law enforcement disciples immediately stepped forward. "You are not qualified to give a ruling to the Pill Institute's disciples," said Long Chen indifferently. "Nonsense. Let alone a little probationary disciple, even a formal disciple of the Pill Institute would have to obediently submit to my ruling here. Bring him away and give him 50 lashes of the rod," proclaimed the elder. "This is not your business. Don't come over if you don't want to die," said Long Chen coldly, and his killing intent filled the room. As a result, all the experts in the room involuntarily shivered. The disciples stepping forward instantly froze in place, not daring to move. They smelled death. What they were facing was not a disciple of the Pill Institute, but a devil who murdered without batting an eye. Long Chen stepped forward, going through everyone toward the elder. Hence, the elder stared at him in astonishment. He had never seen someone with such terrifying killing intent. "Little fellow, you." The elder was also frozen in fear. He didn't even get to finish speaking before he was slapped in the face by Long Chen. He spun back. "What?" The disciple's eyes almost popped out. Long Chen dared to beat this elder. Was he mad? The elder wasn't even on guard, and stars spun in his eyes. He felt the world spinning around him. He almost fainted. Suddenly, he let out a furious cry, and divine energy exploded out of his body. Divine flames burned around him. However, those divine flames had just appeared before they were extinguished by a stamp of the foot. After that, the tip of a sword was less than half an inch from his eyes. Long Chen held the other end of the sword. "Don't think that your higher cultivation base protects you. A coward who has never entered the battlefield in their entire life can be killed easily by me." Long Chen had already seen that despite the higher cultivation bases of these people, the High Firmament Academy's so-called experts were nothing more than greenhouse flowers without any true ability. You brazen brat, do you know?" Long Chen slapped him before he was done speaking. After that, the elder was furious and about to attack back when pain stabbed through his eyelid. Long Chen had pierced his sword through his eyelid. Hence, blood began to flow and the elder instantly froze. "Are you a pig? I wasn't done speaking. Who let you talk?" asked Long Chen. The elder felt a mix of shock and anger, thinking that this youth in front of him was a devil. His powerful cultivation base was completely suppressed by Long Chen, and his life was in Long Chen's hands. Furthermore, Long Chen's icy expression terrified him. He had no doubt that Long Chen really would kill him. To Long Chen, killing people could be done without hesitation. I told you that you weren't qualified to judge me. Take a good look at this status plate of mine. If your eyes aren't blind, you should see that it says full marks. Such a status plate has only appeared twice throughout the entire history of the Pill Institute. Those were incidents that occurred 13,000 years ago. As for mine, this is the third. This status plate was personally given to me by 7-star Elder Heziu. Due to beating an instructor in the Pill Institute, I was deducted some benefits. Senior Heziu then lent me some money, telling me to take the test to become an instructor so I can make up for those lost benefits. But I didn't expect that your God Institute would be hiding such corruption. Just a minor instructor exam had blatant cheating with collusion on all sides. It's completely lawless. Then there were even people who launched killing blows against me. As for you, you old bastard, you didn't even give me any chance to show you this status of mine before trying to give me corporal punishment. Tell me, do you want to die? Snorted Long Chen. Long Chen's words resounded throughout the court, leaving people dumbfounded. They looked at Long Chen's status plate. They all understood what this meant. He had passed the exam with full marks. If that occurred in a different institute, it wouldn't be so shocking. Although it was rare, there were always a few such occurrences every year. However, when it came to the Pill Institute, they couldn't recall anyone managing to pass with full marks in many years. Upon hearing Long Chen's explanation, everyone's hearts shook. It seemed that Long Chen possessed quite a powerful background. He beat up an instructor and only had some benefits taken away. The 7-star Elder had personally helped him, telling him to become an instructor here in the God Institute. Just how big were his connections? Long Chen's words were half true and half false. It was true that this status plate was special. He had learned that from the disciple rulebook that he had been given. The 7-star Elder had not mentioned it to him. He was aware that this was the third time such a status plate had appeared. His position was definitely not ordinary. As for why the 7-star Elder hadn't told him, Long Chen guessed it was to not make him arrogant. The Pill Institute was the most special place in the High Firmament Academy and could be considered the core of the academy. After all, the pills that the disciples needed for cultivation were all provided by the Pill Institute. Hence, just by showing off his status plate and making a connection between him and the 7-star Elder, he became clothed in tiger clothes. He couldn't be touched. Within the rulebook he had been given, there was an introduction to the Pill Institute's positions. The position of the 7-star Elder was a bit lower than an institute head, but only by a bit. It was a position with extremely high authority. Of course, the reason he beat this Elder was precisely to cause a bigger fuss. Only by causing a bigger fuss could he pull in more benefits for himself. The Elder's expression was extremely ugly at this moment. He had been in the academy for many years and was profoundly aware of how difficult it was to deal with the Pill Institute. Furthermore, for Long Chen to be such a rare genius, only the third to pass their exam with full marks, his status was completely different than an ordinary disciple. The Elder truly was not qualified to directly punish Long Chen. He would have to leave it to the Pill Institute to handle him. Just like that, he was slapped twice for nothing. Only after stating his case did Long Chen retract his sword. He then looked at the Elder's expression and knew that his plan had worked. I will report this to the Pill Institute's department. I strongly condemn your crude behavior. Just wait. The Elder gloomily crawled up, waved his sleeve, and left. The law enforcement disciples also left with him, along with Zhang Chengsheng and the others. As he passed by Long Chen, he eyed him. Just like that, Long Chen slapped him in the face. What are you looking at? Chapter 28:19 Don't provoke me. Just as everyone thought that things were over, Zhang Chengsheng was slapped in the face by Long Chen due to him staring too much. After ascending to the immortal world, all of Long Chen's abilities were suppressed, and only his divine face-slapping art was still as precise and refined as ever. He had a 100% hit rate here in the immortal world. Zhang Chengsheng was caught off guard and was thrown to the ground by the slap. Stars spun in his vision. The people beside him were shocked. Long Chen was truly arrogant. Not even looking at him was all right for him. They then took out their weapons, but even once their weapons were out, they didn't dare to attack. That was because Long Chen's sword was already pointed at Zhang Chengsheng's head. They didn't even see Long Chen's movements clearly as it was too fast. His sword was already pointed at Zhang Chengsheng before any of them could do anything. What do you want? Zhang Chengsheng was startled and enraged. He had never expected to provoke such a vicious character this time. He had thought that he was picking up a cat, only for that cat to become a mighty tiger in an instant, and it was definitely a murderous tiger. I don't want anything. I'm just warning you not to provoke me. In the lower world, I killed countless people. My path was covered in mountains of corpses and seas of blood. I didn't ascend to the immortal world to waste time with idiots like you. My time is very precious. By wasting my time, you are harming me. Anyone who harms me is my enemy, and my enemies don't have good endings, let alone long lives. Long Chen patted Zhang Chengsheng with the flat side of his sword. I hope that you'll remember the words I'm saying today. If you do, it might save your life. After saying that, Long Chen put away his sword. Zhang Chengsheng then finally stood up, and he glared at Long Chen, sharp light in his eyes. His divine energy fluctuation slowly rose. The current Long Chen was standing right in front of him, and his sword was already pulled back. He was no threat. Now was the best time to attack him. As for Long Chen's sword, it was nothing more than mortal metal. Other than if it struck the eyes or the glabella, it wouldn't be able to harm the body fatally. He was still hesitating about whether or not he should attack and take Long Chen's life. After all, Long Chen had attacked him first. Even if he killed Long Chen, he would have justification. Long Chen stared at Zhang Chengsheng indifferently. Ignoring his divine energy fluctuations, Long Chen said, "Of course, you can view what I just said as bragging. If you don't believe me, you can try it. But I will just warn you that you shouldn't. If you do, that's the end of everything." Zhang Chengsheng stared at Long Chen gloomily, filled with hesitation. Long Chen was clearly someone with extremely dense mortal qi within him. Such a person was barely acceptable by the High Firmament Academy standards. Normally, he would be able to kill a mass of such people with a single palm. But facing Long Chen, he was completely shaken and didn't dare to attack. We'll see what happens in the future. Zhang Chengsheng then clenched his teeth and left with his people, deciding not to attack in the end. "Wow, you look pretty weak, but you're actually amazing," said the woman beside Mu Qingyun. "Zhang Ling, don't be rude," Mu Qingyun frowned. That Zhang Ling stuck out her tongue but apologized. "Sorry, I'm just happy to see Zhang Chengsheng look like he ate dog poop. Long Chen, don't mind me." When Mu Qingyun had introduced herself and asked Long Chen for his name, that had just been a polite formality. They had all known Long Chen's name before because it was written in the registration for the exam. Long Chen looked at this woman. Her smiling face looked truly innocent, and everything she thought was written on her face. He smiled. "Of course, I should be thanking you. Brother Long is too courteous. I'm ashamed to say it, but we were only forced to fight back because the other side forced us to the point of no return. It just so happened that your matter made this fight much more straightforward. We didn't really help you," said Mu Qingyun. "I'm still grateful. As an ascender, I have no friends or family in the immortal world. I appreciate your care." Long Chen cupped his fists to them. Although they hadn't managed to help him with anything, just the intention was enough. "Big brother Long Chen, you're too polite. You have the 7-star elder as a backer. Although it might not be enough to say that you can run rampant in the academy, there are definitely only a few people who would dare to offend you," said the other woman beside Mu Qingyun. The others also looked at him admiringly. It was no wonder Long Chen dared to act like this when he had the support of the 7-star elder. "Let me introduce you. These two are my sisters, Zhang Ling and Zhang Ziu," said Mu Qingyun. "What pretty names," said Long Chen with a smile. "He, big brother Long Chen really knows how to talk." Zhang Ling laughed. Her happiness was written clearly on her face. There wasn't the slightest plot or scheme behind her face, not even the reserved veil of a woman. "They have the same parents, but they grew up looking quite different," said Mu Qingyun, growing more comfortable with Long Chen. He seemed like a different person now, and the atmosphere became friendly. Long Chen was surprised to hear that. The two of them didn't look alike at all. However, he didn't express it. "Big brother Long," started Zhang Ling. "If you want to call me big brother, you can call me third brother. Back where I came from, I was used to being called third brother Long San," said Long Chen. "Haha, okay, third brother, you really are amazing. Your cultivation base is so weak, sorry, I'm used to being straightforward. But you really are amazing. Teach me how to fight. If I can get half as amazing as you, that vile Zhang Chengsheng won't be able to bully us any longer," said Zhang Ling expectantly. Her eyes shone with worship. In her understanding of the world, to defeat a powerful opponent required a higher cultivation base that suppressed the opponent. However, Long Chen had such a weak cultivation base, but was so terrifying, crushing experts of the divine rankings, and even slapping the discipline elder in the divine flame realm. That toppled her understanding of cultivation. That's right, you'll be an instructor in the future so we can attend your classes. We'll definitely study hard, said Zhangziu as well. Third brother Long, you seem much more skilled than the other instructors. They just teach us some theories that aren't really useful in real battle. The other disciples beside Mu Qingyun were also excited. It seemed that they wanted to attend Long Chen's class right away. However, according to the academy's rules, they could only attend lessons from official teachers, and Long Chen was not officially given that position yet. Who is Long Chen? Just at this moment, a thunderous voice rang out and a group of people walked in. When they saw the person at the front, Mu Qingyun and the others jumped in shock and then hastily bowed. Greetings, Divine Lightning Elder. Chapter 28, 20 Divine Lightning Elder. The arrival of the Divine Lightning Elder made every disciple stiffen, including Mu Qingyun. This group of people didn't just possess terrifying auras, but there was also the strong stench of blood. Long Chen was also surprised. Ever since he had ascended to the immortal world, this was the first group of real experts he encountered, experts that had truly killed their way out of the battlefield. Their leader was a tall and muscular middle-aged man. His face was rough, and his eyes were like copper bells. Moreover, his full beard still had some blood in it. It seemed that they had just returned from a battlefield. His gaze instantly fell on Long Chen. His eyes widened. Good brat, what a dense blood chi. Oh, and you also have thunder force in your body. Ha ha ha, good, good. The Divine Lightning Elder's gaze was electric, seemingly having seen through Long Chen. His expression hadn't looked so good when he entered the room, but his attitude completely transformed when he saw Long Chen. Little fellow, I have just returned when someone told me that the Pill Institute was intentionally causing trouble to humiliate our God Institute. When I get back, I'll definitely break that person's legs and stick them up his butt, cursed the Divine Lightning Elder. Although Long Chen didn't quite understand what was happening, or what kind of rank this Divine Lightning Elder possessed, he estimated that it was not inferior to the 7-star Elder. Someone had clearly tried to create a conflict between him and Long Chen. Moreover, this Divine Lightning Elder did not look like someone with a good temper. As soon as he received such a report, he would go find trouble for Long Chen, and the real target was most likely the Pill Institute. However, as soon as he saw Long Chen, he lost any faith in that person's words. The thunder force flowing within Long Chen's body essentially told him what kind of character Long Chen had. Furthermore, Long Chen could also sense a wild lightning power within the Divine Lightning Elder's body. Then looking at his face, Long Chen sensed the pride and arrogance within his bones. This Divine Lightning Elder was the only true lightning cultivator that Long Chen had met in his lifetime. With both of them possessing such a rare element, they instantly formed a connection. Those who cultivated wild lightning were all direct and frank. Whatever issues they had, they would face them head-on and not stab people in the back. Hence, the instant he saw Long Chen, the Divine Lightning Elder knew that he had been lied to. He saw that Long Chen was not the kind of person to intentionally pick a quarrel. Furthermore, in all his years in the academy, he had only encountered a few people with the same character as him. The moment he saw that Long Chen was a lightning cultivator, he felt joy like he wished the two had met earlier. This junior is Long Chen. Greetings, Divine Lightning Elder. Long Chen cupped his fists. What junior? We're all men. Don't get sucked into those useless convoluted formalities. I am Lei Zio. You can call me Big Brother Lei Zio in the future. Haha, after so many years I finally encountered someone to my liking. Once your cultivation base is higher, join me on the battlefield. That's where men should be. Lei Zio patted Long Chen on the shoulder. Sparks flashed where his hand touched Long Chen's shoulder. That was a resonance between their thunder force. Junior brother Long Chen greets Big Brother Lei Zio. Long Chen was also pleasantly surprised to see such a figure in the academy. Thus, hope once more ignited within him for the High Firmament Academy. Ha ha, good. Junior brother, I came this time to replenish my supplies, so I'm going to leave soon. It might be a while before I return, so properly cultivate during this time. I hope that the next time we meet, your mortal chi will have been expelled and you will have ignited your divine flame. At that time, your big brother will give you wine to celebrate. Lei Zio was delighted to see Long Chen react without any bashfulness or timidity or fawning. Big brother, don't worry. I will properly cultivate, or wouldn't that be a loss to Big Brother's face, said Long Chen confidently. Haha, good, that's the drive that you need. Until next time. Lei Zio patted Long Chen's shoulder and left. He was in a rush and didn't waste any further time. At this moment, Mu Qingyun stared at Long Chen in amazement. Zhang Ling excitedly said, "Third brother, you really are about to soar. Do you know who the divine lightning elder is? The two of you call each other brother." "I really don't know who he is," said Long Chen. "Heaven, earth, wind, lightning. They are the four strongest elders within the sub-institutes of the God Institute. They are our four great pillars. Even within the entire academy, they are all giant figures. With the care of the divine lightning elder, your future path will definitely be smooth and easy," exclaimed Zhang Ling. Long Chen shook his head. "That's not going to happen." "What?" "You don't understand his character. If I borrow his power to open a back door for myself, he'll look down on me. The only reason he recognizes me as brother is because we have the same character. As for me, I have my own dignity as well. I use my own power to win what I have. In this world, it is not possible to always rely on others. Parents grow old and mountains collapse. Relying on yourself is the most reliable choice. To cultivate is to create a path through mountains, to build a bridge over water. Cultivation is not necessarily just about reaching a certain height before gaining anything. The process is even more important than the result sometimes." Just at this moment, clapping sounds rang out, and a kind-looking old elder walked in, seemingly praising Long Chen's words just now. "Marvelous, truly marvelous. At such a young age, you not only possess such great combat power but can also say such deep words. It truly is rare." The elder nodded in praise. "Heaven Master Yun Yang, why have you come?" Mu Qingyun and the others were startled. They hastily bowed worshipfully. Mu Qingyun quickly gave Long Chen an introduction. "Long Chen, this is our God Institute's Heaven Master, Yun Yang. He is the highest level teacher in our God Institute and the one with the most learning." "Ah, I wouldn't dare to accept such praise. There is no end to learning. Child, you're going to give me a big head." Heaven Master Yun Yang laughed. He was like a kind elder, and he didn't seem to possess any of the arrogance that a Heaven Master would possess. "Junior greets Heaven Master. I hope to get pointers from Senior in the future," said Long Chen. "I couldn't. I teach philosophies on the Tao while you are skilled in battle. You already possess a rare insight into life. If you have time, I would like to learn from you." Heaven Master Yun Yang smiled at Long Chen so humbly that Long Chen felt a bit embarrassed. "I came here specifically to give you your new status plate. Little brother, congratulations on passing the teacher exam. You've become a battle instructor. The official ceremony will take place 3 days from now, so don't forget to participate." Heaven Master Yun Yang handed a new status plate to Long Chen. Long Chen, Mu Qingyun and the others were startled. It had passed through so quickly. Was that because of the Pill Institute or perhaps the Divine Lightning Elder? Chapter 28-21 Heaven, Earth, Human, Mortal. "Congratulations. In the future I'll have to call you Instructor Long Chen," said Heaven Master Yun Yang with a kind smile. "You honor this junior too much." Long Chen received the status plate a bit emotionally. With this, he would be getting quite a bit of income. The High Firmament Academy was not a charity. Everything required money. Without money, it was difficult to even take a single step forward. If that was the case, you would only be able to watch others advance every day while you stagnated. An instructor gets a decent salary, but it's not so great. However, someone with skill will not be buried within the academy. "Work hard," encouraged Heaven Master Yun Yang. After saying that, he left. Mu Qingyun wanted to send him off, but he just flapped his hand at them and left on his own. Staring at his back, Zhang Ling sighed. "Heaven, earth, human, and mortal. Heaven Master Yun Yang is at the highest level, and he is still so kind. But there are a lot of others with lower positions who swagger down the streets like they're crabs." The High Firmament Academy's teachers were split into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, human, and mortal. Other sects also did the same thing. As for Long Chen's trial, it was just for the lowest level, a mortal-ranked instructor. But even the lowest level still had a good income. Other than the set salary, there were also bonuses for holding extra classes and such. Every month, the academy only had 2 classes for the public that were free. If the disciples felt that they wanted to learn more, or if they felt that a certain teacher's instructions weren't clear, they could pay money for any teacher. They could do it one-on-one or in groups. It was more profitable to do it in groups since the price was split among multiple people. Mu Qingyun and the others often formed groups to attend lectures, raising their overall power. As for this Heaven Master Yun Yang, his classes were completely free, and he also didn't stand on air. He answered all questions without holding anything back. It was only regretful that Heaven Master Yun Yang was extremely busy. Mu Qingyan and the others had only managed to attend 2 of his lessons, but every lesson always benefited them immensely. There was no way for the other instructors to compare to him. He was beloved by all within the academy. Seeing his mannerism and then comparing it to the other instructors, Zhang Ling sighed. Long Chen indifferently said, "A full bottle doesn't make noise when it shakes, but a half-empty one makes plenty of noise. The more learning someone has, the more they feel like there is to learn. Mature wheat bends. Only dried-up wheat stands straight up as if afraid others won't see it." His luck was decent today as he had encountered both Lei Xiao and Heaven Master Yun Yang. He supposed he couldn't say that there weren't any real experts within the High Firmament Academy now, but the Academy's lower ranks were a complete mess. How was it that the higher-ups weren't doing anything? "Third brother, your words were really well said. I like the comparisons. You must also be someone with great learning," said Zhang Ziu. Both these 2 sisters were very pure and unrestrained, even calling Long Chen third brother very naturally. They looked at him with worship in their eyes. That was due to Long Chen's young age combined with his terrifying prowess in combat and his way of talking. Although his clothes were tattered and he looked worn down, it didn't conceal his heroic spirit. The Divine Lightning Elder called him brother at first sight, and even Heaven Master Yun Yang viewed Long Chen favorably. That clearly showed that Long Chen was worthy of their respect. In all their years of cultivation, they had never seen a person reach this level. "Brother Long, congratulations on being promoted. There's still plenty of time, so would you like to celebrate with us?" asked Mu Qingyan. She was happy to have formed a connection with Long Chen. Considering how the Divine Lightning Elder and Heaven Master Yun Yang viewed him, his future prospects were limitless. "I have just entered the immortal world and am penniless. Having you pay for me would be embarrassing," said Long Chen helplessly. On the martial heaven continent, he had reached the point of no longer needing money. However, now that he had just ascended, it was like he had been beaten back to the very start of his journey. Not having money really was painful. Mu Qingyan smiled. Before she could speak, Zhang Ziu giggled, "It's fine. You're going to be an instructor. If you feel embarrassed, you can just teach us some more. That way you won't owe us anything." "Zhang Ziu, how can you make a transaction over such a matter? Being able to meet Brother Long and become friends with him is enough to celebrate a meal over. Brother Long, please don't overthink it. Otherwise, it would make us feel bad," said Mu Qingyan. With how enthusiastic she was, Long Chen didn't feel good declining. That would make him seem unreasonable. Hence, seeing him agree, they cheered, especially Zhang Ling and Zhang Ziu. Mu Qingyan shook her head slightly looking at them. A somewhat helpless expression appeared on her face. After that, they walked out of the courtroom, and Mu Qingyan led the way. They then went to a place where flying immortal beasts were provided to disciples to move around. These flying mounts were small, usually only for 1 or 2 people at once. Within the academy, the lower your cultivation base, the more trouble you had to go through. Perhaps this was the motivation for disciples to focus on cultivation. The higher their cultivation bases, the more benefits they got. In the end, Long Chen ended up on the same mount as Mu Qingyan. He felt a bit awkward because he saw Zhang Ling and Zhang Ziu smiling playfully. However, Mu Qingyan was very relaxed. She sat first, so Long Chen naturally could only thicken his face and sit with her. The immortal beasts started flying, forming a line. Long Chen didn't speak on the way and just stared at the ancient forest they were flying over. With Long Chen not speaking, Mu Qingyan also felt a bit awkward. The 2 of them were just silently sitting there. In the end, it was Mu Qingyan who spoke first. "Brother Long, I have one thing I don't understand. The Pill Institute offers its disciples the best benefits. Why would you come to the God Institute to be a teacher? Isn't it because of that idiot teacher that caused me to lose my initial benefits? He actually wanted to use me as an example of what not to do, trying to humiliate me in front of everyone. After that, I just slapped him into the wall so hard that he couldn't get out." Just mentioning this matter made Long Chen angry. He truly found it difficult to stomach to see someone who was trash at alchemy give him pointers on it. If he had been a bit angrier at that time, he might have killed that idiot. Mu Qingyan couldn't help laughing. The expressions and gestures that Long Chen used when telling his story were too funny. Even she was teased into laughing. The sound of her laughter was pleasant to hear, but this laughter made Long Chen feel a bit embarrassed. "Don't misunderstand, I'm not laughing at you. The way you talk is just really interesting," said Mu Qingyan with mirth. "Watch out!" Long Chen suddenly shouted and grabbed Mu Qingyan. After that, the 2 of them went flying off of the immortal beast's back. They had barely fallen off of the beast when a giant figure appeared and smashed into the immortal beast. The beast cried out and plummeted from the sky. Chapter 28, 22. Who is more ruthless? It was a giant flying boat. Due to a mountain blocking their vision and its extreme speed, there was no time to react before it crashed into them. If it weren't for Chen, they would have been struck along with the immortal beast. Although it wouldn't be so serious that they would die from the impact, it would be difficult to avoid injury. At this moment, Chen's expression darkened, and killing intent appeared in his eyes. The angle that this flying boat had come out of was off. It had clearly been trying to hit them. Without the flying immortal beast, the two of them fell from the sky. Since they hadn't ignited their divine flames, there was no way for them to float in midair. Just at that moment, another flying beast flew over and caught them. It was Zhang Ling and Zhang Ziu, who just so happened to be the closest to them. The flying beast wasn't large enough to carry all four of them, but it was at least strong enough that it didn't plummet even with the additional weight. How hateful, that is their hunting flying boat. Also, this is not one of the official paths for flying boats. They were trying to hit us. Zhang Ling and Zhang Ziu were filled with fury. Mu Qingyun also stared at the flying boat darkly. Seeing it, she knew which bastards were behind this. The flying boat slowed down after hitting them. It then slowly advanced as if trying to show off its martial might. "Do you have any heavy weapons?" asked Chen suddenly. "What, I have a heavy rod," Mu Qingyun answered in surprise. "Give it to me." But the flying beast can't endure it. If they took out such a heavy weapon on the immortal beast, it would instantly plummet with them on it. "It's fine, toss it over," said Chen. Mu Qingyun didn't know what Chen wanted to do. However, she still formed hand seals and summoned a bronze rod. As soon as it appeared, Chen tossed it into the primal chaos space. He was extremely fast, putting it away before it affected the immortal beast. "Chase them," said Chen to Zhang Ling. "We can't catch up to them." Also, Zhang Ling hesitated. What could they do even if they chased? They would be inviting trouble to themselves. "Listen to me. If I don't make them bleed a bit today, they won't know that I'm not to be provoked," said Chen darkly. There were truly many people who wanted to die. If he didn't make them reserve themselves a bit, he would have to constantly deal with them in the academy. When would he have time to raise his own power then? "All right." Zhang Ling seemed to trust Chen and sent the immortal beast flying over. The flying boat slowed down, allowing it to catch up. It was as if they were taunting Chen and the others, which further proved that they had struck them intentionally. "Third brother, it's no good. A flying boat is 10 times faster than us. We can't catch up." After a while, they ended up maintaining a certain distance from each other. The flying boat occasionally sped up and slowed down, toying with them. "It's fine, just keep chasing. Leave the rest to me," said Chen. A sword then appeared in his hand. Chen snapped the sword. After that, he held a 6-inch fragment of it and slowly stood. Bending down, he was like a leopard eyeing its prey for an opening. That single-minded concentration and sharp gaze shook Mu Qingyun and the others' hearts. The current Chen seemed to have returned to his cold and frightening state. Now, when the flying boat once more slowed down to taunt them, and the distance between them closed, Chen suddenly stamped down. The immortal beast dropped hundreds of meters, causing Zhang Ling and Zhang Ziu to cry out. Chen shot out. Chen then tossed the fragment of the sword into the air as he jumped, and while it was midair, his foot stepped down on it. Using it as another step, he jumped further. While the fragment of the sword smashed into the ground like a meteor, Chen gracefully soared into the sky. Chen then reached the flying boat. At that moment, Mu Qingyun's bronze rod appeared. With a thunderous roar, Chen smashed the rod into the rear of the flying boat. There was a giant vent there with flickering runes, and it was the central hub that gave the flying boat propulsion. As a result, with an explosive sound, the rear of the flying boat exploded and Chen was bloodied by the impact. With the support of his spiritual yuan, the backlash sent him flying back. Just at that moment, Zhang Ling caught him as he fell, having controlled the immortal beast to fly over. Chen then grabbed her hand and stabilized himself on the immortal beast's back. Their cooperation was excellent. The flying boat's formations were seemingly out of control. It then spun through the air until it smashed toward a mountain. Heavens, no way! Zhang Ling and Zhang Ziu covered their eyes. Boom! The flying boat smashed into the mountain, sending bits and pieces flying in every direction. It was unknown if the people inside were alive or dead. At this moment, Mu Qingyun's expression changed slightly. Long Chen was truly vicious. That flying boat contained a hunting squad, and there were thousands of disciples on it. If they died just like this, Long Chen would have brought a giant calamity onto himself. However, when she looked at him, she saw that his expression was completely at ease, as if this was a completely insignificant matter. "Let's go, I'm getting hungry. We had to use quite a bit of energy just now, so we'll need to eat a bit more to make up for it." Long Chen's heart was beating a bit too fast. Without the support of his spiritual yuan, he had used up too much power just now. Immortal qi had poured into his body, overloading it. This was because his mortal qi was still too dense. He had to think of some way to hurry and expel it, or this feeling of not being able to use his power would drive him mad. How would he fight others like this? "Should we go take a look?" asked Mu Qingyun uneasily. If there were gravely wounded people, they would still be able to save them if they went now. If many people died, it would be troublesome. "There's nothing to see. Their luck was not bad. That mountain was severely eroded by the wind. The mountain might have collapsed, but it just served as a cushion. They won't die. At most, they'll have some broken bones. Damn, if they had run into the neighboring cliff, then all their bones would have been torn apart. How regretful." Long Chen shook his head. Hearing his words, Mu Qingyun felt a chill. This viciousness shook her. Long Chen actually wanted all of them to die. He had guts. However, his words also made her relax. She recalled the exact scene of the flying boat crashing into the mountain, and it seemed that he was right. This mountain wasn't very tough, so it shouldn't be too bad for the people inside. She then led everyone on their original path. This matter made the worship in Zhang Ling and Zhang Ziu's eyes grow. The way that Long Chen had used the broken sword to reach the flying boat in particular amazed them, and they truly wanted to learn from him. Just as these two sisters were talking, the immortal beasts descended on their destination. As for the missing immortal beast, she reported it to the guards there. Moreover, this matter definitely wouldn't end here. They would definitely have to face the court again, but she was already used to such a thing. Mu Qingyun then led the way to an ancient, tall building. As soon as they entered, waves of fragrance washed over them, and Long Chen's stomach instantly started grumbling, causing the sisters to laugh. "Brother Long's stomach is hungry. Let's hurry." Mu Qingyun smiled. Although she wasn't too familiar with Long Chen, his normal frank character made others very comfortable. They didn't need to restrain themselves when with him. Long Chen had only just stepped onto the second floor when a sneer rang out. "How disappointing. Does the precious delicacy pavilion allow just anyone to enter?" Long Chen was startled as that voice was a bit familiar. He then looked around and was surprised. How did this fellow end up appearing here? Chapter 28-23, Old Foes Meet Once More. This person was someone Long Chen recognized. He was the first person who felt that they needed to report their own name after Long Chen entered the immortal world. Pan Mingsheng. When Long Chen had been asking a woman in line for some information, she had felt pity for him, and not only answered him, but was also willing to lend him the fee for the registration. Pan Mingsheng had been irritated by this for some reason. It was unknown if he was jealous of Long Chen's looks or simply looked down on people from the lower world. Due to his unclean mouth, Long Chen decided to slap him to clean it out. Afterward, both of them were disqualified, and Long Chen found a different way to enter the academy. As for this fellow, he did the same thing. Pan Mingsheng had said that he had a big brother in the academy that was on the divine rankings. However, those two law enforcement disciples didn't care and still kicked him out. Seeing him in disciple robes and drinking with a few others, Long Chen saw that he still had his previous arrogant appearance. His way of looking down his nose at people hadn't changed in the slightest. At this time, he was looking at a woman in a corner. She wore ordinary robes and didn't have a powerful aura. She was quietly eating her bowl of food with her head down. While everyone else was eating lavish meals, she was hiding in a corner eating something. That did appear a bit poor. Long Chen looked at her and was startled to see a bump on her stomach. She was actually pregnant. As soon as Pan Mingsheng spoke, she blushed. She wanted to leave, but she hadn't finished eating, so she hesitated. With such aptitude, it would be best to just leave the academy instead of embarrassing yourself here. With your own talent lacking, are you hoping for your child to fight for you? Have you not heard that dragons birth dragons, phoenixes birth phoenixes? A mouse's child can only dig holes. Are you unaware that your table manners are disgusting for others to witness? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and scram. You're just as disgusting as those rats from the lower world, sneered Pan Mingsheng. The woman quivered with rage and couldn't hold back her tears. However, she still stood and prepared to leave. Just at this moment, an icy voice rang out. I really am puzzled. How is it that an idiot who can only turn food into crap feels qualified to mock someone who can turn food into a new life? Yu Qingyun, Zhang Ling, Zhang Ziu, and the others were equally disgusted by Pan Mingxing's words. However, just like that, Long Chen made that anger transform into laughter. Mu Qingyun couldn't help it. Long Chen's humor always came without warning, making it impossible to guard against. "Which bastard is talking? Get out here," roared Pan Mingxing. Long Chen walked in. When Pan Mingxing saw him, his eyes widened. He then smiled in twisted delight. "Good brat, I was actually thinking of how to find you, but you actually sent yourself to me." Seeing Long Chen still wearing his tattered black robes, he was reminded of their first meeting. The humiliation from back then instantly caused his anger to soar. That slap had resulted in him being disqualified, and he had been forced to use a backdoor to enter the academy. It had cost quite a bit and required many connections. That slap had not just cost him his dignity, but it had also cost him a large sum of wealth. Hence, his eyes reddened at this moment. "Brother Pan, has this brat offended you? I'll teach him a lesson for you." Another disciple eating with him stood, rubbing his fists. "No need. I'll show you my true abilities today. I'll make sure to tear out every single one of his tendons and rip off his skin." Pan Mingxing laughed and charged at Long Chen. Mu Qingyun, Zhang Ling, Zhang Ziu, and the others who had come with them shook their heads, almost tearing away. "Pow!" As expected, Pan Mingxing was slapped in the face. Half his face caved in, and the sound of bones breaking made their goosebumps rise. Pan Mingxing then spun like a spinning top. After that, Long Chen's right foot was as quick as lightning, landing on his coccyx. As a result, Pan Mingxing's body instantly curled up like a shrimp, his eyes almost flying out of his head. "Ah!" Pan Mingxing screamed and was kicked away like a cannonball, flying out of the window. His scream was echoing into the distance and slowly faded as he flew to an unknown location. Eventually, it faded altogether. It was unknown if that was due to flying too far or if he simply fainted midway. The others who had been with him stared at the window, dumbfounded. Jackals from the same tribe, scram. Long Chen's foot struck 3 more times, resulting in 3 more screams as they all flew out of the window, their bones broken. Just as he was about to strike the last one, that person hastily raised his hands. "Brother, I won't trouble you. I'll do it myself." That person took off his shoe and struck his own butt with it. Just like the others, he screamed and then jumped out of the window. Long Chen was too confused to even react. Before he could react, that fellow had already run. Who would have thought that this fellow actually had some smarts? He had escaped this kick. Zhang Ling and Zhang Ziu then quivered with laughter. On this one day, they had laughed more than the past few months together. Meanwhile, the other guests eating were too scared to make a sound. The ones to come eat here were disciples, workers, and managers, but they had never seen such a vicious character. That was especially true when they spotted Mu Qingyun beside him. Her name was quite famous here. Seeing her standing behind Long Chen like he was the leader, those people couldn't help guessing what his status was. "Big sister, eat here in peace. If your money came honorably, you can have a clear conscience eating here. This world never has anything like people who are higher or lower. Just be your best self and ignore those idiots," said Long Chen to the pregnant woman. She was originally pale with fright, but seeing him smile, the image of a fiend vanished, seemingly becoming a friendly neighborhood boy. "Many thanks," she said. "Waiter, bring this big sister 2 snowflake beef, a wide-tail sari, and a white-cut snow chicken. I'll pay later," said Mu Qingyun to a waiter who was hiding. "Senior apprentice sister, I've already eaten my fill. I can't eat that much." "That's all right. If you can't finish it, bring it with you. Even if you don't want it, that child inside you might want some," said Mu Qingyun with a smile. That pregnant woman's eyes reddened. She couldn't help crying as she thanked Mu Qingyun. After that, Long Chen and Mu Qingyun ascended another level, arriving at a private room. Mu Qingyun had Long Chen sit in the lead position, but Long Chen refused no matter what, so Mu Qingyun took that position. Everyone had just sat down when a group of disciples wearing the robes of the law enforcers also walked in. "May I ask where instructor Long Chen is?" asked one of those disciples politely with a smile. Chapter 28-24, All a Misunderstanding. They had come directly to Long Chen and the others and were staring right at them, but they first asked who Long Chen was. Their apprehension was obvious. "I am Long Chen." Long Chen spoke. He already knew what they had come for. He had just beaten Pan Mingxing, so it was too early for law enforcement disciples to appear for that. Even if Pan Mingxing reported it, the response wouldn't be so fast. For these law enforcement disciples to come now, it was clearly due to the matter of smashing the flying boat. That timing sounded about right. Instructor Long Chen, let me first make it clear. We are only in charge of investigating some testimony. We have no intention of targeting you. If those people say some offensive things, I hope you won't mind. We're just carrying out our duty, said the head disciple. The fear in his eyes was clear. Long Chen had injured hundreds of people by attacking the flying boat. Those people all had broken bones. After that, those people had reported Long Chen to the Discipline Institute. As for the elder on duty, it was the one that Long Chen had previously slapped. That elder had also been the one to report Long Chen to the Divine Lightning Elder. The fury of being slapped had made him come up with a plan to incite a conflict between the two of them. Hence, he vaguely reported that Long Chen was an emissary of the Pill Institute who had come to cause trouble in the God Institute. Considering that their relationship was bad from the start, and adding the Divine Lightning Elder's explosive temperament, his plan went well. The Divine Lightning Elder had furiously gone to find Long Chen. However, not long after, the Divine Lightning Elder returned. Before the Discipline Elder could even ask the Divine Lightning Elder how it went, the latter kicked him so hard that he coughed up blood and almost died. The Divine Lightning Elder furiously swore, "Next time you treat me like an idiot, I'll kill you." The kick left the Discipline Elder with serious injuries, and he had to quickly consume some medicinal pills to suppress them. After investigating, he almost died of rage. Using some unknown sorcery, Long Chen had actually become brothers with the Divine Lightning Elder. When he heard that news, he coughed up blood and directly fainted. The disciples then hastily supported him, feeding him medicinal pills. He was unconscious for over 2 hours before he woke up. Unfortunately, as soon as he was awake, another disciple came to report that people were accusing Long Chen of attacking their flying boat, injuring them, and almost costing the lives of everyone on the flying boat. If it was before he was kicked by the Divine Lightning Elder, he would definitely jump in excitement. But now he was afraid. The 7-star Elder was not an easy existence to provoke, while the Divine Lightning Elder definitely couldn't be provoked. As for this evil star known as Long Chen, he no longer wanted to provoke it either. Due to some connections, he was supposed to stand on these disciples' side. However, he was now afraid. He had an idea to pretend that he was ill and couldn't go out, but if that happened, the news of him being kicked by the Divine Lightning Elder would spread like wildfire. That would be too embarrassing. After thinking and thinking, he decided to first send people to probe Long Chen's attitude. Once a full investigation was done, he could make his decision on how to toss away this scalding sweet potato. He could easily stall this matter a few days and leave it to a different elder. Then he could relieve himself of this responsibility and just watch the show. However, the disciples he told to ask Long Chen about what happened turned green. Just what kind of existence was Long Chen? He killed people without batting an eye. Wasn't questioning him, just asking to die. If done well, they would just be slapped a few times. Done badly, their lives would be gone. No one wanted to take this task. In the end, the task had fallen to this unfortunate fellow, but he had no way to decline because that elder was his master. If he didn't go, he would have no way of living in the God Institute, so he could only thicken his face and come. That expression of his looked like he wanted to cry. The other disciples who came with him stood far behind, as if too afraid to even get close to Long Chen. "It's fine, you can ask your questions. I'm actually a very even-tempered person," said Long Chen indifferently. Even-tempered, that disciple's expression turned odd. Were the stories just scary ghost stories? Seeing the law enforcement disciples quivering, Mu Qingyun and the others almost laughed. Just who was questioning who? Due to their special status, law enforcement disciples always appeared arrogant. Although they didn't usually cause trouble themselves, they were so tyrannical that they always spoke with an interrogating tone. Although Mu Qingyun and the others could be considered courteous, the other disciples on this floor couldn't be described in that manner. Law enforcement disciples were not well liked within the God Institute. Hence, seeing them looking like they were going to piss themselves from fear, these disciples laughed. It was unknown just how hard it was for Zhang Ling and Zhang Ziyu to hold themselves back. The law enforcement disciple took out a notebook and carefully said, "A small hunting squad reported that instructor Long Chen you wanted to kill them. I myself definitely don't believe such an accusation, nor will our Discipline Institute be biased and only hear one side. So we want to hear your explanation. Is it convenient for you to explain? Did they not mention why they decided to kill our flying mount? Asked Long Chen. They said it was due to loss of control. It was a misunderstanding, answered the law enforcement disciple. A misunderstanding. Yes, this matter was truly just a misunderstanding. Long Chen nodded with a smile. What does that mean? Asked the disciple. We were just riding on a flying immortal beast when something flew out and tried to smash into us. Fortunately, I was fast enough to run, or we would have been killed. Just think about it. If someone wanted to kill you, wouldn't you counterattack? Yes, the disciple nodded. Exactly. My first thought was that someone was invading the academy and killing people, so I attacked back. After my attack landed, senior apprentice Sister Kingyun told me that it was actually a hunting flying boat, but by that time, everything was over. So just like they said, it really was a misunderstanding. I'm glad that the misunderstanding has been cleared up. Since no one was damaged, this matter can be concluded here, said Long Chen magnanimously. Those law enforcement disciples stared at him oddly. They had personally seen those hunting disciples. Their injuries were severe. Some people were crushed into pancakes and some had almost lost their lives. This was considered no damage. Are there any questions? If not, we're about to eat. Would you like to join us? Asked Long Chen. No, we won't disturb you any longer. Have a nice day, said that disciple. With this, it was clear that it was the hunting party causing trouble, but they had caused trouble for the wrong party. The hunting party couldn't possibly admit that they had intentionally crashed into someone. As for Long Chen, he acted like he didn't recognize their flying boat. By saying that he thought they were invaders, they couldn't do anything to him, considering his background. This matter would definitely be glossed over just like this. In any case, they had a rough understanding of what happened. As for any real decisions, it would be up to that elder. They had finished their mission without being beaten. That was enough for them to light incense. Just as they were about to leave, another group of law enforcement disciples furiously stamped up the stairs. Who is Long Chen? Get the hell out here. Chapter 28-25 Have them scram. This new group of disciples came with blazing killing intent. They were also carrying a stretcher. The person lying on the stretcher was precisely Pan Mingsheng, who was still curled up like a shrimp. Long Chen's kick had broken his coccyx. Even with spirit medicines, it was not something that would heal in 1 or 2 days. Hence, he was in immense pain. These law enforcement disciples were his big brother's good friends. As soon as he was lifted up, he went to find them. These people were quite brotherly, so they directly came to find justice for Pan Mingsheng. However, after shouting, their leader suddenly noticed something off. He saw another group of law enforcement disciples. Squad leader, what are you doing here? The one who had just come to interrogate Long Chen was actually a part of the first group squad. He was nothing more than a subordinate. Do you want to die? What are you shouting here for? The squad leader pelted him with curses. The one being cursed lowered his head, not knowing what was going on. His relationship with this squad leader was normally pretty good. Why was he being cursed? Squad leader, we came to find Long Chen, he said, not comprehending. Shut up. Is the name of instructor Long Chen something you can say? Cursed the squad leader. Instructor, he's an instructor. The disciple was startled and looked at Pan Mingsheng on the stretcher. Pan Mingsheng had told them that Long Chen was nothing more than an ascender from the lower world, someone with no background. Was there a mistake? They definitely wouldn't have come to find trouble for an instructor. Pan Mingsheng was filled with disbelief. The Long Chen I'm talking about is the one in those black clothes. Doesn't he look like a beggar? Is there some mistake? Shut up, the squad leader shouted. In the entire academy other than Long Chen, almost no one wore black. Who else could it be? The squad leader didn't care about Pan Mingsheng really, but he did care about his subordinate's life. As the latter gradually came to understand that this matter was not ordinary, he wisely shut his mouth. Instructor Long Chen, I didn't discipline my subordinate properly, causing them to offend you. Do you think you can let them off due to their youth and ignorance? I don't want to ruin your meal, the squad leader begged Long Chen. The newcomers were dumbfounded. What was going on? Even an instructor wasn't qualified to make their squad leader act like this, right? Have them scram, said Long Chen. Many thanks. The squad leader indicated for them to leave, but before they could take more than a couple of steps, Long Chen's voice rang out once more. I told you to have them scram. Did you not understand? Understood, understood, cried out the squad leader. All of you can roll the hell down, one. What? Those disciples were dumbfounded. What are you hesitating for? Roll. The squad leader grabbed one of them and kicked him in the butt. With a painful cry, he rolled down the stairs. The others also helplessly thickened their faces and began rolling down. The squad leader grabbed Pan Mingsheng, wanting to throw him down. That was because in his current state he couldn't move, so he had to be helped by others. "Hey, wait a moment, my brother is Pan Mingjing, you must know him. He'll be returning soon," cried Pan Mingsheng. "He's already back. Most of his bones are currently broken and he's in a worse state than you. Are you still hoping for help from him? Idiot, if it weren't for you, would all this have happened? Get going." The squad leader kicked Pan Mingsheng in the butt. Pan Mingsheng then screamed and rolled down. Medicine had been applied to his coccyx, but it had only recovered a bit, and that wound was torn open once more. Furthermore, he was even more sensitive in this state. This roll almost cost him his life. He screamed like a dying pig as he rolled down before he eventually fainted. Once the squad leader and the others were finally gone, everyone else on that floor finally burst into laughter. "Third brother, why aren't you laughing?" asked Zhang Ling. Long Chen still seemed serious, but it was precisely that serious appearance that made her unable to hold back her laughter. "Maybe my threshold for laughter is just a bit high." Long Chen bitterly smiled. Before this, he would also have laughed like this. However, after experiencing the battle of the Martial Heaven continent's destruction, it felt like his heart had been destroyed along with the continent. He had yet to fully recover from the impact of that battle. Although he knew he had to persevere and let go of that burden so that he could relax, he knew that would require more time. He had to find his biological parents, reconvene with his brothers, and find his women. As a 9-star heir, it seemed there were far too many secrets within him. He needed to uncover them bit by bit. He had many things to do. Although he knew that he had to take things one step at a time, that he needed to relax in order to do these things well, he still felt immense pressure. Only someone bearing the same burden would know just how heavy it was. The food quickly arrived. These were delicacies of the immortal world. Not only were they delicious, but they were also greatly beneficial to the body. However, the price was also quite considerable. Just from Zhang Ling and Zhang Ziu's expressions, it could be seen that this was a rare opportunity for them. The food was excellent. However, the wine was lacking. After drinking the wine God Palace's wine, Long Chen felt that the immortal world's wine was as insipid as water. However, Mu Qingyun and the others seemed to have a low tolerance to the wine. Their cheeks quickly became red. On the other hand, Long Chen never declined any wine and continued drinking until he was several jugs in without changing expression. Mu Qingyun repeatedly praised his capacity. As they ate and drank, the atmosphere loosened. Long Chen finally learned a bit about the disciples of the God Institute. The God Institute could be said to be split between 3 tiers: heaven, earth, and human. These 3 represented 3 different realms. For them, disciples in the mortal transcendence realm, they were only at the human tier. Although Mu Qingyun and the others had almost fully expelled their mortal qi, they had yet to condense their divine flames. Thus, they were unable to expel that final trace of mortal qi and were still in the mortal transcendence realm. Each tier had a ranking based on combat power. Those who were able to enter the rankings were given plentiful rewards every month. Thus, the competition in the God Institute was quite intense. This competition was kept under control with various rules, but there were also loopholes. One rule was that anyone on the human rankings could challenge anyone. If they succeeded, they would take the other person's ranking. If they lost, then their name would fall from the rankings. In order to get back on the rankings, they would have to wait until next month for another challenge. But that would cost them a month of the rewards. "Does our side have only a few people on the rankings?" asked Long Chen when he saw Mu Qingyun's indignant expression. When this word for scram also means roll.